everyone, and welcome to ChatGPT Full Course by Simplilearn. Imagine a world where everyday tasks run on autopilot, customer service feels effortless, and innovation moves faster than ever, all powered by AI. By 2025, the demand for professionals who work with tools like ChatGPT will be at all-time high, making it one of the hottest skills in tech. But why is ChatGPT so important? As businesses go digital, they are using ChatGPT to automate tasks, improve customer support, create content, and optimize operations. From smart chatbots transforming customer service to AI-driven coding and advanced applications, ChatGPT is revolutionizing industries. So in this course, you will learn how ChatGPT works, explore its real-world applications, and see how it's shaping the future. By mastering natural language processing and AI modeling, you will gain the skills needed to thrive in the fast-growing world of AI. Before we comment, if you are interested in mastering the future of technology, the professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning is your perfect opportunity. Offered in collaboration with ENICT Academy, IIT Kanpur, this 11-month live and interactive program provides hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like generative AI, machine learning, and tools just ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and Hugging Face. You'll also gain practical experience through 15+ projects, integrated labs, and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IIT Kanpur faculty. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
Meet John, a talented programmer who is looking to start a company that used his personally developed mobile application to connect restaurants and customers for booking and reservations. Even though the app was ready, John had difficulty getting together a team for his startup, needing separate people for sales, marketing, programming, content creation, and customer support. Hiring reliable manpower while being strict with his budget was getting difficult. He reached out to his friend Ryan, who said John could start his company without hiring any new people, thanks to just a single AI-based tool. John couldn't believe it, which led Ryan to introduce ChatGPT, the revolutionary AI chatbot being developed by OpenAI. It is a state-of-the-art natural language processing, or NLP model, that uses a neural network architecture to provide responses. This means that the ChatGPT bot can answer questions without being explicitly told what the answer is using its own intellect, unlike previous AI chatbots. So, how does ChatGPT help John in filling out his team? Regarding sales, ChatGPT can provide full-fledged sales pitches based on the correct prompts. It can provide tips on how to pitch your product to businesses, removing the need for sales training. Completely customized to your requirements and your prompts. If you don't like some things about the response, you can ask for certain changes, and the chatbot will make sure they are done. When it comes to marketing, ChatGPT can provide efficient marketing strategies, which can help new entrepreneurs learn how to market their products to prospective clients. It can provide trending keywords that marketers can use for SEO purposes, while providing ad copies for your website and blog. Speaking of websites, since John can do a lot of the heavy lifting in programming, ChatGPT can help proofread the code and help out when looking for bugs to fix. Apart from basic bug fixing, it can also provide sample code structures for different programming languages, allowing John to focus more on improving core functionality and workflow, rather than fixing basic code errors. Websites and blogs content is very helpful when gathering potential customer leads. The revolutionary bot can provide full-length blog posts with near-perfect fast accuracy in seconds, allowing further customization, like choosing the length of the subject matter to the complexity of language. For John's customer support, the bot can draft complete customer service emails based on the situation, saving time and resources. The tone of the message can be changed to reflect the nature of the message, creating an efficient alternative for call center professionals. John was left speechless seeing this level of versatility from ChatGPT and wanted to implement it right away. However, Ryan made sure John knew about some drawbacks of the chatbot before getting started. Since the bot is trained mostly on data up to 2021, many of the newer events may still need to be discovered by ChatGPT. Even basic stuff like asking about the current date and time is beyond its scope, much like the limited understanding of context despite providing near lifelike solutions to certain problems. Even the accuracy of many responses can be questioned since the AI model is still learning and being developed. There is a section of the public that believes the revolutionary tool can one day replace Google search. But that day seems far-fetched so far because of the variety of issues people keep running into when using ChatGPT. However, ChatGPT poses a lot of promise for the future of AI. From full-scaled automated divisions and organizations to serving as the perfect digital assistant, OpenAI is creating a bot for the future aimed at solving the problems of today with the tools of tomorrow. The ability to carry out a myriad of tasks with minimum manpower will boost productivity at organizations in every sector, thanks to the revolutionary ChatGPT. So, how do you think ChatGPT will benefit your daily life? Are you looking forward to using the bot regularly for work or personal life? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Meet John, a software developer. John develops a program, and now he realizes the program is surrounded by a lot of bugs. John starts exploring a solution. He surfs through the internet, checks programmer communities. Doubting every step of the way, John feels his problem is not solved. Desperate to find the solution, John meets his friend Adam. Adam comes up with an idea of an artificially intelligent and practical solution called the ChatGPT. Adam says ChatGPT has the caliber to systematically resolve all the bugs with an elaborate explanation for every step it makes. ChatGPT is an AI-trained model that works in a conversational way, developed by OpenAI. Fascinated by hearing this, John asks Adam to explain him in detail. After Adam explains that, GPT, aka Generative Pre-training Transformer, has come a long way. Before the introduction of GPT, natural language processing used to deal with a specific task with large amounts of data. GPT was first released in 2018, which contained 117 million parameters. GPT, GPT-2, and GPT-3. Each one is stronger than the one before it. The main reason why GPT received little attention was that it was more of an idea or test than a finished product. But after the introduction of GPT-2, it gained a lot of attention, as it could accurately predict the word that would begin a text. Then they introduced GPT-3, which is a strong language model, achieving translation, question answering, and performing 3-digit arithmetic. But ChatGPT stands tall compared to all other achievements of OpenAI. So, how does it work? ChatGPT uses deep learning techniques to generate human-like text. It is based on the machine learning model derived from the class called the Large Language Model. ChatGPT is a byproduct of InstructGPT. InstructGPT introduced a strategy for integrating human feedback into the training process to match model outputs. This innovative technology made ChatGPT exceptional. It is trained on the massive datasets of text from the internet and learns from the patterns and relationships between words and phrases. It responds to a prompt by determining the next word based on the context, then repeats the process until a stop condition is met. As a result, ChatGPT can produce various logical responses to various queries and prompts. The most important components of ChatGPT are the transformer model and language model. Coming to the transformer model, it is a neural network architecture designed to process sequential data. It consists of multiple layers of self-attention and a feed-forward network. After the transformer model has processed the input, a decoder generates the output. The decoder uses the context provided by the encoder to generate the response. The model is trained using unsupervised learning and fine-tuned on specific tasks using supervised learning. For successful completion of tasks, it needs pre-trained data. The model first encodes the input text, then converts it to a numerical representation, which can be processed by the model's neural network. This encoding is done using the embedded layer that maps the word. Then comes the language model. ChatGPT is trained as a language model, trained to predict the next word in a sequence given the previous words. The language model intends to produce rational, consistent, and meaningful output. The pre-trained ChatGPT can be tuned for a specific task. So ChatGPT passes a fine-tuning test by answering questions, generating text summaries, or generating text in response to a query. Overall, ChatGPT is a powerful language model with a combination of techniques like deep learning, machine learning, neural networks, and natural language processing. Can ChatGPT change a wide variety of business tasks? John asked. ChatGPT possesses the ability to automate content creation on social media, create chatbot and e-commerce sites, provide medical assistance by acting as a symptom checker, write code, and assist a developer. Thus, ChatGPT can change the working of every industry. Now, John can resolve any coding issue without looking into any other resources. But like any other technology, ChatGPT comes with a few limitations that can be its Achilles heel. ChatGPT is capable of developing content up to 2021. It finds difficulty in providing logical reasoning in certain situations. And also, ChatGPT lags in translation, summarization, and sometimes question answering. But above all, ChatGPT has shown remarkable ability by providing accurate answers flawlessly in a creative way in very short periods of time.
The term generative AI has emerged seemingly out of nowhere in recent months, with a notable surge in interest according to Google Trends even within the past year. The spike in curiosity can be attributed to the introduction of generative models such as DALL-E 2, BARD, and ChatGPT. However, what does generative AI entail? As a part of our introductory series on generative AI, this video will provide a comprehensive overview of a subject starting from the basics. The explanation will cater to all levels of familiarity, ensuring that viewers gain a better understanding of how this technology operates and its growing integration to our daily lives. Generative AI is, after all, a tool that is based on artificial intelligence. A professional who elicits to switch careers with AI by learning from the experts. What is generative AI? Generative AI is a form of artificial intelligence possesses the capability of to generate a wide range of content, including text, visual, audio, and synthetic data. The recent excitement surrounding generative AI stems from the user-friendly interfaces that allow users to effortlessly create high-quality text, graphics, and video within a seconds. Now moving forward, let's see how does generative AI works. Generative AI begin a prompt which can take form of text, image, video, design, audio, musical notes, or any input that AI system can process. Various AI algorithms that generate new content in response to the given prompt. This content can range from essay and problem solution to realistic, created using images or audio of a person. In the early stages of generative AI, utilizing the technology involves submitting data through an API or a complex process. Developers need to acquaint themselves with a specialized tool and writing application using programming language like Python. Some of the recent and fully operational generative AIs are Google Bard, DALL-E, OpenAI ChatGPT, Microsoft Bing, and many more. So now let's discuss ChatGPT, DALL-E, and Bard, which are the most popular generative AI interfaces. So first is DALL-E 2, which was developed using OpenAI GPT implementation in 2021. Exemplify a multimodal AI application. It has been trained on a vast dataset of images and their corresponding textual description. DALL-E is capable of establishing connection between various media forms such as vision, text, audio. It specifically links the meaning of words to visual elements. OpenAI introduced an enhanced version called DALL-E 2 in 2022, which empowers users to generate imagery in multiple styles based on their prompts. And the next one is ChatGPT. In November 2022, ChatGPT, an AI-powered chatbot built on OpenAI GPT 3.5 implementation, gained immense popularity worldwide. OpenAI enabled users to interact with and fine-tune the chatbot's text response through a chat interface with interactive feedback. Unlike earlier version of GPT that was solely accessible via an API, ChatGPT brought a more interactive experience. On March 14, 2023, OpenAI released GPT-4. ChatGPT integrates the conversational history with a user, making a genuine dialogue. Microsoft, impressed by the success of new ChatGPT interface, announced a substantial investment in OpenAI and integrated a version of GPT into its Bing search engine. And the next one is Bard, Google Bard. Google was also an earlier forerunner in advancing transformer AI techniques for language processing, protein analysis, and other content types. It made some of these models open source for researchers but were not made available through a public interface. In response to Microsoft integration of GPT into Bing, Google hurriedly launched a public-facing chatbot named Google Bard. Bard's debut was met by an error when the language model incorrectly claimed that the Webb telescope was the first to discover a planet in a foreign solar system. As a consequence, Google's stock price suffered a significant decline. Meanwhile, Microsoft implementation of ChatGPT and GPT-powered system also faced criticism for producing inaccurate results and displaying erratic behavior in their early iteration. So, moving forward, let's see what are the use cases of generative AI. Generative AI has broad applicability and can be employed across a wide range of use cases to generate diverse forms of content. Recent advancements like GPT have made this technology more accessible and customizable for various applications. Some notable use cases for generative AI are as follows. Chatbot implementation. Generative AI can be utilized to develop chatbots for customer service and technical support, enhancing interaction with users and providing efficient assistance. The second one is language dubbing enhancement. In the realm of movies and educational content, generative AI can contribute to improving dubbing in different languages, ensuring accurate and high quality translation. And the third one is content writing. Generative AI can assist in writing email responses, dating profiles, resumes, and term papers, offering valuable support and generating customized content tailored to specific requirements. And the fourth one is art generation. Leveraging generative AI, artists can create photorealistic artwork in various styles, enabling the exploration of new artistic expression and enhancing creativity. The fifth one is product demonstration videos. Generative AI can enhance product demonstration video, making them more engaging, visually appealing, and effective in showcasing product features and benefits. So generative AI versatility allows it to employ it in many other applications, making it a valuable tool for content creation and enhancing user experience across diverse domains. So after seeing use cases of generative AI, let's see what are the benefits of generative AI. So generative AI offers extensive application across various business domains, simplifying the interpretation and comprehension of existing content while also enabling the automated creation of a new content. Developers are actively exploring ways to leverage generative AI in order to enhance the optimize existing workflows and even to reshape workflows entirely to harness the potential of technology fully. Implementing generative AI can bring numerous benefits, including automated content creation. Generative AI can automate the manual process of writing content, saving time and effort by generating text or other form of content. The next one is efficient email response. Responding to emails can be made more efficient with generative AI, reducing the effort required and improving response time. And the third one is enhanced technical support. Generative AI can improve responses to specific technical queries, providing accurate and helpful information to users or customers. And the fourth one is realistic person generation. By leveraging generative AI, it becomes possible to create realistic representation of people, enabling applications like virtual characters or avatars. And the fifth one is coherent information summarization. Generative AI can summarize complex information into a coherent narrative, distilling key points and making it easier to understand and communicate complex concepts. The implementation of generative AI offers a range of potential benefits, streamlining process and enhancing content creation in various areas of business operation. So after seeing advantages of generative AI, let's move forward and see what are the limitations of generative AI. Early implementation of generative AI serve as vivid examples highlighting the numerous limitations associated with this technology. Several challenges arise from the specific approaches employed to implement various use cases. For instance, while a summary of a complex topic may be more reader-friendly than explanation incorporating multiple supporting sources, the ease of readability comes at the expense of transparent identifying the information sources. So the first one is, when implementing or utilizing a generative AI application, it is important to consider the following limitation. I repeat, the first one is lack of source identification. Generative AI does not always provide clear identification of content source, making it difficult to trace and verify origin of the information. The second one is assessment of bias. Assessing the bias of original sources used generative AI can be challenging, as it may be difficult to determine the underlying perspective or agenda of the data utilized in the training process. The third one is difficulty in identifying inaccurate information. Generative AI can generate realistic content, making identifying inaccuracy or falsehoods within the generated output harder. And the fourth one is Adaptability to our new circumstances. Understanding how to fine-tune generative AI for a new circumstances or specific context can be complex, requiring careful consideration and expertise to achieve desired result. And the fifth one is glossing over bias, prejudice, and hatred. Generative AI results may amplify or perpetuate biases, prejudices, or hateful content present in the training data, requiring vigilant scrutiny to prevent such issues. So, awareness of these limitations is crucial when implementing or utilizing generative AI, as it helps users and developers critically evaluate and mitigate potential risks and challenges associated with the technology. So, future of generative AI. Furthermore, advances in AI development platforms will contribute to the accelerated progress of research and development in the realm of generative AI. The development will encompass various domains such as text, images, videos, 3D content, drugs, supply chains, logistic and business processes. While the current standalone tools are impressive, the true transformative impact generative AI will realize while these capabilities are seemingly integrated into the existing tools with regular use.
So now let's see steps to get an AI engineer job. So to thrive in this field, developing a comprehensive skill set is crucial, while encompasses may specialized areas. So here are some certain core skills that are essential across most roles. So here is you can build these skills. First one is technical skills. So AI roles heavily rely on technical expertise, particularly in programming, data handling, or working with AI specific tools, or you can say the cloud specific tools. So here are some key areas to focus on. The first one is the programming languages. So proficiency in general purpose programming language like Python and R is the fundamental. Python in particular is widely used in AI for simplicity and robust libraries such as TensorFlow and PyTorch, which are crucial for machine learning and deep learning tasks. The second one is database management. So understanding how to manage and manipulate large datasets is essential in AI. Familiarity with database management systems like Apache Cassandra, Couchbase, and DynamoDB will allow you to store, retrieve, and process data efficiently. The third one, data analysis and statistics. Strong skills in data analysis are must. Tools like MATLAB, Excel, and Pandas are invaluable for statistical analysis, data manipulation, and visualization of trends in data, which are critical for developing AI models. The fourth one, cloud AI platform. Knowing of cloud-based AI platforms such as Microsoft Azure AI, Google Cloud AI, and IBM Watson is increasingly important. So these platforms provide pre-built models, tools, and infrastructure that can accelerate AI development and deployment. The second one is industry knowledge. While technical skills form the backbone of your AI expertise, understanding the industry context is equally important. For example, knowing how AI integrates with digital marketing goals and strategies can be a significant advantage if you are working in or targeting industries like e-commerce or advertising. So industry-specific knowledge allows you to apply AI solutions more effectively and communicate their value to stakeholders. The third one, workplace or soft skills. In addition to technical, industry-specific skills, developing workplace skills, or you can say soft skill, is essential for success in AI roles or any roles. So these soft skills often honed through experience include, the first one is communication. Clearly articulating complex AI concept to non-technical stakeholders is crucial. Whether you are explaining how machine learning model works or presenting data-driven insight, effective communication ensure that your work is understood and valued. Second one is collaboration. AI projects often require teamwork across diverse fields, including data science, software development, and other things. The third one is analytical thinking. AI is fundamentally about problem solving. You will need strong analytical thinking skills to approach challenges logically, break them down into manageable parts, and develop innovative solutions. The fourth one, problem solving. AI projects frequently involve unexpected challenges, whether it's a technical bug or an unforeseen data issue. Strong problem solving will help you navigate these hurdles and keep projects on track. So building these skills can be achieved through various methods, including self-study, online courses, boot camps, or formal education. Additionally, working on real projects, contributing to open source AI initiatives, and seeking mentorship can provide practical experience and further enhance your expertise. So next thing is learn advanced topics. So as you advance in your machine learning journey, it is important to delve into more advanced topics. These areas will deepen your understanding and help you tackle complex problems. So some key topics to focus are, the first one is deep learning and neural network. The second thing is ensemble learning techniques. The third thing is generative models and adversarial learning. The fourth one is recommendation system and collaborative filtering. The fifth one is time series analysis and forecasting. So now let's move forward and see some machine learning projects. So working on real world projects to apply your knowledge, focus on data collection and preparation, capstone project in image recognition and NLP, predictive modeling and anomaly detection, practical experience, key to solidifying your skills. So now let's move forward and see what is the next skill. That is earn a certification. So if you are already hold an undergraduate degree in a field of related to AI, enrolling in a specialized course to enhance your technical skills can be highly beneficial. Even if you don't have a degree, earning certification can show potential employers that you are committed to your career goals and actively investing in your professional development. So you can unleash your career potential with our artificial intelligence and machine learning courses, tailored for diverse industries and roles at top global firms. Our program features key tools, enhance your AI knowledge and business acumen, join the job market and become a sought-after professional. The next thing is continuous learning and exploration. So stay updated with the latest development by following industry leaders, engaging in online communities and working on personal projects. Pursue advanced learning through courses and certification to keep your skills sharp. So now let's move forward and see some AI career opportunities with salary. So the job market for machine learning professional is booming. The average annual salary for AI engineers can be vary based on location, experience and company. So here are some roles like machine learning engineer, data scientist, NLP engineer, computer vision and AI ML researcher. So now let's see how much they earn. So the first one is ML engineer. So machine learning engineers earn $153,000 in US and 11 lakh in India per annum. The second one is data scientist. The data scientists earn $150,000 in US and 12 lakh per annum in India. The third one is NLP engineer. They earn $107,000 in US and 7 lakh in India per annum. Fourth one is computer vision engineer, CV engineer. They earn around $126,000 in US and 6,50,000 in India. The last one is AI ML researcher. They earn $130,000 in US and in India they earn around 9 lakh per annum. So note that these figures can vary on website to website and changes frequently. So now last step is start applying for entry-level jobs. When you feel confident in your training, begin researching and applying for jobs. Many entry-level AI positions like software engineer or developer roles are often labeled as entry-level or junior in the job description. Jobs that require less than 3 years of experience are usually suitable for those just starting out. If you need additional support in your job research, consider applying for internship, taking on freelance project, or participating in hackathons to further hone your skills. So these opportunities not only provide valuable feedback on your work, but also help you build connection that could benefit your career in the future. So with this, we have come to the end of this video. If you have any question or doubt, please feel free to ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible.
Today we will dive into the latest AI advancements, comparing ChatGPT 4 and the newly launched ChatGPT 4o. ChatGPT 4o offers a 30% improvement in factual accuracy and excels in creative tasks. We will reveal the top upgrades and how they can transform your AI experience. Get ready for an in-depth look at these powerful tools and find out which one is the game changer you have been waiting for. So let's explore the future of AI together. So first we'll start with the official documentation, and those who want to jump straight to the comparison of ChatGPT 4o and 4 can directly jump to it with the timestamp mentioned in the description box. So let's start with documentation. So guys, here we have searched about the ChatGPT 4o documentation, and this is the official page of OpenAI. And here you can find out that they have put on advancements and the model capabilities that ChatGPT 4 possesses. You could see here they have posted the videos that two GPT-4os are interacting and singing. You can play and watch these videos. So how they have advanced this ChatGPT 4o compared to ChatGPT 4. And you could see the vision capabilities of ChatGPT 4 as they are asking for the interview preparation with their vision capabilities. So similarly, you can check out all the other videos that they have posted, and moving downwards, we can see that they have posted explorations of capabilities. You could select the sample that could be visual narratives or poster creation for the movie or character design. So you could check out how ChatGPT 4 and 4.0 are different. And as we move down, here they have mentioned the modal evaluations between ChatGPT 4.0 and ChatGPT 4 Turbo. Here we have the text evaluation, audio ASR performance, audio translation performance, and they have posted the bar graphs and the charts with all the other AI tools compared. And then we have the language tokenization and what improvements they have made in that. That is, they have used Gujarati language, Telugu, Tamil, Marathi, Hindi, and they have achieved the fewer tokens in these models. Now we move downwards. We can see that the model safety and limitations, they have added some more safety features, and the model availability. That is, ChatGPT 4.0 is available for both the free version and the paid version. So this was all about the official documentation of ChatGPT 4.0. So let's get started with the comparison analysis of ChatGPT 4.0 and 4. So guys, I have opened ChatGPT 4 here, and in the other window, we'll open ChatGPT 4.0. And we'll provide the same prompts to both ChatGPT 4 and 4.0. And we'll see what responses they provide to us and in what time frame. We'll compare the time frame also and how they conceptualize or provide the fractional prompts to responses. So starting with number one. So the number one category we will be choosing is factual inquiries. So we will ask both of them and we'll ask them that tell me something interesting about Marie Curie. And provide to ChatGPT 4 also. So let's press enter and see which one of those will provide us a good response. So you could see that ChatGPT 4 has provided us the response in a paragraph, and if we read this, so the tone is okay, like it is telling to a third person. And if we move to ChatGPT 4.0, you could see here that it has categorized the points here, that these are the main points that you could use as an interesting points about Marie Curie. So I would say ChatGPT 4.0 has an edge here, and I won't think like there was a time difference, and I can say that we can't have any difference in the time taken by both the models. So now I'll move to next category, that is complex scientific and technical prompts. So here we'll ask both the models about how quantum computers work and compare their advantages to classical computers. So let's ask them that explain how quantum computers and compare their advantages to classical computers. We'll copy the same prompt and paste it to ChatGPT 4 also. So let's press enter. And till then, I will tell you guys that from here you can use the different model also. That you have used GPT 4.0 here. It's showing you. After generating the response, I will show you guys how you can switch to the models also. Here you can copy it and here you can read it loud. And in the settings also, you can check out what voices you need as an assistant here. So moving back, we can see that ChatGPT 4 is still responding and generating the response while ChatGPT 4.0 has already done it. We can surely say that ChatGPT 4.0 has an edge with the time frame thing, as it generated the response much faster than ChatGPT 4. And if we compare what the responses they have provided, and ChatGPT 4.0 has mentioned how quantum computers work, advantages of quantum computers, comparison with classical computers, and after that challenges that quantum computers are facing. And if we see what ChatGPT 4 has provided, you could see that how quantum computers work, and after that the advantages of quantum computers and the comparison with classical computers. So you could see that with the less time frame, ChatGPT 4 has provided more subtopics and the more points that he has covered. Whereas ChatGPT 4 has provided the least information, but he has provided the okay information that we are sufficiently acquired with the prompt. But definitely I will give an edge to ChatGPT 4 here. So here I was telling you about the change model thing. So you can click here and check out ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 4. If you click here ChatGPT 4, it will generate the response again with GPT 4 model. As we have selected the ChatGPT 4 model here, but neglecting that, he will generate with the ChatGPT 4 model. So here after generating the response, if you click on 1/2, so these arrows, you can find out this response has been generated by GPT 4 model and this response has been generated by GPT 4 model. And you can have this comparison in the same window also, but I am using different windows, so we'll compare it in one another only. So now moving to the next section, that is creative writing. So now we'll ask both these models to write a short poem about a moonlit night in a forest. So let's ask them that write a short poem about a moonlit night in a forest. So let's copy the same prompt and paste it in GPT-4 and let's wait for the response. As you guys can see that GPT-4o has already generated the response and here GPT-4 has also generated. And before comparing both these responses, I want you guys to notice something, that this new version of OpenAI, that is GPT, they have moved the profile section from bottom left to top right. And there are many more advancements. If you see here, this is the history section and the memory feature. And you could find many other features that could be managed memory in the profile sections only. So if you go into personalized category, here we have the memory section. So moving back to the prompt response. So here we have the GPT-4 model. And if we read this poem, in the forest deep where shadows play, the moon casts light in a silver array. Whispers of leaves in a gentle breeze dance with the night in serene, silent ease. And if we compare this, so GPT-4 has provided really a short poem, whereas GPT-4o has provided us the 4 paras. And if I tell you about the tone, so GPT-4o has an edge here, as it has provided a really crafted good poem than GPT-4. So now we'll compare these models on the basis of text analysis skills, or before that we'll compare them on complex mathematical and logical queries. So we'll ask them to solve a quadratic equation and we'll provide them the equation. Solve the equation. That would be 3x square minus 12x plus 9 equal to 0, and explain each step. So let's see which model does its job better. So you could see the writing speed also, like how this cursor is moving. I would definitely say that ChatGPT 4o has a good speed here, and it has generated the response, and GPT-4 has also generated the response. So I would say that GPT-4o has taken 6 steps to solve this and provided a detailed information how you can solve the quadratic equation, and whereas GPT-4 has shown us the 3 steps and he has integrated other steps in step 1 only, that is factorize the quadratic equation. So if you are a beginner, you could definitely switch to ChatGPT 4o to understand these quadratic equations or mathematical equations. So giving another point to ChatGPT 4o here. Now we'll move to another category, that is data analysis questions. So now we'll provide a data set to both of them. So this will be the data, samples, sales data. So here we will ask both the models to create a bar chart between sales and region. You would see that both the models are analyzing, and here we are. ChatGPT-4o has provided us the response, and the main thing that I wanna showcase here is that ChatGPT-4o has now interactive images or bar graphs or the visual representations here. If you click to static chart, they have an option here. So now this bar chart is not static, and you could just have the plain 2D design. And if we click on this again, you could see that you could find the actual figure what has been showcased in the bar graph. And similarly, here you could change the dataset color. That is, you can change the color of the bar graphs or the bars in the graph. And moreover, you have the download section here also and the expand section. If you expand it, you could see that here you can generate the response and chat with GPT-4 model and have the output here. So we will get back to the window, and here you can see that ChatGPT-4 has provided us the basic response as it was doing previously also. So here's the bar chart and no interactive design and no download option. Moreover, no other expanding options also. So let's move to the next category, and that would be our last category. So now we'll ask both the models about solving philosophical and ethical problems. So now we'll ask them, do animals have moral rights? So justify your answer. We'll copy paste the same prompt to GPT-4 model and ask both of them to generate the response. So you could see that both has generated the responses, and if we compare them, so ChatGPT-4 has provided the number one point, that is argument for moral rights of animals, and then the second point, that is argument against moral rights of animals. And if we move to GPT-4o section, he has also provided the main topics, but he has provided the subtopics and highlighted what are the main key points for both, that is moral rights and against moral rights. So I would definitely say that ChatGPT-4o has improved factual accuracy and response discipline. Like, he has a framework to provide the response, whereas ChatGPT-4 just provide the response in a basic manner. And one more category we'll see here, that is, we'll ask him to create an image of two robots fighting or facing each other, or in a face off. So let's copy the same prompt to GPT-4o model also. So here's the response. You can see that ChatGPT-4o has generated an image with two robots in a dramatic face-off in a futuristic arena, and whereas that GPT-4 has also generated two futuristic robots in a dramatic face-off. And I would definitely say that GPT-4 has done a good job here. His image is much better than GPT-4o. So if I tell you about the conclusion, so choosing between ChatGPT-4 and ChatGPT-4o depends largely on your specific needs. If your work requires detailed analysis and you often engage in complex discussions, then ChatGPT-4o might be the better choice with its deep understanding and retention capabilities. However, if you need quick turnaround times and are managing multiple tasks or collaboration, speed and efficiency will likely serve you better. So both tools have their merits and can significantly enhance your content creation process and other data analysis processes. So as these technologies evolve, staying informed about updates will help you continue making the best use of Gen AI in your work. So here's the OpenAI documentation, and you could see the new features introduced with the ChatGPT 4.0. So these are the improvements. One is the updated and interactive bar graphs or pie charts that you can create, and these are the features that you could see here. You could change the color, you could download it, and what we have is you could upload the latest file versions directly from Google Drive and Microsoft OneDrive. And we have the interaction with tables and charts in a new expandable view that I showed you here. That is here, you can expand it in the new window. And you can customize and download charts for presentations and documents. Moreover, you can create the presentation also, that we'll see in further. And here we have how data analysis works in ChatGPT. You could directly upload the files from Google Drive and Microsoft OneDrive. I will show you guys how we can do that and where this option is. And we can work on tables in real time. And there we have customized presentation ready charts. That is, you can create a presentation with all the charts based on a data provided by you. And moreover, a comprehensive security and privacy feature. So with that, guys, we'll move to ChatGPT. And here we have the ChatGPT 4.0 version. So this is the pin section or the insert section where you can have the options to connect to Google Drive, connect to Microsoft OneDrive, and you can upload it from the computer. This option was already there, that is upload from computer, and you can upload at least or at max the 10 files. That could be around Excel files or documents. So the max limit is 10. And if you have connected to Google Drive, I'll show you guys. I'm not connecting you, but you guys can connect it too, and you could upload it from there also. And there's another cool update, that is ability to quote directly in your chat. So while chatting with ChatGPT, I'll show you guys how we can do that. And you could find some new changes that is in the layout. So this is the profile section. It used to be at the left bottom, but now it's moved to the top right and making it more accessible than ever. So let's start with the data analysis part. And the first thing we need is data. So you can find it on Kaggle, or you could ask ChatGPT 4.0 to provide the data. I will show you guys. So this is the Kaggle website. You can sign in here and click on datasets. You can find all the datasets here. That would be around computer science, education, classification, computer vision. Or else you could move back to ChatGPT and you could ask the ChatGPT 4.0 model to generate a data and provide it in Excel format. So we'll ask him. We'll not ask him can you, we'll just ask him provide a data set that I can use for data analysis and provide in CSV format. So you could see that it has responded that I can provide a sample data set, and he has started generating the data set here. So you could see that he has provided only 10 rows, and he is saying that I will now generate this data set in CSV format. First he has provided the visual presentation on the screen, and now he is generating the CSV format. So if you want more data, like if you want 100 rows or 1000 rows, you could specify in the prompt and ChatGPT will generate that for you. So we already have the data. I will import that data. You could import it from here, or else you can import it from your Google Drive. So we have a sales data here. We will open it. So we have the sales data here. So the first step we need to do is data cleaning. So this is the crucial step to ensure that the accuracy of our analysis is at its best. So we can do that by handling missing values. That is, missing values can distort our analysis. And here ChatGPT 4 can suggest methods to impute these values, such as using the mean, median, or a sophisticated approach based on data patterns. And after handling the missing values, we will remove duplicates and outlier detection. So we'll ask ChatGPT, clean the data if needed. So we can just write a simple prompt that would be clean the data if needed. And this is also a new feature. You can see the visual presentation of the data here, that we have 100 rows here, and the columns provided, that is sales ID, date, product, category, quantity, and price per unit, and total sales. So this is also a new feature that, okay, we just headed back. We'll move back to our ChatGPT chat here. Okay, so here we are. So you could see that ChatGPT has cleaned the data, and he has provided that it has checked for missing values, checked for duplicates, and ensured consistent formatting. And he's saying, okay, so now we will ask him that execute these steps and provide the clean data. As ChatGPT has provided that these are the steps to clean the data, and let's see. So he has provided a new CSV file with the clean sales data. We will download it and ask him to use the same file only. Use this new cleaned sales data CSV file for further analysis. So you could see that he is providing what analysis we can do further. But once our data is clean, the next step is visualization. So visualizations help us understand the data better by providing a graphical representation. So the first thing we will do is we will create a prompt for generating the histograms, and we'll do that for the age distribution part. So we'll write a prompt that generate a histogram to visualize the distribution of customer ages. To visualize the distribution of customer ages. And what I was telling you guys is this code button. If you just select the text, and you would find this reply section, just click on that, and you could see that it has selected the text or what you want to get, or the prompts started with ChatGPT. So we'll make it cross, and you could see that it has provided the histogram here, and these are the new features here. And we could see that he is providing a notification that interactive charts of this type are not yet supported. That is, histogram don't have the color change option. I will show you the color change option in the bar chart section. So these features are also new. You can download the chart from here only, and this is the expand chart. If we click on that, you could see that you could expand the chart here and continue your chat with ChatGPT here. So this is the interactive section. So you could see that he has provided the histogram that is showing the distribution of customer ages, and the age range are from 18 to 70 years with the distribution visualized in 15 bins, that he has created 15 bins here. And now moving to another visualization that we'll do by sales by region. So before that, I will open the CSV file that is provided by the ChatGPT, so you guys can also see what data he has provided. So this is the clean sales data, and you could see that we have columns sales ID, date, product, category, quantity, price per item, total sales, region, and salesperson. So now moving back to ChatGPT. So now we will create a bar chart showing total sales by region. So we'll enter this prompt that create a bar chart showing total sales by region. So what we are doing here is we are creating bar charts or histogram charts, but we can do that for only 2 columns. If we want to create these data visualization charts, we need 2 columns to do so. So you could see that he has provided the response and created the bar chart here, and this is the interactive section. You could see that here's an option to switch to static chart. If we click on that, we can't, we are not getting any information if we scroll on that. And if I enable this option, you could see that I can visually see how many numbers this bar is indicating. And after that, we have the change color section. You can change the color of the data set provided. So we can change it to any color that is provided here, or you could just write the color code here. And similarly, we have other two options, that is download and another is the expand chart section. And if you need what code it has done to figure out this bar graph, so this is the code. You could use any ID to do so. If you don't want the presentations or the visualizations of the bar charts here, you could use your ID and use the Python language, and he will provide the code for you. Just take your data set and read it through pandas and generate the bar charts. So moving to next section, that is category wise sales section. So here we will generate a pie chart showing the proportion of sales for each product category. So for that, we'll write a prompt, generate a pie chart showing the proportion of sales for each product category. So you could see that it has started generating the pie chart, and this is also an interactive section. If you click on that, you would be seeing a static pie chart, and if you want to change the color, you can change for any section, that could be clothing, electronics, furniture or kitchen. And similarly, we have the download section and the expand chart section. So this is how this new ChatGPT 4 model is better than ChatGPT 4, that you could use a more interactive pie charts. You could change the colors for that, and you can just hover over these bar charts and found all the information according to them. So after this data visualization, now we'll move to statistical analysis. So this will help us uncover patterns and relationships in the data. So the first thing we'll do is correlation analysis. And for that, we'll write the prompt, analyze the correlation between age and purchase amount. So this correlation analysis helps us understand the relationship between two variables. So this can indicate if older customers tend to spend more or less. So we'll find out that by analyzing the data, and we'll provide a prompt to ChatGPT that analyze the correlation between age and purchase amount. So let's see what it provides. So here's the response by ChatGPT. You could see a scatter plot that shows the relationship between customer age and total sales. That is with a calculated correlation coefficient of approximately 0.16. So this indicates a weak positive correlation between age and purchase amount, suggesting that as customer age increases, there's a slight tendency for total sales to increase as well. So you could just see the scatter plot here, that if the age increases, so it is not correlated to sales, as you could see an empty graph here. So till 40 to 50 years of age or the 70 years of age, you could find what amount they have spent here, that is the total sales accumulated by these ages. So now moving to sales trend. So here we will perform a time series analysis of purchase amount over the given dates. So what does this do is, time series analysis allows us to examine how sales amount changes over time, helping us identify trends and seasonal patterns. So for that, we'll write a prompt, perform a time series analysis of purchase amount over given dates. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response, And here is the time series plot showing total sales over the given dates, and each point on the plot represents the total sales for a particular day. So through this you can find out, and the businesses find out, which is the seasonal part of the year and where to stock up their stocks for these kind of dates. And after that you could also do customer segmentation. So what does this do is, so we can use clustering here to segment customers based on age, income and purchase amount. So clustering groups customers into segments based on similarities. This is useful for targeted marketing and personalized services. And after that we have the advanced usage for data analysis. Here we can draw a predictive modeling table and do the market basket analysis and perform a customer lifetime value analysis. So we will see one of those, and what we'll do is we'll perform a market basket analysis and perform an association rule mining to find frequently bought together products. So the theory behind this is the association rule mining helps identify patterns of products that are often purchased together, aiding in inventory management and cross-selling strategies. So for that we'll write a prompt that, so perform an association rule mining to find frequently bought together products. So for that we'll write a prompt here, perform an association rule mining to find frequently bought products together. So let's see for this prompt what does ChatGPT 4 respond to us. So you could see that he is providing a code here, but we don't need a code here. We need the analysis. Don't provide code. Do the market basket analysis and provide visualizations. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided the response that given the limitations in this environment, so he is not able to do the market basket analysis here. So but he can help us how we can perform this in an IDE. So he's providing, you can install the required libraries, then prepare the data, and here he is providing the example code. So you could see there are some limitations to ChatGPT 4 also, that he can't do advanced data analysis. So you could use the code in your IDE and do the market basket analysis there. So there are some limitations to ChatGPT 4 also. And now we'll ask ChatGPT, can you create a presentation based on the data set, and we'll provide a data set to it also. So we'll provide sample sales data, and we'll ask him, can you create a presentation or PowerPoint presentation based on this data set and only provide data visualization graphs. So you can see that ChatGPT 4 has started analyzing the data, and he is stating that, and he will start by creating a data visualization from the provided data set and compile them into a PowerPoint presentation. So you could see that ChatGPT 4 has provided us the response, and these are all the presentations or the bar graphs that he has created. And now we have downloaded the presentation here. We will open that, and here's the presentation that is created by ChatGPT 4. Welcome to our course on prompt engineering, a field that transforms how we interact with artificial intelligence. Consider the story of a company named artificialintelligence.com, a digital marketing firm that implemented an AI model in their firm to generate advertising content. Initially, their AI-generated ads miss the mark, often off-tone or irrelevant, leading to poor customer engagement and wasted resources. By applying prompt engineering techniques, that company restructured how they fed information to the AI, especially prompts, specifying tone, style, and target audience more clearly. This adjustment led to a 70% increase in campaign effectiveness and a significant rise in client satisfaction. So now we will start by explaining what prompt engineering is and why it's indispensable in leveraging AI effectively. You will learn about AI, machine learning and their applications. We will focus particularly on GPT-4, which aids in tasks ranging from content creation and SEO to coding and presentations. This course will equip you with the skills to use GPT-4, including understanding the features like memory and how to develop your own AI tools or plugins. So join us to discover how crafting the right prompts can unlock the full potential of AI, making it a powerful ally in any digital endeavor. So guys, let's get started and let's understand what is prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is like directing AI models such as the advanced GPT-4 to ensure they perform their best based on how you ask your questions. And now we'll see why it's crucial. So imagine you are seeking restaurant recommendations. If you ask, where should I eat tonight? You might get random suggestion. But if you specify, I need a cozy Italian place for a date night, within walking distance, you will receive much more relevant advice. That's prompt engineering, shaping your questions to fetch the most useful answers. So this was about why it's useful. Now we'll see the crafting effective prompts. So crafting effective prompts. So the number one reason is be specific, because detail is key. Asking an AI what are some easy vegetarian dinners, that is better than just asking for dinner ideas. The next is provide context. Adding context helps AI tailor its responses, like telling a friend a story with enough background so they understand. The next is focus attention. Highlight crucial details to keep the AI focused on what matters most for your question. And then comes iterate as needed. Refine your prompts based on the responses, similar to adjusting a recipe to get it just right. So this was about crafting effective prompts. So these are the basic ones. Moving forward in this course, we'll see the most prominent things that we can add in the prompt. That will come in the next 4 to 5 minutes. So let's move to the next one and we'll see a practical example for a prompt. So the example is, suppose you are using AI to plan a birthday party. A vague prompt might be that how do I plan a party? And this could lead to a generic checklist. However, a well-crafted prompt can be like, what are some creative themes for a 10-year-old's outdoor birthday party in summer? And what games would you recommend? So this prompt will likely result in more specific and actionable ideas. So this is how you can generate a prompt. So prompt engineering is essentially about making AI work smarter for you, transforming complex tasks into simple, enjoyable activities. It's a skill that enhances your interactions with technology, making every AI encounter more effective and engaging. So having explored what prompt engineering is and how to craft effective prompts, let's now dive into the various ways this skill can be applied. So prompt engineering is not just a technical skill for AI specialists. It has practical uses in nearly every industry imaginable. From enhancing customer interactions to streamlining software development, the applications are vast and varied. So let's see some of the key use cases. So the number one use case is content creation. So in digital marketing and blogging, prompt engineering helps generate targeted content such as articles, social media posts, and marketing copy that resonates with specific audiences. The next is customer support. AI can be used to automate responses in customer service. Well-crafted prompts ensure that the responses are accurate, helpful, and contextually appropriate. Then comes software development. Developers use prompt engineering to generate code snippets, debug programs, or even use AI to conceptualize new software solutions. Then comes education and training. AI can tailor educational content to students' learning levels or answer specific academic queries, making learning more personalized and efficient. And then comes market research and data analysis. By directing AI to analyze large data set with specific prompts, businesses can extract meaningful insights about market trends, customer preferences, and operational efficiencies. And then comes healthcare. In medical settings, AI can assist with diagnosing from symptoms described in prompts or help in researching treatment options by processing medical literature. And then comes legal and compliance. That is the most used case for the AI. AI can help pass through vast amounts of legal documents to find relevant precedents or compliance issues based on prompts tailored to specific legal questions or topics. These use cases illustrate the versatility of prompt engineering, highlighting its potential to enhance productivity and creativity across a wide range of industries. So these were the use cases. Now we'll see the flow of AI technologies from where this LLM models or the large language models or GPT-4, that's an example, come into action. So let's start with the flow. So AI is the overarching category that defines the goal of creating machines capable of performing tasks that would require intelligence if done by humans. And then comes ML. So ML is a method within AI focused on giving machines the ability to learn from data. Then comes deep learning. So deep learning is a technique within ML that uses layered neural networks to analyze various factors of the data. And then comes LLMs, that are large language models, that are specialized application of deep learning focused on understanding and generalizing and generating human language. This hierarchy moves from broad general techniques and applications down to more specialized and sophisticated systems, showing how foundational concepts in AI lead to more advanced implementations. So this was all about a conceptual or the context of the prompt engineering. Now moving to the applications of prompt engineering, and we'll be using GPT-4 for this purpose, and we'll be writing prompts in the GPT-4 and asking the GPT-4 model to provide us the relevant answers. So let's move to GPT-4. So as you search on any of your browser, that would be OpenAI, openai.com, you would be directed to this website, and here are their products. That is ChatGPT, that is for everyone, for teams, for enterprising, and there has been a pricing listed here. So you could come here and click on ChatGPT login, and after proceeding with your credentials, you can log in into ChatGPT and start writing your prompts. So coming back to the OpenAI website, so you could see here that's a research and the latest advancements. That is GPT-4o, DALL-E 3, Sora. So GPT-4o, that's a model that has been developed by OpenAI that can use the camera or the vision technology and can tell you that what object it is. And if you show him a code snippet, that will tell you what that code snippet has been written for. And if you use that to just scan writing on any of your pages or any of your copy, it will just scan it and translate to you in what language it has been written, and you can translate it to any other language. And then comes DALL-E 3, that is used to create images, and then we have Sora that is used to create videos. So now moving to the next, that is products. And you could see that the ChatGPT, these are the versions that are for everyone, for teams, for enterprises, and then we have the pricing for that. And here we have the ChatGPT API or OpenAI API. So you could click on that and see. So before going to the API, we'll move to documentation and let's have an overview of all the things. So here's an introduction about the key concepts, that is text generation models, that is GPT-4 and GPT 3.5. Then there are assistants, that GPT-4 can be act as a assistant to anyone. And then we have the embeddings, that is it's a vector representation of a piece of data that is meant to preserve aspects of its content or its meaning. And then comes the tokens. So there are tokens. So you could see here that text generation and embedding models process text in chunks that are called tokens. And as a rough rule of thumb, one token is approximately 4 characters or 0.75 words for English text. So these are tokens. And now moving to models. So we have GPT-4o, GPT-4 Turbo, 3.5 Turbo, and here are all the models that are listed by OpenAI. So here we'll be talking about GPT-4. So GPT-4, that's a large language multimodal model, and it has multi-link, or we have seen a use case that is to create a customer service representation. So for that you could use this OpenAI API. So for that you have to install the OpenAI module with the command pip install OpenAI, and after that you could use the npm, and here are the API keys from where you can generate it, and they have provided you all the steps how you can use it for streaming purpose, for the audio, to create speech. This is how you could use the API to create your own models. So this is the interface of ChatGPT or GPT-4. So this is the overview of ChatGPT, and here we write the prompts, that is the message box, and this is the login person that has logged. And if you click here, you could see my plan, and we have purchased the plus plan, that is for $20 per month. And there are other features also, we will come to that. So let's see one of those, that is customize ChatGPT. So here you could write custom instructions that what response you want from ChatGPT. So you could mention here that I want the tone to be specific, mild, not to be too loud, and you can ask him don't use advanced English. I want the answer to be prompt and in a simple English manner. So you could write the instructions for the responses you want to have. And this is the window. If you click on that, you could see explore GPT section, and here is the history section, that what you have written and what prompts and what responses you have created till date. So if you click on this, you could get a new window for ChatGPT 4, and these are the models that are listed here, that is ChatGPT 4.0, ChatGPT 4, GPT 3.5, and this is the temporary chat section. We'll discuss about all this, but currently we'll start with the types of prompts or generating the prompts and what things to consider while generating the prompts. So moving back, so let's see how you can create a prompt. So you have to have 6 things in prompt to make it more precise. Number 1 is context. So this sets the scene or provides background information necessary for understanding the prompt. For example, if you're writing a prompt that in a world where artificial intelligence has replaced most jobs, describe a day in the life of a human worker. So you have asked him and provided the context here. And then we have task. So the specific action or question that the responder needs to address. So if you are writing a prompt, number 1 is context that needs to be included, then comes the task. So what task you want the GPT to act and provide the response. So for example, write an essay on the effects of global warming on agriculture. So you have provided the task here, that is write an essay. So now the next thing is persona. So persona specifies the identity or role the responder should assume while answering. For example, as a medical professional, advise a patient on managing type 2 diabetes without medication. So this is the persona. Then comes format. So define how the response should be structured or presented. For example, list 5 tips for improving personal productivity in bullet points. So the format, you have asked him to address the personal productivity in bullet points. So that's the format you have asked him. And then comes exemplar. So if you want to give the example to GPT that we have a sample here, use that and provide us a response according to that. So for example, sometimes a sample answer or part of an answer is given to illustrate the expected style or content. So we'll have a prompt example here. Like in the example with the protagonist overcomes fear. Write a story about overcoming a personal challenge. So this is the example that we can give to an LLM model. And then comes the tone, in which tone you need the answer. So indicate the mood or attitude the response should convey. For example, write a humorous blog post about the trials of parenting toddlers. So you have mentioned what humorous blog, you want the tone as a humorous blog. So with the right technique, you can craft prompts that are not only precise but also versatile, suitable for any learning management system. So this approach ensures that the prompts will engage students, encourage critical thinking, and drive meaningful discussions, no matter what the platform is. As we are using the GPT-4 here, so you could use Claude or Anthropic. Like there are many platforms, you can use any of them with these type of crafting the prompts techniques. So embrace these strategies and you will be equipped to create prompts that resonate across various educational environments, enhancing the learning experience for all. Each component plays a crucial role in guiding the response to ensure it meets the desired objective and quality. So let's see some of the examples, and we will use all the context or all the types that can be used to create a prompt. So our first example is, as a nutritionist speaking at a high school career day, create a presentation outlining the importance of healthy eating habits for teenagers, and use a friendly and engaging tone and include real life success stories to illustrate your points. So the context here is high school career day. You have given a context, and the task you want is create a presentation on healthy eating habits. And then comes the persona, that is nutritionist. You have asked him that you act as a nutritionist here, and then the format, you want all the response in a presentation, that is presentation with real life stories. And then comes the exemplar, so you want real life success stories here, and you have set the tone here, that is friendly and engaging. So if you write this prompt in GPT-4, so let's ask this prompt from the GPT-4 and let's see what he answers. So we are mentioning, as a nutritionist, I don't remember the spelling, but we will write. So speaking at a high school career day, create a presentation outlining the importance what we were writing, importance of healthy eating habits for teenagers. And what we want here is use a friendly tone and include real life success stories to illustrate your points. So let's see how does the ChatGPT respond. As we have mentioned, all the types of prompt or all the components of prompt that can be used to create a prompt, that is context, task, persona, format, exemplar, and tone. So you could see that he has started providing the response with the slides, that is slide 1 introduction, slide 2 why nutrition matters, slide 3 the teenage plate, and slide 4 the success story. So this is how you could write a prompt and you could get a fully structured response as you want. If you want to moderate this response or alter this response as you are not satisfied with it, you can go on and write some more prompts to get it more precise. So we'll see another example for that. Imagine you are a sci-fi author writing a short story set in a future where water is scarce. So craft a narrative that explores the daily challenges faced by a family using a dramatic and suspenseful tone. So what we'll see here is context that we have mentioned, that is future world with water scarcity. And the task we have asked him for the GPT model is write a short story. The persona that we have given to the LLM model, that is GPT, is that you are a sci-fi author. And the format we want is narrative. And the example we have given is the daily challenges of a family. And the tone is dramatic and suspenseful. So we have mentioned all the things for a prompt that could be created a better response. So similarly, we'll see another example. So this example is, as a financial advisor, prepare a guide for young adults on managing finances after college. So use a conversational tone, including actionable steps, and start with the story of a recent graduate to illustrate common financial pitfalls. So we have mentioned the context here, that is financial management post-college. The task is to prepare a financial guide. The persona is financial advisor, and the format we need is guide with actionable steps. And the example we have given is story of a recent graduate. The tone is conversational, and this was all about this prompt. Similarly, we'll see another example, that is, as a war correspondent, draft a report on the effects of the conflict on civilian life, focusing on a particular city. use a serious tone and provide interviews as exemplars to underscore the human aspect of the story. So the context here is effects of war on a particular city's civilian life, and the task is draft a report, and the persona is war correspondent. The format is report with interviews, and the example we have mentioned here is interviews with civilians, and the tone we have set here is serious and impactful. So we have seen some of the examples for the prompt creation. Now we'll see the examples for writing prompts for a particular field. So we'll start with number one field, that is content creation. So we have mentioned some of the use cases for prompt engineering. So starting with number one, that is content creation, and here we'll write a prompt, and that could be that as a marketing manager, draft a blog post aimed at new entrepreneurs on the importance of branding. So use an authoritative yet approachable tone, including examples of successful brands to illustrate key points. So let's write this. So as a marketing manager, draft a blog post aimed at new entrepreneurs on the importance of branding. Use an authoritative yet approachable tone, including examples of successful brands to illustrate key points. So this prompt we have written for the content creation. So similarly, you can ask him to write a story or draft a blog post or write any content that you have asked him. A persona here, that is marketing manager. So let's simplify this prompt. We have marked the context here, that is blogging for new entrepreneurs, and the task we have asked him is draft a blog post on branding, and the persona that we are asking the GPT to act as a marketing manager, and the format is blog post with examples. An example that we have given him is case studies of successful brands, and the tone we want is authoritative and approachable. So similarly, you can write prompts for content creation, that I want to create a blog post, or I want to create a YouTube video, or I want to create an article. So provide me a storyline. How can I approach a particular topic? That could be what is LLM, and as we can write it here, that act as AI specialist and help me write an article on topic what is LLM, and keep the tone in engaging manner. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, that is he is creating an article on what is a large language model, and he has decided the title here and providing all the content for your article. So what we have provided here is context, that is we want an article on what is LLM, and the persona that act as a AI specialist, and the format we want an article, and we have set the tone here, that is in an engaging manner. So similarly, you can draft other prompts and you could help them with your content creation journey. So moving to next example, that is for SEO purpose. So there's another use case, that is SEO, and for that we can write prompts that imagine you are an SEO expert running a workshop. So create a presentation that explains the basics of SEO, including practical tips on keyword research and link building, and use a professional yet engaging tone to keep your audience interested. So similarly, you could have a prompt in your large language model and ask him with all the components of prompt, and we can wait for the answer and let's see what it responds. So imagine you are an SEO expert. Here we are asking the GPT to act as a SEO persona or SEO expert. And we are asking him that you are running a workshop also. So we are setting a context and asking him to create a presentation that explains the basics of SEO, including practical tips on keyword research and link building. And now we'll set a tone here, that is use a professional yet engaging and now we'll set the tone here, that is use a professional yet engaging tone to keep your audience interested. So we have crafted a prompt here that is for the SEO purpose, and similarly you can create your own. But so let's simplify this prompt and see what context, task or persona we have mentioned here. So the context here is SEO workshop, and the task we have assigned to LLM is create a presentation of SEO basics. And the persona that we have asked the GPT is to act as a SEO expert. And the format we want the responses in slide presentation with tips. And the example we have given him is screenshots of SEO tools, and the tone we have asked him is professional and engaging. So you could see the response that has been generated by the GPT-4 that he has provided us, that in slide 1 you could have an introduction slide with a title and the opening remarks, and then in slide 2 you could have the title, that is what is SEO. You could mention the definition here and what would be the goal for this presentation. And similarly we have the slide 3, that is for how do search engines work, and then we have slide 4, slide 5, and similarly all the slides, and you could just mention how many slides you want, and you can also mention how many slides you want as a response. So this was about the SEO thing. Now moving to the next use case, that is for developers. So for developers, we can draft a prompt that as a software engineer, write a tutorial for beginners on writing their first web application using React. Include step-by-step instructions and code snippets. Make your tutorial detailed yet easy to follow. So this is one of the prompts. Similarly, you could ask him to debug any code. You can provide a code snippet to GPT and he will debug the code and provide all the necessary changes that can be made to the code snippet. So for this, we will write an example that, so we will write the prompt here that as a software engineer, and we are asking him to write a tutorial for beginners on building their first web application using React. Using React, and include step-by-step instructions and code snippets. So we'll write here that include step-by-step instructions and code snippets, and make your tutorial detailed yet easy to follow. So you could see that GPT-4 has started generating the response, and similarly you could ask him to generate some code for a particular application, or you could also create a website by just asking him the HTML file, the CSS file and the JavaScript file, and what options or the applications you want a website should have. So first see the response that ChatGPT has created. So you could see that he is writing a tutorial for beginners on building their first web application. So first we will see the simplification of this prompt. That is, we have set the context here, that is tutorial for building web applications, and we have assigned a task to the GPT, that is write a tutorial on React. And the persona we have given him is as a software engineer, and the format we want the responses in tutorial with code snippets. And the example we have given is example project, and the tone is informative and clear. So you could see here that he is providing the code snippets for setting up your project, then navigating into your project directory and starting the development server, and then creating a list component. As you go along, you could see that he has created the whole tutorial. And if you want the tutorial to be specific, that in the first tutorial you want just setting up your project, you could ask him and he will create that for you. And in the second one, you want it to navigate into your project directory, or you want to create your first web app, that GPT will help you create that. And similarly, if I ask him that as a software developer or act as a software developer, we are giving a persona to him. Help me create a travel website and make it engaging and easy to handle and user friendly. So you could see that GPT-4 has started creating the response, and you could see that he's providing us the steps, that is to define the scope and features of the website. And if you want the code snippets, you can ask him that I want the HTML file for the current website. So he will provide you a HTML file. If you want any modifications or want to alter that, you could provide him the prompts that I want a specific navigation bar or the search functionality or the visuals. So similarly, the GPT-4 will act upon the prompts and provide you the code snippets that would be helpful in creating your website. So now moving to the next use case, that is data analysis. So for data analysis, so you could see a pin bar here. Here you could upload the documents from computer, that could be your text files, XLSX files, or you could connect it to the Google Drive or the Microsoft OneDrive and have your documents here. So we will paste a XLX file that would be for the data analysis purpose. So here is the Excel data. Here we are uploading it and providing it to ChatGPT, and I will open for you guys so you could also see. So I have this data for a particular company. So you could see that they have the order IDs and the quarterly order date, the shipping date, and the shipment mode. So we will use this data and ask the ChatGPT to simplify this data or analyze the data and provide us some, that could be for pivot tables or creating bar graphs or bar charts, or provide us the KPIs for the particular data. So starting with, we will provide a simple prompt to ChatGPT, that is, you are a data analyst conducting a workshop. Prepare a guide that teaches how to create effective dashboards in Excel and include practical examples and visual aids to enhance understanding and use a direct and instructional tone. So starting here, we will ask him that you are a data analyst, and we'll start with that file only. We will upload that file, that is Excel data, and we have the file opened here. So we will ask him to create a pivot table. So we'll write a prompt that you are a data analyst and I have provided you a sample data. Create a pivot table. So let's move to the table and see that we can create a pivot table with sales and order date. So we'll ask him that create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by order date. So let's wait for the response, and you could see here that he has started analyzing it. And I have something more for you. If you go to Export GPT section, you could see here that these are the GPTs provided by OpenAI and other creators. These are the training ones, that is image generator, Scholar GPT, and these are provided by ChatGPT, that is DALL-E, data analyst, creative writing, hot modes, coloring, book hero. So you can use this. I will show you guys, but before that we will move back and see what our prompt has generated the response. So you could see that ChatGPT is asking that it appears that the Excel file contains several columns related to sales data, including some duplicate or similar columns with variations in names. So to simplify the analysis, I will focus on the main columns like order date and customer name. So we will ask him to proceed with that only. Yes, proceed with that. And if you click here, this is the analysis. This is the code that you could use to do the analysis. So you could see that it has started generating the response and he is generating the chart here. So here is the chart and he has provided the description that this line chart showcases the sales performance over time based on the provided order dates. And you can see how sales fluctuate on different dates, which help in identifying trends, seasons, impacts, or specific dates with high sales volumes. So if you need further analysis or adjustment to the chart, feel free to let me know. And if you click here, you could see all the analysis and all the code snippets that are used by the ChatGPT to do and create a bar graph here. So you could use this code and you could use any IDE, that could be Visual Studio Code or any IDE that you have hands on, and you could do the similar analysis there. So this was about the data analysis use case. Now moving to the next one, that is for educational purpose. So if you want to learn something or you want a roadmap to learn any programming language, you could use these ChatGPT or the LLM models for a particular roadmap. So for that, you could write a prompt that as an experienced educator, write a roadmap for learning Python programming and provide a roadmap that should cater to beginners and include resources, practical exercises, and milestones, and use an encouraging tone to motivate learners. So let's see what this LLM or GPT-4 provides a response to this prompt. So we'll ask him that as an experienced educator, write a roadmap for learning Python programming, and the roadmap should cater to beginners and include resources, practical exercises, and milestones. Use an encouraging tone to motivate learners. So let's provide this prompt and see what our GPT will respond to that. So let's simplify this prompt. So we have set the context here, that is we are learning a Python programming and we have assigned a task to the LLM model, that is write a learning roadmap, and the persona we have asked him to be as an educator, and the format we want is a roadmap with resources, and the example we have provided him is step-by-step progression, and we've set the tone as encouraging and supportive. So let's see what response the ChatGPT has provided to us. So you could see that he has provided a step 1, that is understanding the basics, and the goal here is get familiar with Python syntax and basic programming concepts. And the resources here provided is documentation for Python, that is python.org, Code Academy's Python course, and then we have exercises, milestone. And now moving to the step 2, that is diving deeper, and the duration is 3 to 4 weeks, and the goal is to explore more complex programming concepts like data structures and loops. And we have the exercises here, and he has mentioned the resources and the milestones. Similarly, you could see that he has provided the full roadmap with step 3, that is with applying projects in Python, and then we have step 4, exploring advanced topics, and then we have joining the Python community, and then the conclusions. So similarly, you could have a roadmap with him and ask him that you act as an educator and a guide to me, and I will start with this roadmap and provide the roadmap to a day-wise columns. And you start with the day 1 and ask him to judge me or examine me with the knowledge or the basics that I have conquered through the day one. So he will act as an educator here, and he will examine all the information or all the skills you have gained and ask you questions and analyze them and help you get through the roadmap easily. So this is all about the educator use case. Now moving to the next use case, that is legal and compliance. So for the legal and compliance use case, we could have an example as a prompt, that is, as a legal advisor specializing in data privacy, create a compliance checklist for small businesses managing online customer data. Use a formal yet accessible tone and include examples of common compliance pitfalls and how to avoid them. So you could ask the ChatGPT as a legal guider or as a legal advisor that will guide you for the particular acts or the compliances that are aligned with judicial custodies of your country. So we have a prompt here, and we'll ask the ChatGPT that as a legal advisor specializing in data privacy, so create a compliance checklist here for small businesses managing online customer data and use a formal tone and include examples of common compliance pitfalls and how to avoid them. So we'll simplify the prompt here. That is, we have provided the context, that is compliance with data privacy laws for small businesses, and we have assigned a task, that is create a compliance checklist, and the persona is we have asking the GPT to act as a legal advisor, and the format we want the responses in checklist with examples, and the example we have provided is case scenario of non-compliance, and the tone we want is formal and accessible. So similarly, you could have other legal advices with ChatGPT, and what you need to do is, if you want to read any act or you want to analyze any act, you could provide the documents to ChatGPT, and he will analyze that and provide what rules or regulations you need to follow or with what compliances you should move forward with that act. So you could see here that he's drafting a document with all the compliance efforts for small businesses. So with that, we have done with the legal and compliance use case. Now moving to the next use case, that is healthcare. So in healthcare, we can have an example prompt that you are a medical researcher presenting at a conference on the advances in telemedicine. So prepare a detailed paper discussing the impact of telemedicine on patient care during the pandemic, using clinical studies as references, and maintain a scholarly yet engaging tone to captivate your professional audience. Or in the healthcare section, you could also have a diet plan or a chart plan, and you could ask him recipes for a particular diet, and you could also mention if you have any allergies. So we will act with a prompt here. So let's write here that you are a dietitian, so provide me a recipe that is healthy and include carbs, protein content, and a small amount of fat. And remember that I am allergic to peanuts. So you have set the context here and the persona that you are a dietitian, and you are asking a prompt that you want a recipe that is healthy and include carbs. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and he is suggesting a quinoa chicken salad. So you can also mention that you are a vegetarian or non-vegetarian, and similarly ChatGPT will act upon that. and he has provided all the instructions and all the ingredients for the recipe. So similarly, you could use the prompts for the healthcare use case. Now coming to the next use case, that is customer support. So we could have an example for that. That is, as a customer service trainer, we will design a training module for new agents that focuses on handling difficult customer interactions and include role play scenarios, key phrases to use, and tips for maintaining professionalism. So use an instructive and supportive tone to encourage learning and confidence among trainees. So let's draft this prompt and let's see what does ChatGPT respond to that. So we'll ask him that as a customer service trainer, design a training module for new agents that focuses on handling difficult customer interactions include role play scenarios, key phrases to use, and tips for maintaining professionalism. So use an instructive and supportive tone to encourage learning and confidence among trainees. So we are setting the tone here, that is, use an instructive and supportive, and setting the tone to encourage learning and confidence among trainees. So let's proceed with the prompt, and now we can see that we have set the context, that is training for customer service agents, and the task we have assigned is design a training module, and the persona we have set here is customer service trainer, and the format we want the response is a training module with role plays, and the example we have set here is scripts and responses for role plays, and the tone we want the response is an instructive and supportive. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response and given a model overview that you could have understanding difficult interactions, then communication skills and key phrases, role play scenarios, maintaining professionalism, and module review and assessment. So he has drafted a whole new training module for the new agents that can handle difficult customer interactions with this module. So this was all for the customer support use case. Now moving to the use case where you could create PowerPoint presentations using the VBA code that is provided by ChatGPT. So let's ask him to write a VBA code. So we'll write a prompt that act as a presentation specialist and write a VBA code to create a presentation on topic what is LLM and provide the steps where we can use the VBA code to create one. And you could also set the tone here, but let's see what ChatGPT respond to that. And we will open a presentation here. So we'll open a blank presentation, and for using the VBA code to create a presentation, what you need here is developer options in your PowerPoint. As I've already enabled them, you could enable them by just right clicking on the ribbon and clicking on customize the ribbon, and you could see here the developer options. As I've already enabled it, I will checkbox the tick and apply it. So after applying it, move to the developer option, click on Visual Basic, and after that click on Insert User Form and click on Module section here. Now coming back to our GPT, and he has created the VBA code we will just copy it and paste in the module section. Getting back to the module section, we will paste it here and click on this play button, that is run sub or user form. So you could see that there's a runtime error, that is an error occurred while PowerPoint was saving the file. Let's debug it and we'll run it again. As we're getting the error again here, so we'll try to copy the error and provide it to ChatGPT. So let's ask him that we're getting an error on this. I have encountered an error and the error is and we'll ask him that the error is while saving the file. So let's see how does he provide the response to this query. So he's writing the modified VBA code. We'll copy that and move back to module and paste it here, and let's see if it works or not. Currently we are having the same error. Now moving back, let's see what it provides here. So you could see that we are not saving the presentation now, and he has generated the PPT for us, and this is the basic PPT. You can customize it. You can ask the ChatGPT to create dialog boxes or insert shapes, or you could just choose a design from here and make your PPT or the presentation a good looking one. So now moving back to GPT model. So this is all about the use cases. We have hands on the prompts now. Now we'll see the key features of ChatGPT and some are newly introduced. We will have a hands on the memory feature that has been latest introduction by the OpenAI. So if we click on the settings and move to personalization section, we have a memory feature here. That is, you could store the memory that we entered as a prompt in ChatGPT. So the ChatGPT memory section works by capturing and summarizing key information you provide using your interactions. So unlike one-time commands that need to be repeated in every session, this memory is designed to retain useful details and automatically incorporate them into future interactions. So this means ChatGPT can adapt over time, improving its response based on the history and context it has accumulated, almost like it's getting to know you better with each chat. And if you want to delete some chats, you could move into the manage section, and these are the memories that has been created with ChatGPT. If you want to delete one, you could delete it from here, or you could just write a prompt, that I want to delete a memory, and you can mention some keywords there. So this was about the ChatGPT memory section. And if we go to settings, we have data controls, that if you want to export data, you could export the whole chat and send it to someone else. And similarly, you have the security feature. If you want to have multi-factor authentication enabled on your GPT, you could do that. And you can have some connected apps that could be Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive. And we have a builder profile section also. That is, if you want to build your profile here, you could place your LinkedIn mail ID and the GitHub section, and you could also link your X account. And then we have speech module here. That is, if you want to listen something by ChatGPT, you could have a voice assistant here and listen to a particular voice. So this is all about the features of ChatGPT. Now moving to the ChatGPT or Explore GPT section. Here I have shown you that these are the GPTs created by creators and some are created by ChatGPT own. And here you have an option to create your own ChatGPT or the GPT model. So to create that, you just have to write prompts here that I want to create or data analysis GPT, and you could write more prompts here, and you will having a preview here how your GPT looks. And here's a configure section where you could name your GPT, provide a description to it and the instructions, and you could have the capabilities of web browsing or the DALL-E image generation, and you can add an icon for your GPT here. So you could see the preview here that he has provided a sample prompts with the data analysis, insights and visualization support. So this is how you can create a GPT on your own. Then we have a feature that is temporary chat. As we have discussed about the ChatGPT memory, so it stores memory as you ask him or write a prompt that remember, I want all my responses to be tone specific and they should be emphasizing. So he will support this and store this memory into ChatGPT memory section and use that as a response for the next upcoming responses. And if you don't want ChatGPT to store this as a memory, you could use a temporary chat section here. So you just have to click on ChatGPT 4 drop down, and here we have temporary chat. You just enable it, and here you can have a chat with the LLM model or GPT-4 model here, and he won't be storing any feature or any memory regarding this chat.
We've looked at a lot of examples of machine learning, so let's see if we can give a little bit more of a concrete definition. What is machine learning? Machine learning is the science of making computers learn and act like humans by feeding data and information without being explicitly programmed. And we see here we have a nice little diagram where we have our ordinary system. Your computer, nowadays you can even run a lot of this stuff on a cell phone because cell phones have advanced so much. And then with artificial intelligence and machine learning, it now takes the data and it learns from what happened before. And then it predicts what's going to come next. And then really the biggest part right now in machine learning that's going on is it improves on that. How do we find a new solution? So we go from descriptive, where it's learning about stuff and understanding how it fits together, to predicting what it's going to do, to post-scripting, coming up with a new solution. And when we're working on machine learning, there's a number of different diagrams that people have posted for what steps to go through. A lot of it might be very domain specific. So if you're working on photo identification versus language versus medical or physics, some of these are switched around a little bit or new things are put in. They're very specific to the domain. This is kind of a very general diagram. First, you want to define your objective. Very important to know what it is you're wanting to predict. Then you're going to be collecting the data. So once you've defined an objective, you need to collect the data that matches. You spend a lot of time in data science collecting data, and the next step, preparing the data. You got to make sure that your data is clean going in. There's the old saying, bad data in, bad answer out, or bad data out. And then once you've gone through and we've cleaned all this stuff coming in, then you're going to select the algorithm. Which algorithm are you going to use? You're going to train that algorithm. In this case, I think we're going to be working with SVM, the support vector machine. Then you have to test the model. Does this model work? Is this a valid model for what we're doing? And then once you've tested it, you want to run your prediction. You want to run your prediction or your choice or whatever output it's going to come up with. And then once everything is set and you've done lots of testing, then you want to go ahead and deploy the model. And remember I said domain specific. This is very general as far as the scope of doing something. A lot of models, you get halfway through and you realize that your data is missing something and you have to go collect new data because you've run a test in here someplace along the line. You're saying, hey, I'm not really getting the answers I need. So there's a lot of things that are domain specific that become part of this model. This is a very general model, but it's a very good model to start with. And we do have some basic divisions of what machine learning does that's important to know. For instance, do you want to predict a category? Well, if you're categorizing things, that's classification. For instance, whether the stock price will increase or decrease. So in other words, I'm looking for a yes-no answer. Is it going up or is it going down? And in that case, we'd actually say, is it going up? True. If it's not going up, it's false, meaning it's going down. This way, it's a yes-no, 0, 1. Do you want to predict a quantity? That's regression. So remember, we just did classification. Now we're looking at regression. These are the two major divisions in what data is doing. For instance, predicting the age of a person based on the height, weight, health, and other factors. So based on these different factors, you might guess how old a person is. And then there are a lot of domain-specific things, like do you want to detect an anomaly? That's anomaly detection. This is actually very popular right now For instance, you want to detect money withdrawal anomalies. You want to know when someone's making a withdrawal that might not be their own account. We've actually brought this up because this is really big right now. If you're predicting the stock, whether to buy stock or not, you want to be able to know if what's going on in the stock market is an anomaly. Use a different prediction model because something else is going on. You got to pull out new information in there. Or is this just the norm? I'm going to get my normal return on my money invested. So being able to detect anomalies is very big in data science these days. Another question that comes up, which is on what we call untrained data, is do you want to discover structure in unexplored data? And that's called clustering. For instance, finding groups of customers with similar behavior given a large database of customer data containing their demographics and past buying records. And in this case, we might notice that anybody who's wearing a certain set of shoes goes shopping at certain stores, or whatever it is, they're going to make certain purchases. By having that information, it helps us to market or group people together so that we can now explore that group and find out what it is we want to market to them if you're in the marketing world. And that might also work in just about any arena. You might want to group people together, whether they're based on their different areas and investments and financial background, whether you're going to give them a loan or not. Before you even start looking at whether they're a valid customer for the bank, you might want to look at all these different areas and group them together based on unknown data. So you don't know what the data is going to tell you, but you want to cluster people together that come together. Let's take a quick detour for quiz time. Oh, my favorite. So we're going to have a couple questions here under quiz time, and we'll be posting the answers in the part 2 of this tutorial. So let's go ahead and take a look at these quiz times questions, and hopefully you'll get them all right, and it'll get you thinking about how to process data and what's going on. Can you tell what's happening in the following cases? Of course, you're sitting there with your cup of coffee and you have your checkbox and your pen trying to figure out what's your next step in your data science analysis. So the first one is grouping documents into different categories based on the topic and content of each document. Very big these days. You have legal documents, you have maybe it's a sports group documents, maybe you're analyzing newspaper postings, but certainly having that automated is a huge thing in today's world. B, identifying handwritten digits in images correctly. So we want to know whether they're writing an A or capital A, B, C. What are they writing out in their handwriting? C, behavior of a website indicating that the site is not working as designed. D, predicting salary of an individual based on his or her years of experience. Boy, HR hiring setup there. So stay tuned for part 2. We'll go ahead and answer these questions when we get to the part 2 of this tutorial. Or you can just simply write at the bottom and send a note to Simplilearn, and they'll follow up with you on it. Back to our regular content. And these last few bring us into the next topic, which is another way of dividing our types of machine learning, and that is with supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. Supervised learning is a method used to enable machines to classify, predict objects, problems, or situations based on labeled data fed to the machine. And in here you see we have a jumble of data with circles, triangles, and squares, and we label them. We have what's a circle, what's a triangle, what's a square, and we have our model training, and it trains it so we know the answer. Very important, when you're doing supervised learning, you already know the answer to a lot of your information coming in. So you have a huge group of data coming in, and then you have new data coming in. So we've trained our model. The model now knows the difference between a circle, a square, a triangle. And now that we've trained it, we can send in this case, a square and a circle goes in, and it predicts that the top one's a square and the next one's a circle. And you can see that this is being able to predict whether someone's going to default on a loan, because I was talking about banks earlier. Supervised learning on stock market, whether you're going to make money or not. That's always important. And if you are looking to make a fortune in the stock market, keep in mind it is very difficult to get all the data correct on the stock market. It is it fluctuates in ways really hard to predict. So it's quite a roller coaster ride. If you're running machine learning on the stock market, you start realizing you really have to dig for new data. So we have supervised learning. And if you have supervised, we should need unsupervised learning. In unsupervised learning, machine learning model finds the hidden pattern in an unlabeled data. So in this case, instead of telling it what the circle is, and what a triangle is, and what a square is, it goes in there, looks at them, and says, for whatever reason, it groups them together. Maybe it'll group it by the number of corners. and it notices that a number of them all have 3 corners, a number of them all have 4 corners, and a number of them all have no corners. And it's able to filter those through and group them together. We talked about that earlier with looking at a group of people who are out shopping. We want to group them together to find out what they have in common. And of course, once you understand what people have in common, maybe you have one of them who's a customer at your store, or you have 5 of them are customer at your store, and they have a lot in common with 5 others who are not customers at your store. How do you market to those 5 who aren't customers at your store yet? They fit the demographics of who's going to shop there, and you'd like them to shop at your store and not the one next door. Of course, this is a simplified version. You can see very easily the difference between a triangle and a circle, which might not be so easy in marketing. Reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is an important type of machine learning where an agent learns how to behave in an environment by performing actions and seeing the result. And we have here where in this case, a baby. It's actually great that they used an infant for this slide because the reinforcement learning is very much in its infant stages. But it's also probably the biggest machine learning demand out there right now, or in the future, it's going to be coming up over the next few years, is reinforcement learning and how to make that work for us. And you can see here where we have our action. In the action in this one, it goes into the fire. Hopefully the baby it was just a little candle, not a giant fire pit like it looks like here. When the baby comes out, and the new state is the baby is sad and crying because they got burned on the fire. And then maybe they take another action. The baby's called the agent because it's the one taking the actions. And in this case, they didn't go into the fire. They went a different direction, and now the baby's happy and laughing and playing. Reinforcement learning is very easy to understand because that's how, as humans, that's one of the ways we learn. We learn whether it is, you burn yourself on the stove, don't do that anymore. Don't touch the stove. In the big picture, being able to have a machine learning program or an AI be able to do this is huge because now we're starting to learn how to learn. That's a big jump in the world of computer and machine learning. And we're going to go back and just kind of go back over supervised versus unsupervised learning. Understanding this is huge because this is going to come up in any project you're working on. We have in supervised learning, we have labeled data. We have direct feedback. So someone's already gone in there and said, yes, that's a triangle. No, that's not a triangle. And then you predict an outcome. So you have a nice prediction. This new set of data is coming in and we know what it's going to be. And then with unsupervised training, it's not labeled. So we really don't know what it is. There's no feedback. So we're not telling it whether it's right or wrong. We're not telling it whether it's a triangle or a square. We're not telling it to go left or right. All we do is we're finding hidden structure in the data, grouping the data together to find out what connects to each other. And then you can use these together. So imagine you have an image and you're not sure what you're looking for. So you go in and you have the unstructured data, find all these things that are connected together. And then somebody looks at those and labels them. Now you can take that labeled data and program something to predict what's in the picture. So you can see how they go back and forth and you can start connecting all these different tools together to make a bigger picture. There are many interesting machine learning algorithms. Let's have a look at a few of them. Hopefully this gives you a little flavor of what's out there. And these are some of the most important ones that are currently being used. We'll take a look at linear regression, decision tree, and the support vector machine. Let's start with a closer look at linear regression. Linear regression is perhaps one of the most well-known and well-understood algorithms in statistics and machine learning. Linear regression is a linear model. For example, a model that assumes a linear relationship between the input variables x and the single output variable y. And you'll see this if you remember from your algebra classes, y equals mx plus c. Imagine we are predicting distance traveled y from speed x. Our linear regression model representation for this problem would be y equals m times x plus c, or distance equals m times speed plus c, where m is the coefficient and c is the y-intercept. And we're going to look at two different variations of this. First, we're going to start with time is constant. And you can see we have a bicyclist. He's got his safety gear on, thank goodness. Speed equals 10 meters per second. And so over a certain amount of time, his distance equals 36 kilometers. We have a second bicyclist who's going twice the speed, or 20 meters per second. And you can guess if he's going twice the speed and time is a constant, then he's going to go twice the distance. And that's easily to compute. 36 times 2, you get 72 kilometers. And so if you had the question of how fast would somebody who's going 3 times that speed, or 30 meters per second is, you can easily compute the distance. In our head, we can do that without needing a computer. But we want to do this for more complicated data, so it's kind of nice to compare the two. But let's just take a look at that and what that looks like in a graph. So in a linear regression model, we have our distance to the speed, and we have our m equals the VE slope of the line. And we'll notice that the line has a plus slope. And as the speed increases, distance also increases, hence the variables have a positive relationship. And so your speed of the person, which equals y equals mx plus c, distance traveled in a fixed interval of time, and we could very easily compute, either following the line or just knowing it's 3 times 10 meters per second, that this is roughly 102 kilometers distance that this third bicyclist has traveled. One of the key definitions on here is positive relationship. So the slope of the line is positive. As distance increase, so does speed increase. Let's take a look at our second example where we put distance is a constant. So we have speed equals 10 meters per second. They have a certain distance to go, and it takes them 100 seconds to travel that distance. And we have our second bicyclist who's still doing 20 meters per second. Since he's going twice the speed, we can guess that he'll cover the distance in about half the time, 50 seconds. And of course you could probably guess on the third one, 100 divided by 30, since he's going 3 times the speed, you could easily guess that this is 33.333 seconds time. When we put that into a linear regression model or a graph, if the distance is assumed to be constant, let's see the relationship between speed and time. And as time goes up, the amount of speed to go that same distance goes down. So now your m equals a minus VE slope of the line. As the speed increases, time decreases, hence the variable has a negative relationship. Again, there's our definition, positive relationship and negative relationship dependent on the slope of the line. And with a simple formula like this, and even a significant amount of data, let's see with the mathematical implementation of linear regression. And we'll take this data. So suppose we have this data set where we have x, y, x equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, standard series, and the y value is 3, 2, 2, 4, 3. When we take that and we go ahead and plot these points on a graph, you can see there's kind of a nice scattering, and you could probably eyeball a line through the middle of it. But we're going to calculate that exact line for linear regression. And the first thing we do is we come up here and we have the mean of xi. And remember, mean is basically the average. So we added 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 and divide by 5. And that simply comes out as 3. And then we'll do the same for y. We'll go ahead and add up all those numbers and divide by 5. And we end up with the mean value of y of I equals 2.8. Where the xi references it's an average or means value, and the yi also equals a means value of y. And when we plot that, you'll see that we can put in the y equals 2.8 and the x equals 3 in there on our graph. We kind of gave it a little different color so you could sort it out with the dashed lines on it. And it's important to note that when we do the linear regression model should go through that dot. Now let's find our regression equation to find the best fit line. Remember, we go ahead and take our y equals mx plus c, so we're looking for m and c. So to find this equation for our data, we need to find our slope of m and our coefficient of c. And we have y equals mx plus c, where m equals the sum of x minus x average times y minus y average, or y means and x means, over the sum of x minus x means squared. That's how we get the slope of the value of the line. And we can easily do that by creating some columns here where we have x, y. Computers are really good about iterating through data, and so we can easily compute this and fill in a graph of data. And in our graph, you can easily see that if we have our x value of 1, and if you remember the xi, or the means value, is 3, 1 minus 3 equals a negative 2, and 2 minus 3 equals a negative 1, so on and so forth. And we can easily fill in the column of x minus xi, y minus yi, and then from those we can compute x minus xi squared and x minus xi times y minus yi. And you can guess it that the next step is to go ahead and sum the different columns for the answers we need. So we get a total of 10 for our x minus xi squared, and a total of 2 for x minus xi times y minus yi. And we plug those in, we get 2/10, which equals 0.2. So now we know the slope of our line equals 0.2. So we can calculate the value of c. That'd be the next step, is we need to know where it crosses the y-axis. And if you remember, I mentioned earlier that the linear regression line has to pass through the means value, the one that we showed earlier. We can just flip back up there to that graph, and you can see right here there's our means value, which is 3, x equals 3 and y equals 2.8. And since we know that value, we can simply plug that into our formula, y equals 0.2x plus c. So we plug that in, we get 2.8 equals 0.2 times 3 plus c, and you can just solve for c. So now we know that our coefficient equals 2.2. And once we have all that, we can go ahead and plot our regression line. Y equals 0.2 times x plus 2.2. And then from this equation, we can compute new values. So let's predict the values of y using x equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and plot the points. Remember, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was our original x values. So now we're going to see what y thinks they are, not what they actually are. And when we plug those in, we get y of designated with y of p. You can see that x equals 1 equals 2.4, x equals 2 equals 2.6, and so on and so on. So we have our y predicted values of what we think it's going to be when we plug those numbers in. And when we plot the predicted values along with the actual values, we can see the difference. And this is one of the things that's very important with linear regression in any of these models, is to understand the error. And so we can calculate the error on all of our different values. And you can see over here we plotted x and y predict. And we draw in a little line so you can sort of see what the error looks like there between the different points. So our goal is to reduce this error. We want to minimize that error value on our linear regression model. Minimizing the distance. There are lots of ways to minimize the distance between the line and the data points, like sum of squared errors, sum of absolute errors, root mean square error, etc. We keep moving this line through the data points to make sure the best fit line has the least square distance between the data points and the regression line. So to recap with a very simple linear regression model, we first figure out the formula of our line through the middle, and then we slowly adjust the line to minimize the error. Keep in mind, this is a very simple formula. The math gets, even though the math is very much the same, it gets much more complex as we add in different dimensions. So this is only 2 dimensions, y equals mx plus c, but you can take that out to x, z, I, j, q, all the different features in there, and they can plot a linear regression model on all of those using the different formulas to minimize the error. Let's go ahead and take a look at decision trees, a very different way to solve problems in the linear regression model. Decision tree is a tree-shaped algorithm used to determine a course of action. Each branch of a tree represents a possible decision, occurrence, or reaction. We have data which tells us if it is a good day to play golf. And if we were to open this data up in a general spreadsheet, you can see we have the outlook, whether it's rainy, overcast, sunny, temperature, hot, mild, cool, humidity, windy, and did I like to play golf that day, yes or no? So we're taking a census. And certainly I wouldn't want a computer telling me when I should go play golf or not. But you can imagine if you got up in the night before, you're trying to plan your day, and it comes up and says tomorrow would be a good day for golf for you in the morning and not a good day in the afternoon or something like that. This becomes very beneficial, and we see this in a lot of applications coming out now where it gives you suggestions and lets you know what would fit the match for you for the next day or the next purchase or the next whatever, next meal out. In this case, is tomorrow a good day for playing golf based on the weather coming in? And so we come up and let's determine if you should play golf when the day is sunny and windy. So we found out the forecast tomorrow is going to be sunny and windy. And suppose we draw our tree like this. We're going to have our humidity, and then we have our normal, which is if you have a normal humidity, you're going to go play golf. And if the humidity is really high, then we look at the outlook. And if the outlook is sunny, overcast, or rainy, it's going to change what you choose to do. So if you know that it's a very high humidity and it's sunny, you're probably not going to play golf because you're going to be out there miserable, fighting off the mosquitoes that are out joining you to play golf with you. Maybe if it's rainy, you probably don't want to play in the rain. But if it's slightly overcast and you get just the right shadow, that's a good day to play golf and be outside, out on the green. Now in this example, you can probably make your own tree pretty easily because it's a very simple set of data going in. But the question is, how do you know what to split? Where do you split your data? What if this is much more complicated data where it's not something that you would particularly understand? Like studying cancer, they take about 36 measurements of the cancerous cells, and then each one of those measurements represents how bulbous it is, how extended it is, how sharp the edges are. Something that as a human we would have no understanding of. So how do we decide how to split that data up? And is that the right decision tree? So that's a question that's going to come up. Is this the right decision tree? For that, we should calculate entropy. and information gain. Two important vocabulary words there are the entropy and the information gain. Entropy. Entropy is a measure of randomness or impurity in the data set. Entropy should be low, so we want the chaos to be as low as possible. We don't want to look at it and be confused by the images or what's going on there with mixed data. And the information gain. It is a measure of decrease in entropy after the data set is split, also known as entropy reduction. Information gain should be high, so we want our information that we get out of the split to be as high as possible. Let's take a look at entropy from the mathematical side. In this case, we're going to denote entropy as I of P of and N, where P is the probability that you're going to play a game of golf, and N is the probability where you're not going to play the game of golf. Now, you don't really have to memorize these formulas. There's a few of them out there depending on what you're working with. But it's important to note that this is where this formula is coming from, so when you see it, you're not lost when you're running your programming, unless you're building your own decision tree code in the back. And we simply have a log squared of P over P plus N minus N over P plus N times the log squared of N of P plus N. But let's break that down and see what it actually looks like when we're computing that from the computer script side. Entropy of a target class of the data set is the whole entropy. So we have entropy play golf. And when we look at this, if we go back to the data, you can simply count how many yeses and no in our complete data set for playing golf days. In our complete set, we find we have 5 days we did play golf and 9 days we did not play golf. And so our I equals, if you add those together, 9 plus 5 is 14. And so our I equals 5 over 14 and 9 over 14. That's our P and N values that we plug into that formula. And you can go to 5 over 14 equals 0.36, 9 over 14 equals 0.64. And when you do the whole equation, you get the minus 0.36 log root squared of 0.36 minus 0.64 log squared root of 0.64. And we get a set value. We get 0.94. So we now have a full entropy value for the whole set of data that we're working with. And we want to make that entropy go down. And just like we calculated the entropy out for the whole set, we can also calculate entropy for playing golf and the outlook. Is it going to be overcast or rainy or sunny? And so we look at the entropy, we have P of sunny times E of 3 of 2. And that just comes out how many sunny days yes and how many sunny days no over the total, which is 5. Don't forget to put we'll divide that 5 out later on. Equals P overcast equals 4 comma 0 plus rainy equals 2 comma 3. And then when you do the whole setup, we have 5 over 14. Remember I said there was a total of 5? 5 over 14 times the I of 3 of 2 plus 4 over 14 times the 4 comma 0 and 514 over I of 2, 3. And so we can now compute the entropy of just the part that has to do with the forecast. And we get 0.693. Similarly, we can calculate the entropy of other predictors like temperature, humidity, and wind. And so we look at the gain outlook. How much are we going to gain from this? Entropy play golf minus entropy play golf outlook. And we can take the original 0.94 for the whole set minus the entropy of just the rainy day and temperature, and we end up with a gain of 0.247. So this is our information gain. Remember, we define entropy and we define information gain. The higher the information gain, the lower the entropy, the better. The information gain of the other 3 attributes can be calculated in the same way. So we have our gain for temperature equals 0.029. We have our gain for humidity equals 0.152, and our gain for a windy day equals 0.048. And if you do a quick comparison, you'll see the 0.247 is the greatest gain of information, so that's the split we want. Now let's build the decision tree. So we have the outlook. Is it going to be sunny, overcast, or rainy? That's our first split because that gives us the most information gain. And we can continue to go down the tree using the different information gains with the largest information. We can continue down the nodes of the tree where we choose the attribute with the largest information gain as the root node and then continue to split each subnode with the largest information gain that we can compute. And although it's a little bit of a tongue twister to say all that, you can see that it's a very easy to view visual model. We have our outlook, we split it 3 different directions. If the outlook is overcast, we're going to play. And then we can split those further down if we want. So if the outlook is sunny, but then it's also windy, if it's windy, we're not going to play. If it's not windy, we'll play. So we can easily build a nice decision tree to guess what we would like to do tomorrow and give us a nice recommendation for the day. So we want to know if it's a good day to play golf when it's sunny and windy. Remember the original question that came out? Tomorrow's weather report is sunny and windy. You can see by going down the tree, we go outlook sunny, outlook windy. We're not going to play golf tomorrow. So our little smartwatch pops up and says, I'm sorry, tomorrow's not a good day for golf. It's going to be sunny and windy. And if you're a huge golf fan, you might go, uh-oh, it's not a good day to play golf. We can go in and watch a golf game at home. So we'll sit in front of the TV instead of being out playing golf in the wind. Now that we looked at our decision tree, let's look at the third one of our algorithms we're investigating. Support vector machine. Support vector machine is a widely used classification algorithm. The idea of support vector machine is simple. The algorithm creates a separation line which divides the classes in the best possible manner. For example, dog or cat, disease or no disease. Suppose we have a labeled sample data which tells height and weight of males and females. A new data point arrives and we want to know whether it's going to be a male or a female. So we start by drawing a line. We draw decision lines, but if we consider decision line 1, then we will classify the individual as a male. And if we consider decision line 2, then it will be a female. So you can see this person kind of lies in the middle of the two groups, so it's a little confusing trying to figure out which line they should be under. We need to know which line divides the classes correctly, but how? The goal is to choose a hyperplane, and that is one of the key words they use when we talk about support vector machines. Choose a hyperplane with the greatest possible margin between the decision line and the nearest point within the training set. So you can see here we have our support vector, we have the two nearest points to it, and we draw a line between those 2 points. And the distance margin is the distance between the hyperplane and the nearest data point from either set. So we actually have a value, and it should be equally distant between the two points that we're comparing it to. When we draw the hyperplanes, we observe that line 1 has a maximum distance. So we observe that line 1 has a maximum distance margin, so we'll classify the new data point correctly. And our result on this one is going to be that the new data point is male. One of the reasons we call it a hyperplane versus a line is that a lot of times we're not looking at just weight and height. We might be looking at 36 different features or dimensions. And so when we cut it with a hyperplane, it's more of a three-dimensional cut in the data, or multi-dimensional. It cuts the data a certain way. And each plane continues to cut it down until we get the best fit or match. Let's understand this with the help of an example. Problem statement. I always start with a problem statement when you're going to put some code together. We're going to do some coding now. Classifying muffin and cupcake recipes using support vector machines. So the cupcake versus the muffin. Let's have a look at our data set. And we have the different recipes here. We have a muffin recipe that has so much flour. I'm not sure what measurement 55 is in, but it has 55, maybe it's ounces? But it has a certain amount of flour, a certain amount of milk, sugar, butter, egg, baking powder, vanilla, and salt. And so based on these measurements, we want to guess whether we're making a muffin or a cupcake. And you can see in this one, we don't have just two features. We don't just have height and weight as we did before between the male and female. In here, we have a number of features. In fact, in this, we're looking at 8 different features to guess whether it's a muffin or a cupcake. What's the difference between a muffin and a cupcake? Turns out muffins have more flour, while cupcakes have more butter and sugar. So basically the cupcake's a little bit more of a dessert, where the muffin's a little bit more of a fancy bread. But how do we do that in Python? How do we code that to go through recipes and figure out what the recipe is? And I really just want to say cupcakes versus muffins, like some big professional wrestling thing. Before we start in our cupcakes versus muffins, we are going to be working in Python. There's many versions of Python, many different editors. That is one of the strengths and weaknesses of Python, is it just has so much stuff attached to it, and it's one of the more popular data science programming packages you can use. In this case, we're going to go ahead and use Anaconda and Jupyter Notebook. The Anaconda Navigator has all kinds of fun tools. Once you're into the Anaconda Navigator, you can change environments. I actually have a number of environments on here. We'll be using Python 3.6 environment. So this is in Python version 3.6. Although it doesn't matter too much which version you use. I usually try to stay with the 3x because they're current, unless you have a project that's very specifically in version 2x. 2.7 I think is usually what most people use in the version 2. And then once we're in our Jupyter Notebook editor, I can go up and create a new file. And we'll just jump in here. In this case, we're doing SVM muffin versus cupcake. And then let's start with our packages for data analysis. And we almost always use there's a few very standard packages we use. We use import numpy, that's for number Python. And they usually denote it as NP, that's very common. And then we're going to import pandas as PD. And numpy deals with number arrays. There's a lot of cool things you can do with the numpy setup as far as multiplying all the values in an array, in a numpy array, data array. Pandas, I can't remember if we're using it actually in this data set. I think we do as an import. It makes a nice data frame. And the difference between a data frame and a numpy array is that a data frame is more like your Excel spreadsheet. You have columns, you have indexes, so you have different ways of referencing it, easily viewing it, and there's additional features you can run on a data frame. And Pandas kind of sits on numpy, so you need them both in there. And then finally, we're working with the support vector machine. So from sklearn, we're going to use the sklearn model, import SVM, support vector machine. And then as a data scientist, you should always try to visualize your data. Some data obviously is too complicated or doesn't make any sense to the human. But if it's possible, it's good to take a second look at it so that you can actually see what you're doing. Now for that, we're going to use two packages. We're going to import matplotlibary.pyplot as PLT. Again, very common. And we're going to import Seaborn as SNS. And we'll go ahead and set the font scale in the SNS right in our import line. That's what this semicolon followed by a line of data. We're going to set the SNS. And these are great because the Seaborn sits on top of matplotlibary, just like Pandas sits on numpy. So it adds a lot more features and uses and control. We're obviously not going to get into matplotlibary and Seaborn. That'd be its own tutorial. We're really just focusing on the SVM, the support vector machine from sklearn. And since we're in Jupyter Notebook, we have to add a special line in here for our matplotlibary. And that's your percentage sign or ampersand matplotlibary in line. Now, if you're doing this in just a straight code project, a lot of times I use like Notepad++, and I'll run it from there. You don't have to have that line in there because it'll just pop up as its own window on your computer, depending on how your computer's set up. Because we're running this in the Jupyter Notebook as a browser setup, this tells it to display all of our graphics right below on the page. So that's what that line is for. I remember the first time I ran this, I didn't know that, and I had to go look that up years ago. It was quite a headache. So matplotlibary inline is just because we're running this on the web setup. And we can go ahead and run this, make sure all our modules are in. They're all imported, which is great. If you don't have them import, you'll need to go ahead and pip, use the PIP or however you do it. There's a lot of other install packages out there, although pip is the most common. And you have to make sure these are all installed on your Python setup. The next step, of course, is we got to look at the data. You can't run a model for predicting data if you don't have actual data. So to do that, let me go ahead and open this up and take a look. And we have our cupcakes versus muffins. And it's a CSV file, or .csv, meaning that it's comma-separated variable. And it's going to open it up in a nice spreadsheet for me. And you can see up here we have the type. We have muffin, 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 cupcake, cupcake, cupcake. And then it's broken up into flour, milk, sugar, butter, egg, baking powder, vanilla, and salt. So what we can do is we can go ahead and look at this data also in our Python. Let us create a variable recipes equals, we're going to use our pandas module, .read CSV. Remember, it's a comma-separated variable. And the file name happened to be cupcakes versus muffins. Oops, I got double brackets there. Do it this way. There we go. Cupcakes versus muffins. Because the program I loaded, or the place I saved this particular Python program is in the same folder, we can get by with just the file name. But remember, if you're storing it in a different location, you have to also put down the full path on there. And then because we're in pandas, we're going to go ahead and you can actually, inline you can do this, but let me do the full print. You can just type in recipes.head in the Jupyter Notebook. But if you're running in code in a different script, you need to go ahead and type out the whole print recipes.head. And Pandas knows that that's going to do the first 5 lines of data. And if we flip back on over to the spreadsheet where we opened up our CSV file, you can see where it starts on line 2. This one calls it 0, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to match. Go and close that out because we don't need that anymore. And it always starts at 0. And it automatically indexes it since we didn't tell it to use an index in here. So that's the index number for the left-hand side. And it automatically took the top row as labels. So Pandas using it to read a CSV is just really slick and fast. One of the reasons we love our pandas. Not just because they're cute and cuddly teddy bears. And let's go ahead and plot our data. And I'm not going to plot all of it. I'm just going to plot the sugar and flour. Now obviously you can see where they get really complicated if we have tons of different features. And so you'll break them up and maybe look at just 2 of them at a time to see how they connect. And to plot them, we're going to go ahead and use Seaborn. So that's our SNS. And the command for that is sns.lmplot. And then the 2 different variables I'm going to plot is flour and sugar. Data equals recipes. The hue equals type. And this is a lot of fun because it knows that this is pandas coming in. So this is one of the powerful things about pandas mixed with Seaborn and doing graphing. And then we're going to use a palette set 1. There's a lot of different sets in there. You can go look them up for Seaborn. We'll do a fit regular equals false, so we're not really trying to fit anything. And it's a scatter, KWS. A lot of these settings you can look up in Seaborn. Half of these you could probably leave off when you run them. Somebody played with this and found out that these were the best settings for doing a Seaborn plot. And let's go ahead and run that. And because it does it inline, it just puts it right on the page. And you can see right here that just based on sugar and flour alone, there's a definite split. And we use these models because you can actually look at it and say, hey, if I drew a line right between the middle of the blue dots and the red dots, we'd be able to do an SVM and a hyperplane right there in the middle. Then the next step is to format or pre-process our data. And we're going to break that up into 2 parts. We need a type label, and remember, we're going to decide whether it's a muffin or a cupcake. Well, a computer doesn't know muffin or cupcake, it knows 0 and 1. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a type label, and from this we'll create a numpy array np where, and this is where we can do some logic. We take our recipes from our panda, and wherever type equals muffin, it's going to be 0. And then if it doesn't equal muffin, which is cupcakes, it's going to be 1. So we create our type label. This is the answer. So when we're doing our training model, remember we have to have a training data. This is what we're going to train it with, is that it's 0 or 1. It's a muffin or it's not. And then we're going to create our recipe features. And if you remember correctly from right up here, the first column is type. So we really don't need the type column because that's our muffin or cupcake. And in pandas, we can easily sort that out. We take our value recipes dot columns. That's a pandas function built into pandas. Dot values, converting them to values. So it's just the column titles going across the top. And we don't want the first one. So what we do is, since it always starts at 0, we want 1 colon till the end. And then we want to go ahead and make this a list, and this converts it to a list of strings. And then we can go ahead and just take a look and see what we're looking at for the features, make sure it looks right. Let me go ahead and run that. And I forgot the S on recipes, so we'll go ahead and add the S in there and then run that. And we can see we have flour, milk, sugar, butter, egg, baking powder, vanilla, and salt. And that matches what we have up here, where we printed out everything but the type. So we have our features and we have our label. Now, the recipe features is just the titles of the columns, and we actually need the ingredients. And at this point, we have a couple options. One, we could run it over all the ingredients. And when you're doing this, usually you do. But for our example, we want to limit it so you can easily see what's going on. Because if we did all the ingredients, we have, that's what, 7, 8 different hyperplanes that would be built into it. We only want to look at one so you can see what the SVM is doing. And so we'll take our recipes and we'll do just flour and sugar. Again, you can replace that with your recipe features and do all of them, but we're going to do just flour and sugar, and we're going to convert that to values. We don't need to make a list out of it because it's not string values. These are actual values on there. And we can go ahead and just print ingredients, and you can see what that looks like. And so we have just the amount of flour and sugar, just the 2 sets of plots. And just for fun, let's go ahead and take this over here and take our recipe features. And so if we decided to use all the recipe features, you'll see that it makes a nice column of different data. So it just strips out all the labels and everything, and we just have just the values. But because we want to be able to view this easily in a plot later on, we'll go ahead and take that and just do flour and sugar. And we'll run that, and you'll see it's just the 2 columns. So the next step is to go ahead and fit our model. We'll go ahead and just call it model. And it's a SVM. We're using a package called SVC. In this case, we're going to go ahead and set the kernel equals linear. So it's using a specific setup on there. And if we go to the reference on their website for the SVM, you'll see that there's 8 of them here. 3 of them are for regression. 3 are for classification. The SVC, support vector classification, is probably one of the most commonly used. And then there's also one for detecting outliers, and another one that has to do with something a little bit more specific on the model. But SVC and SVR are the 2 most commonly used, standing for support vector classifier and support vector regression. Remember, regression is an actual value, a float value or whatever you're trying to work on. And SVC is a classifier, so it's a yes, no, true, false. But for this, we want to know 0, 1, muffin, cupcake. We go ahead and create our model. And once we have our model created, we're going to do model.fit. And this is very common, especially in the sklearn. All their models are followed with the fit command. And what we put into the fit, what we're training with it, is we're putting in the ingredients, which in this case we limited to just flour and sugar. And the type label, is it a muffin or a cupcake? Now, in more complicated data science series, you'd want to split into, we won't get into that today, we split it into training data and test data. And they even do something where they split it into thirds, where a third is used for, where you switch between which one's training and test. There's all kinds of things that go into that, and it gets very complicated when you get to the higher end. Not overly complicated, just an extra step which we're not going to do today because this is a very simple set of data. And let's go ahead and run this, and now we have our model fit. And I got an error here, so let me fix that real quick. It's capital SVC, it turns out. I did it lowercase. Support vector classifier. There we go. Let's go ahead and run that. And you'll see it comes up with all this information that it prints out automatically. These are the defaults of the model. You notice that we changed the kernel to linear, and there's our kernel linear on the printout. And there's other different settings you can mess with. We're going to just leave that alone for right now. For this, we don't really need to mess with any of those. So next, we're going to dig a little bit into our newly trained model. And we're going to do this so we can show you on a graph. And let's go ahead and get the separating. And we're going to say we're going to use a W for our variable on here. And we're going to do model.coefficient _0. So what the heck is that? Again, we're digging into the model. So we've already got a prediction and a train. This is the math behind it that we're looking at right now. And so the W is going to represent two different coefficients. And if you remember, we had y equals mx plus c. So these coefficients are connected to that, but in two-dimensional. It's a plane. We don't want to spend too much time on this because you can get lost in the confusion of the math. So if you're a math whiz, this is great. You can go through here and you'll see that we have a equals minus w of 0 over w of 1. Remember, there's two different values there. And that's basically the slope that we're generating. And then we're going to build an XX. What is XX? We're going to set it up to a numpy array. There's our np dot line space. So we're creating a line of values between 30 and 60. So it just creates a set of numbers for x. And then if you remember correctly, we have our formula y equals the slope times x plus the intercept. Well, to make this work, we can do this as yy equals the slope times each value in that array. That's the neat thing about numpy. So when I do a times xx, which is a whole numpy array of values, it multiplies a across all of them. And then it takes those same values and we subtract the model intercept. That's your, remember we had mx plus c, so that'd be the c from the formula, y equals mx plus c. And that's where all these numbers come from. A little bit confusing because it's digging out of these different arrays. And then what we want to do is we're going to take this and we're going to go ahead and plot it. So plot the parallels to separating hyperplane that pass through the support vectors. And so we're going to create B equals a model support vectors, pulling our support vectors out there. Here's our YY, which we now know is a set of data. And we have we're going to create YY down equals A times XX plus B1 minus A times B0. And then model support vector B is going to be set that to a new value, the -1 setup. And YY up equals A times XX plus B1 minus A times B0. And we can go ahead and just run this to load these variables up. If you wanted to understand a little bit more of what's going on, you can see if we print YY, we just run that, you can see it's an array. This is a line. It's going to have, in this case, between 30 and 60, so there's going to be 30 variables in here. And the same thing with YY up, YY down. And we'll plot those in just a minute on a graph so you can see what those look like. You just go ahead and delete that out of here and run that so it loads up the variables. Nice clean slate. I'm just going to copy this from before. Remember this, our SNS, our seaborn plot, LM plot, flour, sugar. And I'll just go ahead and run that real quick so you can see remember what that looks like. It's just a straight graph on there. And then one of the neat things is because seaborn sits on top of pyplot, we can do the pyplot for the line going through. And that is simply plt.plot. And that's our XX and YY, our two corresponding values, XY. And then somebody played with this to figure out that the line width equals 2 and the color black would look nice. So let's go ahead and run this whole thing with the pyplot on there. And you can see when we do this, it's just doing flour and sugar on here. Corresponding line between the sugar and the flour and the muffin versus cupcake. And then we generated the support vectors, the YY down and YY up. So let's take a look and see what that looks like. So we'll do our PL plot. And again, this is all against XX, our X value. But this time we have YY down. And let's do something a little fun with this. We can put in a K dash dash. That just tells it to make it a dotted line. And if we're going to do the down one, we also want to do the up one. So here's our YY up. And when we run that, it adds both sets of line. And so here's our support, and this is what you expect. You expect these two lines to go through the nearest data point. So the dashed lines go through the nearest muffin and the nearest cupcake when it's plotting it. And then your SVM goes right down the middle. So it gives it a nice split in our data. And you can see how easy it is to see based just on sugar and flour which one's a muffin or a cupcake. Let's go ahead and create a function to predict muffin or cupcake. I've got my recipes I pulled off the internet, and I want to see the difference between a muffin or a cupcake. And so we need a function to push that through. And we'll create a function with def. And let's call it muffin or cupcake. And remember, we're just doing flour and sugar today. We're not doing all the ingredients. And that actually is a pretty good split. You really don't need all the ingredients to know it's flour and sugar. And let's go ahead and do an if-else statement. So if model predict is of flour and sugar equals 0. So we take our model and we run a predict. It's very common in sklearn where you have a dot predict. You put the data in and it's going to return a value. In this case, if it equals 0, then print you're looking at a muffin recipe. Else, if it's not 0, that means it's 1, then you're looking at a cupcake recipe. That's pretty straightforward for a function, or def for definition. DEF is how you do that in Python. And of course, if you're going to create a function, you should run something in it. And so let's run a cupcake, and we're going to send it values 50 and 20, a muffin or a cupcake. I don't know what it is. And let's run this and just see what it gives us. And it says, oh, it's a muffin. You're looking at a muffin recipe. So it very easily predicts whether we're looking at a muffin or a cupcake recipe. Let's plot this. There we go. Plot this on the graph so we can see what that actually looks like. And I'm just going to copy it and paste it from below where we're plotting all the points in there. So this is nothing different than what we did before. If I run it, you'll see it has all the points and the lines on there. And what we want to do is we want to add another point. And we'll do plt plot. And if you remember correctly, we did, for our test, we did 50 and 20. And then somebody went in here and decided we'll do YO for yellow, or it's kind of an orangish yellow color is going to come out. Marker size 9. Those are settings you can play with. Somebody else played with them to come up with the right setup so it looks good. And you can see there it is graphed, clearly a muffin. In this case, in cupcakes versus muffins, the muffin has won. And if you'd like to do your own muffin cupcake contender series, you certainly can send a note down below, and the team at Simplilearn will send you over the data they use for the muffin and cupcake. And that's true of any of the data. We didn't actually run a plot on it earlier. We had men versus women. You can also request that information to run it on your data setup so you can test that out. So to go back over our setup, we went ahead for our support vector machine code. We did a predict 40 parts flour, 20 parts sugar. I think it was different than the one we did, whether it's a muffin or a cupcake. Hence, we have built a classifier using SVM, which is able to classify if a recipe is of a cupcake or a muffin, which wraps up our cupcake versus muffin. What's in it for you? We're going to cover clustering. What is clustering? K-means clustering, which is one of the most common used clustering tools out there, including a flowchart to understand K-means clustering and how it functions. And then we'll do an actual Python live demo on clustering of cars based on brands. Then we're going to cover logistic regression. What is logistic regression? Logistic regression curve and sigmoid function. And then we'll do another Python code demo to classify a tumor as malignant or benign based on features. And let's start with clustering. Suppose we have a pile of books of different genres. Now we divide them into different groups like fiction, horror, education, and as we can see from this young lady, she definitely is into heavy horror. You can just tell by those eyes and the maple Canadian leaf on her shirt. But we have fiction, horror, and education, and we want to go ahead and divide our books up. Well, organizing objects into groups based on similarity is clustering. And in this case, as we're looking at the books, we're talking about clustering things with known categories. But you can also use it to explore data. So you might not know the categories, you just know that you need to divide it up in some way to conquer the data and to organize it better. But in this case, we're going to be looking at clustering in specific categories. And let's just take a deeper look at that. We're going to use K-means clustering. K-means clustering is probably the most commonly used clustering tool in the machine learning library. K-means clustering is an example of unsupervised learning. If you remember from our previous thing, It is used when you have unlabeled data. So we don't know the answer yet. We have a bunch of data that we want to cluster into different groups. Define clusters in the data based on feature similarity. So we've introduced a couple terms here. We've already talked about unsupervised learning and unlabeled data. So we don't know the answer yet. We're just going to group stuff together and see if we can find an answer of how things connect. We've also introduced feature similarity, features being different features of the data. Now with books, we can easily see fiction and horror and history books, but a lot of times with data, some of that information isn't so easy to see right when we first look at it. And so K-means is one of those tools where we can start finding things that connect, that match with each other. Suppose we have these data points and want to assign them into a cluster. Now when I look at these data points, I would probably group them into two clusters just by looking at them. I'd say two of these group of data kind of come together. But in K-means, we pick K clusters and assign random centroids to clusters, where the K clusters represents two different clusters. We pick K clusters and assign random centroids to the clusters, then we compute distance from objects to the centroids. Now we form new clusters based on minimum distances and calculate the centroids. So we figure out what the best distance is for the centroid, then we move the centroid and recalculate those distances. Repeat previous two steps iteratively till the cluster centroids stop changing their positions and become static. Repeat previous two steps iteratively till the cluster centroids stop changing and the positions become static. Once the clusters become static, then K-means clustering algorithm is said to be converged. And there's another term we see throughout machine learning is converged. That means whatever math we're using to figure out the answer has come to a solution, or it's converged on an answer. Shall we see the flow chart to understand? Make a little bit more sense by putting it into a nice, easy step-by-step. So we start, we choose K. We'll look at the elbow method in just a moment. We assign random centroids to clusters, and sometimes you pick the centroids because you might look at the data in a graph and say, oh, these are probably the central points. Then we compute the distance from the objects to the centroids. We take that and we form new clusters based on minimum distance and calculate their centroids. Then we compute the distance from objects to the new centroids. And then we go back and repeat those last two steps. We calculate the distances. So as we're doing it, it brings into the new centroid. And then we move the centroid around and we figure out which objects are closest to each centroid. So the objects can switch from one centroid to the other as the centroids are moved around. And we continue that until it is converged. Let's see an example of this. Suppose we have this data set of 7 individuals and their score on two topics, A and B. So here's our subject, in this case referring to the person taking the test. And then we have subject A where we see what they've scored on their first subject, and we have subject B and we can see what they score on the second subject. Now let's take two farthest apart points as initial cluster centroids. Now remember, we talked about selecting them randomly, or we can also just put them in different points and pick the furthest one apart so they move together. Either one works okay, depending on what kind of data you're working on and what you know about it. So we took the two furthest points, 1 and 1, and 5 and 7, and now let's take the two farthest apart points as initial cluster centroids. Each point is then assigned to the closest cluster with respect to the distance from the centroids. So we take each one of these points in there, we measure that distance, and you can see that if we measured each of those distances, and you use the Pythagorean theorem for a triangle in this case, because you know the x and the y, and you can figure out the diagonal line from that. Or you can just take a ruler and put it on your monitor. That'd be kind of silly, but it would work if you're just eyeballing it. You can see how they naturally come together in certain areas. Now we again calculate the centroids of each cluster. So cluster 1 and then cluster 2, and we look at each individual dot. There's 1, 2, 3, we're in one cluster. The centroid then moves over. It becomes 1.8, 2.3. So remember, it was at 1 and 1. Well, the very center of the data we're looking at would put it at the roughly 2, 2, but 1.8 and 2.3. And the second one, if we wanted to make the overall mean vector, the average vector of all the different distances to that centroid, we come up with 4, 1 and 5, 4. So we've now moved the centroids. We compare each individual's distance to its own cluster, mean, and to that of the opposite cluster, and we find, we can build a nice chart on here, that as we move that centroid around, we now have a new different kind of clustering of groups, and using Euclidean distance between the points and the mean, we get the same formula. You see new formulas coming up. So we have our individual dots, distance to the mean centroid of the cluster, and distance to the mean centroid of the cluster. Only individual 3 is nearer to the mean of the opposite cluster, cluster 2, than its own cluster 1. And you can see here in the diagram where we've kind of circled that one in the middle. So when we've moved the centroids of the clusters over, one of the points shifted to the other cluster because it's closer to that group of individuals. Thus, individual 3 is relocated to cluster 2, resulting in a new partition. And we regenerate all those numbers of how close they are to the different clusters. For the new clusters, we will find the actual cluster centroids. So now we move the centroids over. And you can see that we've now formed 2 very distinct clusters on here. On comparing the distance of each individual's distance to its own cluster mean and to that of the opposite cluster, we find that the data points are stable. Hence, we have our final clusters. Now, if you remember, I brought up a concept earlier, on the k-means algorithm. Choosing the right value of k will help in less number of iterations. And to find the appropriate number of clusters in a data set, we use the elbow method. And within sum of squares, WSS, is defined as the sum of the squared distance between each member of the cluster and its centroid. And so you see what we've done here is we have the number of clusters. And as you do the same k-means algorithm over the different clusters, and you calculate what that centroid looks like, and you find the optimal, you can actually find the optimal number of clusters using the elbow of the graph, is called as the elbow method. And on this, we guessed at 2 just by looking at the data. But as you can see, the slope, you actually just look for right there where the elbow is in the slope, and you have a clear answer that we want 2 different, to start with k-means equals 2. A lot of times people end up computing k-means equals 2, 3, 4, 5 until they find the value which fits on the elbow joint. Sometimes you can just look at the data, and if you're really good with that specific domain, remember domain, I mentioned that last time, you'll know that where to pick those numbers or where to start guessing at what that k value is. So let's take this, and we're going to use a use case using k-means clustering to cluster cars into brands using parameters such as horsepower, cubic inches, make, year, etc. So we're going to use the dataset cars data, having information about 3 brands of cars, Toyota, Honda, and Nissan. We'll go back to my favorite tool, the Anaconda Navigator with the Jupyter Notebook. And let's go ahead and flip over to our Jupyter Notebook. And in our Jupyter Notebook, I'm going to go ahead and just paste the basic code that we usually start a lot of these off with. We're not going to go too much into this code because we've already discussed NumPy, we've already discussed Matplotlib, and pandas. NumPy being the number array, pandas being the pandas data frame, and Matplot for the graphing. And don't forget, since if you're using the Jupyter Notebook, you do need the Matplotlib inline so that it plots everything on the screen. If you're using a different Python editor, then you probably don't need that because it'll have a pop-up window on your computer. And we'll go ahead and run this just to load our libraries and our setup into here. The next step is, of course, to look at our data, which I've already opened up in a spreadsheet. And you can see here we have the miles per gallon, cylinders, cubic inches, horsepower, weight pounds, how heavy it is, time it takes to get to 60. My card is probably on this one at about 80 or 90. What year it is. So this is, you can actually see this is kind of older cars, and then the brand, Toyota, Honda, Nissan. So the different cars are coming from all the way from 1971, if we scroll down, to the 80s. We have between the 70s and 80s a number of cars that they've put out. And let's, when we come back here, we're going to do importing the data. So we'll go ahead and do dataset equals. And we'll use pandas to read this in, and it's from a CSV file. Remember, you can always post this in the comments and request the data files for these, either in the comments here on the YouTube video or go to Simplilearn.com and request that. The cars CSV, I put it in the same folder as the code that I've stored. So my Python code is stored in the same folder, so I don't have to put the full path. If you store them in different folders, you do have to change this and double check your name variables. And we'll go ahead and run this, and we've chosen dataset arbitrarily because it's a dataset we're importing, and we've now imported our cars CSV into the dataset. As you know, you have to prep the data, so we're going to create the X data. This is the one that we're going to try to figure out what's going on with. And then there's a number of ways to do this, but we'll do it in a simple loop so you can actually see what's going on. So we'll do for I in X dot columns. So we're going to go through each of the columns And a lot of times it's important, I'll make lists of the columns and do this because I might remove certain columns, or there might be columns that I want to be processed differently. But for this, we can go ahead and take x of I, and we want to go fill NA, and that's a pandas command. But the question is, what are we going to fill the missing data with? We definitely don't want to just put in a number that doesn't actually mean something. And so one of the tricks you can do with this is we can take x of I, and then in addition to that, we want to go ahead and turn this into an integer, because a lot of these are integers. So we'll go ahead and keep it integers. And we add the bracket here. And a lot of editors will do this. They'll think that you're closing one bracket. Make sure you get that second bracket in there if it's a double bracket. That's always something that happens regularly. So once we have our integer of x of I, this is going to fill in any missing data with the average. And I was so busy closing one set of brackets, I forgot that the mean also has brackets in there for the pandas. So we can see here we're going to fill in all the data with the average value for that column. So if there's missing data, it's in the average of the data it does have. And then once we've done that, we'll go ahead and loop through it again and just check and see to make sure everything is filled in correctly. And we'll print, and then we take x is null, and this returns a set of the null value, or the how many lines are null, and we'll just sum that up to see what that looks like. And so when I run this, and so with the x, what we want to do is we want to remove the last column because that had the models. That's what we're trying to see, if we can cluster these things and figure out the models. There is so many different ways to sort the x out. For one, we could take the x and we could go data set, our variable we're using, and use the iLocation, one of the features that's in pandas. And we could take that and then take all the rows and all but the last column of the data set. And at this time we could do values. We just convert it to values. So that's one way to do this. And if let me just put this down here and print x, it's a capital X we chose, and I run this, you can see it's just the values. We could also take out the values and it's not going to return anything because there's no values connected to it. What I like to do with this is, instead of doing the iLocation, which does integers, more common is to come in here and we have our data set, and we're going to do dataset dot columns. And remember, that lists all the columns. So if I come in here, let me just mark that as red, and I print dataset dot columns, you can see that I have my index here. I have my MPG, cylinders, everything, including the brand, which we don't want. So the way to get rid of the brand would be to do data columns of everything but the last one, -1. So now if I print this, you'll see the brand disappears. And so I can actually just take dataset columns -1, and I'll put it right in here for the columns we're going to look at. And let's unmark this and unmark this. And now if I do an x.head, I now have a new data frame, and you can see right here we have all the different columns except for the brand at the end of the year. And it turns out when you start playing with the data set, you're going to get an error later on, and it'll say cannot convert string to float value. And that's because for some reason these things, the way they recorded them, must have been recorded as strings. So we have a neat feature in here on pandas to convert, and it is simply convert objects. And for this we're going to do convert underscore numeric equals true. And yes, I did have to go look that up. I don't have it memorized, the convert numeric in there. If I'm working with a lot of these things, I remember them, but depending on where I'm at, what I'm doing, I usually have to look it up. And we run that. Oops, I must have missed something in here. Let me double check my spelling. And when I double check my spelling, you'll see I missed the first underscore in the convert objects. And when I run this, it now has everything converted into a numeric value, because that's what we're going to be working with, is numeric values down here. And the next part is that we need to go through the data and eliminate null values. Most people, when they're doing small amounts, working with small data pools, discover afterwards that they have a null value and they have to go back and do this. So, be aware, whenever we're formatting this data, things are going to pop up, and sometimes you go backwards to fix it. And that's fine. That's just part of exploring the data and understanding what you have. And I should have done this earlier, but let me go ahead and increase the size of my window one notch. There we go. Easier to see. So we'll do for I in working with X dot columns. We'll page through all the columns. And we want to take X of I, and we're going to change that, and we're going to alter it. And so with this, we want to go ahead and fill in X of I. Pandas has the fill in A, and that just fills in any non-existent missing data. And we'll put my brackets up, and there's a lot of different ways to fill this data. If you have a really large data set, some people just void out that data and then look at it later in a separate exploration of data. One of the tricks we can do is we can take our column and we can find the means. And the means is in our quotation marks. So when we take the columns, we're going to fill in the non-existing one with the means. The problem is that returns a decimal float. So some of these aren't decimals. Certainly, we need to be a little careful of doing this, but for this example, we're just going to fill it in with the integer version of this. It keeps it on par with the other data that isn't a decimal point. And then what we also want to do is we want to double check. A lot of times you do this first part first to double check, then you do the fill, and then you do it again just to make sure you did it right. So we're going to go through and test for missing data. And one of the ways you can do that is simply go in here and take our X of I column. So it's going to go through the X of I column. It says is null. So it's going to return any place there's a null value. It actually goes through all the rows of each column is null. And then we want to go ahead and sum that. So we take that and we add the sum value. And these are all pandas. So is null is a panda command, and so is sum. And if we go through that and we go ahead and run it, and we go ahead and take and run that, you'll see that all the columns have 0 null values. So we've now tested and double checked, and our data is nice and clean. We have no null values. Everything is now a number value. We turned it into numeric. And we've removed the last column in our data. And at this point, we're actually going to start using the elbow method to find the optimal number of clusters. So we're now actually getting into the sklearn part, the k-means clustering on here. I guess we'll go ahead and zoom it up one more notch so you can see what I'm typing in here. And then from sklearn, we're going to our sklearn cluster, we're going to import k-means. I always forget to capitalize the K and the M when I do this. So it's capital K, capital M, k-means. And we'll go ahead and create a array, WCSS equals, we'll make it an empty array. If you remember from the elbow method from our slide, within the sum of squares, WSS is defined as the sum of square distance between each member of the cluster and its centroid. So we're looking at that change in differences as far as a square distance. And we're going to run this over a number of k-mean values. In fact, let's go for I in range, we'll do 11 of them. Range 0 of 11. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create the actual, we'll do it all lowercase. And so we're going to create this object from the k-means that we just imported. And the variable that we want to put into this is in clusters. And we're going to set that equals to I. That's the most important one because we're looking at how increasing the number of clusters changes our answer. There are a lot of settings to the k-means. Our guys in the back did a great job just kind of playing with some of them. The most common ones that you see in a lot of stuff is how you init your k-means. So we have k-means plus plus. This is just a tool to let the model itself be smart how it picks its centroids to start with, its initial centroids. We only want to iterate no more than 300 times. We have a max iteration we put in there. We have the nth init, the random state equals 0. You really don't need to worry too much about these when you're first learning this. As you start digging in deeper, you start finding that these are shortcuts that will speed up the process as far as the setup. But the big one that we're working with is the in clusters equals I. So we're going to literally train our k-means 11 times. We're going to do this process 11 times. And if you're working with big data, the first thing you do is you run a small sample of the data so you can test all your stuff on it. And you can already see the problem that if I'm going to iterate through a terabyte of data 11 times, and then the k-means itself is iterating through the data multiple times, that's a heck of a process. So you got to be a little careful with this. A lot of times, though, you can find your elbow, using the elbow method, find your optimal number on a sample of data, especially if you're working with larger data sources. So we want to go ahead and take our k-means, and we're just going to fit it. If you're looking at any of the sklearn, very common, you fit your model. And if you remember correctly, our variable we're using is the capital X. And once we fit this value, we go back to the array we made, and we want to go ahead and just append that value on the end. And it's not the actual fit we're pinning in there, it's when it generates the value you're looking for is inertia. So k-means.inertia will pull that specific value out that we need. And let's get a visual on this. We'll do our PLT plot, and what we're plotting here is first the x-axis, which is range 0, 11, so that will generate a nice little plot there, and the WCSS for our y-axis. It's always nice to give our plot a title, and let's see, we'll just give it the elbow method for the title, and let's get some labels. So let's go ahead and do PLT X label, and what we'll do number of clusters for that, and PLT Y label, and for that we can do, there we go, WCSS, since that's what we're doing on the plot on there. And finally we want to go ahead and display our graph, which is simply PLT dot show. There we go. And because we have it set to inline, it'll appear inline. Hopefully I didn't make a type error on there. And you can see we get a very nice graph. You can see a very nice elbow joint there at 2, and again right around 3 and 4, and then after that there's not very much. Now, as a data scientist, if I was looking at this, I would do either 3 or 4, and I'd actually try both of them to see what the output looked like. And they've already tried this in the back, so we're just going to use 3 as a setup on here. And let's go ahead and see what that looks like when we actually use this to show the different kinds of cars. And so let's go ahead and apply the k-means to the cars data set. And basically we're going to copy the code that we looped through up above, where k-means equals k-means number of clusters, and we're just going to set the number of clusters to 3, since that's what we're going to look for. And you could do 3 and 4 on this and graph them just to see how they come up differently. It'd be kind of curious to look at that. But for this, we're just going to set it to 3. Go ahead and create our own variable, y k-means, for our answers. And we're going to set that equal to, double equal there, to k-means, but we're not going to do a fit. We're going to do a fit predict is the setup you want to use. And when you're using untrained models, you'll see a slightly different, because usually you see fit and then you see just the predict. But we want to both fit and predict the k-means on this. And that's fit underscore predict, and then our capital X is the data we're working with. And before we plot this data, we're going to do a little pandas trick. We're going to take our X value and we're going to set X as matrix. So we're converting this into a nice rows and columns kind of setup, but we're going to have columns equals none, so it's just going to be a matrix of data in here. And let's go ahead and run that. A little warning. You'll see these warnings pop up because things are always being updated. So there's like minor changes in the versions and future versions. Instead of matrix, now it's more common to set it dot values instead of doing as matrix. But as matrix works just fine for right now, and you'll want to update that later on. But let's go ahead and dive in and plot this and see what that looks like. And before we dive into plotting this data, I always like to take a look and see what I am plotting. So let's take a look at y k-means, and I'm just going to print that out down here. And we see we have an array of answers. We have 2, 1, 0, 2, 1, 2. So it's clustering these different rows of data based on the 3 different spaces it thinks it's going to be. And then let's go ahead and print X and see what we have for X. And we'll see that X is an array, it's a matrix, so we have our different values in the array. And what we're going to do, it's very hard to plot all the different values in the array. So we're only going to be looking at the first two, or positions 0 and 1. And if you were doing a full presentation in front of the board meeting, you might actually do a little different and dig a little deeper into the different aspects, because this is all the different columns we looked at. But we'll only look at columns 1 and 2 for this to make it easy. So let's go ahead and clear this data out of here, and let's bring up our plot. And we're going to do a scatter plot here. So PLT scatter, and this looks a little complicated, so let's explain what's going on with this. We're going to take the X values, and we're only interested in Y of K means equals 0, the first cluster. Okay? And then we're going to take value 0 for the x-axis, and then we're going to do the same thing here. We're only interested in K means equals 0, but we're going to take this second column. So we're only looking at the first two columns in our answer, or in the data. And then the guys in the back played with this a little bit to make it pretty. And they discovered that it looks good if it has a size equals 100. That's the size of the dots. We're going to use red for this one. And when they were looking at the data and what came out, it was definitely the Toyota on this. We're just going to go ahead and label it Toyota. Again, that's something you really have to explore in here as far as playing with those numbers and see what looks good. We'll go ahead and hit enter in there. And I'm just going to paste in the next two lines, which is the next two cars. And this is our Nissan and Honda. And you'll see with our scatter plot, we're now looking at where Y underscore K means equals 1. And we want the 0 column, and YK means equals 2. Again, we're looking at just the first two columns, 0 and 1. And each of these rows then corresponds to Nissan and Honda. And I'll go ahead and hit enter on there. And finally, let's take a look and put the centroids on there. Again, we're going to do a scatter plot. And on the centroids, you can just pull that from our k-means, the model we created, dot cluster centers, and we're going to just do all of them in the first number and all of them in the second number, which is 0, 1, because you always start with 0 and 1. And then they were playing with the size and everything to make it look good. We'll do a size of 300. We're going to make the color yellow, and we'll label them. It's always good to have some good labels, centroids. And then we do want to do a title, PLT title, and pop up there. PLT title, because you always want to make your graphs look pretty, and we'll call it clusters of car make. And one of the features of the plot library is you can add a legend. It'll automatically bring in it since we've already labeled the different aspects of the legend with Toyota, Nissan, and Honda. And finally, we want to go ahead and show, so we can actually see it. And remember, it's inline, so if you're using a different editor that's not the Jupyter Notebook, you'll get a pop-up of this. And you should have a nice set of clusters here. So we can look at this, and we have clusters of Honda in green, Toyota in red, Nissan in purple. And you can see where they put the centroids to separate them. Now, when we're looking at this, we can also plot a lot of other different data on here as far, because we only looked at the first two columns. This is just column 1 and 2, or 0, 1 as you label them in computer scripting. But you can see here we have a nice clusters of car make, and we were able to pull out the data, and you can see how just these two columns form very distinct clusters of data. So if you were exploring new data, you might take a look and say, well, what makes these different? Almost going in reverse, you start looking at the data and pulling apart the columns to find out why is the first group set up the way it is. Maybe you're doing loans, and you want to go, well, why is this group not defaulting on their loans? And why is the last group defaulting on their loans? And why is the middle group 50% defaulting on their bank loans? And you start finding ways to manipulate the data and pull out the answers you want. So now that you've seen how to use k-mean for clustering, let's move on to the next topic. Now let's look into logistic regression. The logistic regression algorithm is the simplest classification algorithm used for binary or multi-classification problems. And we can see we have our little girl from Canada who's into horror books is back. That's actually really scary when you think about that with those big eyes. In the previous tutorial, we learned about linear regression, dependent and independent variables. So, to brush up, y equals mx plus c. Very basic algebraic function of y and x. The dependent variable is the target class variable we are going to predict. The independent variables, x1 all the way up to xn, are the features or attributes we're going to use to predict the target class. We know what a linear regression looks like, but using the graph we cannot divide the outcome into categories. It's really hard to categorize 1.5, 3.6, 9.8. For example, a linear regression graph can tell us that with increase in number of hours studied, the marks of a student will increase, but it will not tell us whether the student will pass or not. In such cases where we need the output as categorical value, we will use logistic regression. And for that we're going to use the sigmoid function. So you can see here we have our marks, 0 to 100, number of hours studied. That's going to be what they're comparing it to in this example. And we usually form a line that says y equals mx plus c. And when we use the sigmoid function, we have p equals 1 over 1 plus e to the minus y. It generates a sigmoid curve. And so you can see right here when you take the ln, which is the natural logarithm. I always thought it should be nl, not ln. That's just the inverse of e, or e to the minus y. And so when we do this, we get ln of p over 1 minus p equals m times x plus c. That's the sigmoid curve function we're looking for. Now we can zoom in on the function, and you'll see that the function, as it derives, goes to 1 or to 0, depending on what your x value is. And the probability, if it's greater than 0.5, the value is automatically rounded off to 1, indicating that the student will pass. So if they're doing a certain amount of studying, they will probably pass. Then you have a threshold value at the 0.5. It automatically puts that right in the middle usually. And your probability, if it's less than 0.5, the value rounded off to 0, indicating the student will fail. So if they're not studying very hard, they're probably going to fail. This, of course, is ignoring the outliers of that one student who's just a natural genius and doesn't need any studying to memorize everything. That's not me, unfortunately. Have to study hard to learn new stuff. Problem statement. To classify whether a tumor is malignant or benign. And this is actually one of my favorite data sets to play with because it has so many features, and when you look at them, you really are hard to understand. You can't just look at them and know the answer. So it gives you a chance to kind of dive into what data looks like when you aren't able to understand the specific domain of the data. But I also want you to remind you that in the domain of medicine, if I told you that my probability was really good, it classified things at say 90% or 95%, and I'm classifying whether you're going to have a malignant or a benign tumor, I'm guessing that you're going to go get it tested anyways. So you got to remember the domain we're working with. So why would you want to do that if you know you're just going to go get a biopsy because, you know, it's that serious? This is like an all or nothing. Just referencing the domain, it's important. It might help the doctor know where to look just by understanding what kind of tumor it is. So it might help them or aid them in something they missed from before. So let's go ahead and dive into the code, and I'll come back to the domain part of it in just a minute. So use case, and we're going to do our normal imports here, where we're importing NumPy, Pandas, Seaborn, the Matplot library, and we're going to do Matplot library inline since I'm going to switch over to Anaconda. So let's go ahead and flip over there and get this started. So I've opened up a new window in my Anaconda Jupyter Notebook. And by the way, Jupyter Notebook, you don't have to use Anaconda for the Jupyter Notebook. I just love the interface and all the tools that Anaconda brings. So we got our import NumPy as in P for our NumPy number array. We have our Pandas PD. We're going to bring in Seaborn to help us with our graphs as SNS. So many really nice tools in both Seaborn and Matplot library. Then we'll do our Matplot library.pyplot as PLT, and then of course we want to let it know to do it in line. And let's go ahead and just run that so it's all set up. And we're just going to call our data, not creative today, equals PD, and this happens to be in a CSV file. So we'll use the pd.read_CSV, and I happen to name the file, I renamed it, data for p2.csv. You can, of course, write in the comments below the YouTube and request for the data set itself, or go to the Simplilearn website, and we'll be happy to supply that for you. And let's just open up the data before we go any further, and let's just see what it looks like in a spreadsheet. So when I pop it open in a local spreadsheet, and this is just a CSV file, comma separated variables, we have an ID. So I guess they categorize this for reference or what ID, which test was done. The diagnosis, M for malignant, B for B9. So there's two different options on there. And that's what we're going to try to predict is the M and B and test it. And then we have like the radius mean or average, the texture average, perimeter mean, area mean, smoothness. I don't know about you, but unless you're a doctor in the field, most of the stuff, I mean, you can guess what concave means just by the term concave, but I really wouldn't know what that means in the measurements they're taking. So they have all kinds of stuff like how smooth it is, the symmetry, and these are all float values. We can just page through them real quick, and you'll see there's, I believe, 36 if I remember correctly in this one. So there's a lot of different values they take and all these measurements they take when they go in there and they take a look at the different growth, the tumorous growth. So back in our data, and I put this in the same folder as the code. So I saved this code in that folder. Obviously, if you have it in a different location, you want to put the full path in there. And we'll just do pandas first 5 lines of data with the data.head. When we run that, we can see that we have pretty much what we just looked at. We have an ID, we have a diagnosis. If we go all the way across, you'll see all the different columns coming across displayed nicely for our data. And while we're exploring the data, our Seaborn, which we referenced as SNS, makes it very easy to go in here and do a joint plot. You'll notice very similar to, because it is sitting on top of the plot library, so the joint plot does a lot of work for us. And we're just going to look at the first 2 columns that we're interested in, the radius mean and the texture mean. We'll just look at those 2 columns. And data equals data. So that tells it which 2 columns we're plotting and that we're going to use the data that we pulled in. And let's just run that. And it generates a really nice graph on here. And there's all kinds of cool things on this graph to look at. I mean, we have the texture mean and the radius mean, obviously the axes. You can also see and one of the cool things on here is you can also see the histogram. They show that for the radius mean. Where is the most common radius mean come up and where the most common texture is. So we're looking at on each growth its average texture and on each radius its average radius on there. It gets a little confusing because we're talking about the individual objects average, and then we can also look over here and see the histogram showing us the median or how common each measurement is. And that's only 2 columns, so let's dig a little deeper into Seaborn. They also have a heat map. And if you're not familiar with heat maps, a heat map just means it's in color. That's all that means. Heat map, I guess the original ones were plotting heat density on something, and so ever since then it's just called a heat map. And we're going to take our data and get our corresponding numbers to put that into the heat map. And that's simply data.corr. For that, that's a pandas expression. So remember, we're working in a pandas data frame, so that's one of the cool tools in pandas for our data. And let's just pull that information into a heat map and see what that looks like. And you'll see that we're now looking at all the different features. We have our ID, we have our texture, we have our area, our compactness, concave points. And if you look down the middle of this chart, diagonal, going from the upper left to bottom right, it's all white. That's because when you compare texture to texture, they're identical. So they're 100%, or in this case, a perfect 1 in their correspondence. And you'll see that when you look at, say, area, or right below it, it has almost a black on there when you compare it to texture. So these have almost no corresponding data. They don't really form a linear graph or something that you can look at and say how connected they are. They're very scattered data. This is really just a really nice graph to get a quick look at your data. It doesn't so much change what you do, but it changes verifying. So when you get an answer or something like that, or you start looking at some of these individual pieces, you might go, hey, that doesn't match. According to showing our heat map, this should not correlate with each other. And if it is, you're going to have to start asking, well, why? What's going on? What else is coming in there? But it does show some really cool information on here. I mean, we can see from the ID, there's no real one feature that just says, if you go across the top line, that lights up. There's no one feature that says, hey, if the area is a certain size, then it's going to be benign or malignant. It says there's some that sort of add up. And that's a big hint in the data that we're trying to ID this, whether it's malignant or benign, that's a big hint to us as data scientists to go, okay, we can't solve this with any one feature. It's going to be something that includes all the features or many of the different features to come up with a solution for it. And while we're exploring the data, let's explore one more area, and let's look at data.isNull. We want to check for null values in our data. If you remember from earlier in this tutorial, we did it a little differently where we added stuff up and summed them up. You can actually, with pandas, do it really quickly, data.isNull and sum it, and it's going to go across all the columns. So when I run this, you're going to see all the columns come up with no null data. So we've just to rehash these last few steps, we've done a lot of exploration. We have looked at the first two columns and seen how they plot with the seaborn, with a joint plot which shows both the histogram and the data plotted on the XY coordinates. And obviously you can do that more in detail with different columns and see how they plot together. And then we took and did the seaborn heat map, the SNS heat map of the data. And you can see right here where it did a nice job showing us some bright spots where stuff correlates with each other and forms a very nice combination or points of scattering points. And you can also see areas that don't. And then finally we went ahead and checked the data. Is the data null value? Do we have any missing data in there? Very important step because it'll crash later on. If you forget to do this step, it will remind you when you get that nice error code that says null values. Okay, so not a big deal if you miss it, but it's no fun having to go back when you're in a huge process and you've missed this step and now you're 10 steps later and you got to go remember where you were pulling the data in. So we need to go ahead and pull out our X and our Y. So we just put that down here and we'll set the X equal to, and there's a lot of different options here. Certainly we could do X equals all the columns except for the first two, because if you remember the first two is the ID and the diagnosis. So that certainly would be an option. But what we're going to do is we're actually going to focus on the worst radius, the worst texture, parameter, area, smoothness, compactness, and so on. One of the reasons to start dividing your data up when you're looking at this information is sometimes the data will be the same data coming in. So if I have two measurements coming into my model, it might overweigh them. It might overpower the other measurements because it's basically taking that information in twice. That's a little bit past the scope of this tutorial. What I want you to take away from this though is that we are dividing the data up into pieces, and our team in the back went ahead and said, hey, let's just look at the worst. So I'm going to create an array, and you'll see this array, radius worst, texture worst, perimeter worst. We've just taken the worst of the worst, and I'm just going to put that in my X. So this X is still a pandas data frame, but it's just those columns. And our Y, if you remember correctly, is going to be, oops, hold on one second. It's not X, it's data. There we go. So X equals data, and then it's a list of the different columns, the worst of the worst. And if we're going to take that, then we have to have our answer for our Y, for the stuff we know. And if you remember correctly, we're just going to be looking at the diagnosis. That's all we care about is what is it diagnosed? Is it benign or malignant? And since it's a single column, we can just do diagnosis. Oh, I forgot to put the brackets. There we go. Okay. So it's just diagnosis on there. And we can also real quickly do like x.head if you want to see what that looks like. And y.head. And run this. And you'll see it only does the last one. I forgot about that if you don't do print. You can see that the y.head is just MMM because the first ones are all malignant. And if I run this, the x.head is just the first 5 values of radius worst, texture worst, parameter worst, area worst, and so on. I'll go ahead and take that out. So moving down to the next step, we've built our two data sets, our answer and then the features we want to look at. In data science, it's very important to test your model. So we do that by splitting the data. And from sklearn model selection, we're going to import train test split. So we're going to split it into 2 groups. There are so many ways to do this. I noticed in one of the more modern ways they actually split it into 3 groups, and then you model each group and test it against the other groups. So you have all kinds of, and there's reasons for that, which is past the scope of this, and for this particular example isn't necessary. For this, we're just going to split it into two groups, one to train our data and one to test our data. And the sklearn .model selection, we have train test split. You could write your own quick code to do this where you just randomly divide the data up into two groups, but they do it for us nicely. And we can actually do it in one statement with this, where we're going to generate 4 variables, capital X train, capital X test. So we have our training data we're going to use to fit the model, and then we need something to test it. And then we have our Y train, so we're going to train the answer, and then we have our test. So this is the stuff we want to see how good it did on our model. And we'll go ahead and take our train test split that we just imported, and we're going to do X and our Y, our two different data that's going in for our split. And then the guys in the back came up and wanted us to go ahead and use a test size equals 0.3. That's test underscore size. Random state, it's always nice to kind of switch your random state around, but not that important. What this means is that the test size is we're going to take 30% of the data and we're going to put that into our test variables, our Y test and our X test. And we're going to do 70% into the X train and the Y train. So we're going to use 70% of the data to train our model and 30% to test it. Let's go ahead and run that and load those up. So now we have all our stuff split up and all our data ready to go. And now we get to the actual logistics part. We're actually going to create our model. So let's go ahead and bring that in from sklearn. We're going to bring in our linear model and we're going to import logistic regression. That's the actual model we're using. And this, we'll call it log model. Oops, there we go, model. And let's just set this equal to our logistic regression that we just imported. So now we have a variable log model set to that class for us to use. And with most of the models in the sklearn, we just need to go ahead and do a fit on there. And we use our X train that we separated out with our Y train. Now let's go ahead and run this. So once we've run this, we'll have a model that fits this data, that 70% of our training data. And of course it prints this out that tells us all the different variables that you can set on there. There's a lot of different choices you can make. But for what we're doing, we're just going to let all the defaults sit. We don't really need to mess with those on this particular example. And there's nothing in here that really stands out as super important until you start fine-tuning it. But for what we're doing, the basics will work just fine. And then we need to go ahead and test out our model. Is it working? So let's create a variable yPredict. And this is going to be equal to our log model. And we want to do a predict. Again, very standard format for the sklearn library is taking your model and doing a predict on it. And we're going to test yPredict against the Y test. So we want to know what the model thinks it's going to be. That's what our yPredict is. And with that, we want the capital X test. So we have our train set and our test set, and now we're going to do our yPredict. And let's go ahead and run that. And if we print yPredict, let me go ahead and run that, you'll see it comes up and it prints a nice array of B and M for benign and malignant for all the different test data we put in there. So it does pretty good. We're not sure exactly how good it does, but we can see that it actually works and is functional. It was very easy to create. You'll always discover with our data science that as you explore this, you spend a significant amount of time prepping your data and making sure your data coming in is good. There's a saying, good data in, good answers out. Bad data in, bad answers out. That's only half the thing. That's only half of it. Selecting your models becomes the next part as far as how good your models are. And then, of course, fine-tuning it depending on what model you're using. So we come in here, we want to know how good this came out. So we have our yPredict here, logModel.predictXtest. So for deciding how good our model is, we're going to go from the sklearn.metrics, we're going to import classification report. And that just reports how good our model is doing. And then we're going to feed it the model data. And let's just print this out. And we'll take our classification report and we're going to put into there our test, our actual data, so this is what we actually know is true, and our prediction, what our model predicted for that data on the test side. And let's run that and see what that does. So we pull that up, you'll see that we have a precision for benign and malignant B and M, and we have a precision of 93 and 91, a total of 92, so it's kind of the average between these two, 92. There's all kinds of different information on here. Your F1 score, your recall, your support coming through on this. And for this, I'll go ahead and just flip back to our slides that they put together for describing it. And so here we're going to look at the precision using the classification report. And you see this is the same printout I had up above. Some of the numbers might be different because it does randomly pick out which data we're using. So this model is able to predict the type of tumor with 91% accuracy. So we look back here, you'll see where we have benign and malignant. It actually is 92 coming up here. But we're looking at about a 92-91% precision. And remember, I reminded you about domains. So when we're talking about the domain of a medical domain with a very catastrophic outcome, at 91 or 92% precision, you're still going to go in there and have somebody do a biopsy on it. Very different than if you're investing money and there's a 92% chance you're going to earn 10% and 8% chance you're going to lose 8%, you're probably going to bet the money. Because at that odds, it's pretty good that you'll make some money. And in the long run, you do that enough, you definitely will make money. And also with this domain, I've actually seen them use this to identify different forms of cancer. That's one of the things that they're starting to use these models for, because then it helps the doctor know what to investigate. So that wraps up this section. We're going to go in there and let's discuss the answer to the quiz asked in Machine Learning Tutorial Part 1. Can you tell what's happening in the following cases? Grouping documents into different categories based on the topic and content of each document. This is an example of clustering where k-means clustering can be used to group the documents by topics using bag of words approach. So if you've gotten in there that you're looking for clustering, and hopefully you had at least one or two examples like k-means that are used for clustering different things, then give yourself a 2 thumbs up. B. Identifying handwritten digits in images correctly. This is an example of classification. The traditional approach to solving this would be to extract digit-dependent features like curvature of different digits, etc., and then use a classifier like SVM to distinguish between images. Again, if you got the fact that it's a classification example, give yourself a thumb up, and if you're able to go, hey, let's use SVM or another model for this, give yourself those 2 thumbs up on it. C. Behavior of a website indicating that the site is not working as designed. This is an example of anomaly detection. In this case, the algorithm learns what is normal and what is not normal, usually by observing the logs of the website. Give yourself a thumbs up if you got that one. And just for a bonus, can you think of another example of anomaly detection? One of the ones I use it for in my own business is detecting anomalies in stock markets. Stock markets are very fickle and they behave very erratic. So finding those erratic areas and then finding ways to track down why they're erratic. Was something released in social media? Was something released? You can see where knowing where that anomaly is can help you to figure out what the answer is to it in another area. D. Predicting salary of an individual based on his or her years of experience. This is an example of regression. This problem can be mathematically defined as a function between independent, years of experience, and dependent variables, salary of an individual. And if you guessed that this was a regression model, give yourself a thumbs up. And if you're able to remember that it is between independent and dependent variables and that terms, give yourself 2 thumbs up. Summary. So to wrap it up, we went over what is k-means. And we went through also the chart of choosing your elbow method and assigning a random centroid to the clusters, computing the distance, and then going in there and figuring out what the minimum centroids is and computing the distance and going through that loop until it gets the perfect centroid. And we looked into the elbow method to choose k based on running our clusters across a number of variables and finding the best location for that. We did a nice example of clustering cars with k-means, even though we only looked at the first 2 columns to make it simple and easy to graph. You can easily extrapolate that and look at all the different columns and see how they all fit together. And we looked at what is logistic regression. We discussed the sigmoid function, what is logistic regression, and then we went into an example of classifying tumors with logistics. I hope you enjoyed part 2 of machine learning.
Hello everyone, I am Mank and welcome to this video where I will show you how to run Llama 3.1 on your systems, all while keeping your data private. If you are curious about AI and want to use it on your own PC without relying on online services, you are in the right place. Llama 3.1 is a powerful AI tool that can help with tasks like text generation, but instead of using it in the cloud, you can run it directly on your computer. So in this video, I will guide you through everything from setting up your system to installing and running Llama 3.1 step by step. It's a great way to experiment with AI while keeping your work private. So by the end of this video, you will have Llama 3.1 up and running on your own systems. And you won't need to worry about sharing your data with anyone else. Whether you are just learning about AI or planning to use it for bigger projects, this tutorial will make it easy for you to get started. So let's dive in, follow along, and by the end, you will have your own private AI setup. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and let's start running Llama 3.1. So yeah, welcome to this demo part of this Llama, how to install Llama 3.1 okay in your system. So I'm using Windows right now. Okay, it is available for Mac OS, Linux, and Windows. So first, what we will do, we will install this Llama. Okay, just type llama.com. And I will provide this link in the description as well. Okay, then here you have to press the download. Okay, here you can choose your system. Okay, your OS, Mac OS, Linux, Windows. Okay, just follow the steps later. So I will download for the Windows. So the application will get download. Okay, it is like 625 MB. So it is downloading. Okay, till then there is no official documentation for this Llama. So here in GitHub there is one. Okay, so Llama, this is Windows for here, Windows, Mac OS, Linux, you can download, and these are some models. Okay, see Llama 3.1, Llama 3.1, Llama 3.1, and 5, Gemma, and Mistral is there, Moondream is there, and so on. Okay, and see these are some parameters. Okay, 8B is 4.7 GB, 70B is 40 GB, and for 05B is 231 GB. Okay, so here note, you should have at least 8 GB of RAM available to run 7B models. Okay, 16 GB RAM to run 13B models, and 32 GB RAMs to run 32B models. Okay, so here we will install this 8B parameters. Okay, you can choose anyone as per your specification of your system, your OS. Okay, so still it's downloading. I have already installed in this, but again I will reinstall it. Fine. So now we have Llama setup. Okay, just double click on this and install. Okay, see why it is showing this error. And why it is showing this error? Why? Because the following applications are using files that need to be updated by setup. It is recommended that you allow setups to automatically. Okay, it is automatically installed. See, so simple steps. There are 3-4 steps that you have to do. So yeah, the setup is done, and now what you can do, I am using PowerShell. You can use your command prompt as well. So here I will write Llama. Okay, so here you can see these are some available command I can do. Okay, so to run a model you have to just write run and this. Okay, now if you will see here, to install, to download Llama 3.1, 8B parameter 1, 4.7 GB will be the size. So this is the command. Just copy it and paste it here. Okay, and enter. So why it is coming like this? Because it is already installed on my system. Fine. So now Llama 3.1 is installed. Okay, so here you can write your questions. Okay, what is Llama 3.1? So see, it is start generating the output. So this is how you can, privately run or install Llama into your large language models applications into your system. See, it is like ChatGPT. If you are looking for more details, can you please provide context or more background about why you are interested in Llama 3.1? That would be me try to find more relevant information for you. Okay, so here what I will write what is ChatGPT. Okay, so it will give you the answer. See, ChatGPT is a conversational AI model developed by OpenAI, a leading artificial intelligence research laboratory. Okay, what you have to note, just you have to note what is the size of your RAM. Okay, I have 16 GB of RAM, that's why I installed this 8B one. Okay, and if you have 8 GB RAM, there is no model of 7B. 7B we have Lava, and we have Code Llama, and we have Mistral. So if you have 16 GB of RAM and this one Llama 3.1, the latest one, is enough. Okay, so let's check. Yeah, see, ChatGPT stands for Conversational Generative Pre-trained Transformer. It is an AI chatbot designed to understand and respond to human-like language input. And some key features are this. So this is how you can, be protected from your data as well. And you can ask anything to this. Okay, and there is one more thing. If you will go here, this API section. Okay, yeah. So there is one thing, I guess here is the thing. So yeah, if you type this localhost 11434, so this is an API for the Llama. See, here you can see Llama is running. Fine. So this is how you can do this, perform or install your Llama 3.1 in your local system. See, it is now asking me, how is that? Did I cover what you wanted to know about ChatGPT? Okay, and you can give your prompt, and again you can do something. So okay, I will write what is hello world. See, hello world is a simple phrase that has become iconic in the world of computer programming. Everyone know to print hello world, I guess so. So this is how you can install Llama 3.1 in your local system. Okay, just you have to install Llama first, then search this Llama run 3.1, or if you want to explore more thing, you can write version, so the version, server, create, and all that thing. Okay. On July 25th, OpenAI introduced SearchGPT, a new search tool changing how we find information online. Unlike traditional search engines, which require you to type in specific keywords, SearchGPT lets you ask questions in natural, everyday language, just like having a conversation. So this is a big shift from how we were used to searching the web. Instead of thinking in keywords and hoping to find the right result, you can ask now SearchGPT exactly what you want to know, and it will understand the context and give you direct answers. It's designed to make searching easier and more intuitive without going through links and pages. But with this new way of searching, so there are some important questions to consider. Can SearchGPT compete with Google, the search giant we all know? What makes SearchGPT different from AI overviews, another recent search tool? And how does it compare to ChatGPT, OpenAI, popular conversational AI? So in this video, we are going to explore these questions and more. We will look at what makes SearchGPT special, how it compares to other tools, and why it might change the way we search for information. Whether you are new into tech or just curious, this video will break it down in simple words. Stick around to learn more about SearchGPT. So without any further ado, let's get started. So what is SearchGPT? SearchGPT is a new search engine prototype developed by OpenAI, designed to enhance the way we search for information using AI. Unlike a typical chatbot like ChatGPT, SearchGPT isn't just about having a conversation. It's focused on improving the search experience with some key features. The first one is direct answer. Instead of simply showing you a list of links, SearchGPT delivers direct answer to your question. For example, if you ask, what is the best wireless noise cancellation headphone in 2024? SearchGPT will summarize the top choices, highlighting their pros and cons based on expert reviews and user opinions. So this approach is different from the traditional search engines that typically provide a list of links leading to various articles or videos. The second one is relevant sources. SearchGPT responses come with clear citations and links to the original sources, ensuring transparency and accuracy. So this way you can easily verify the information and delve deeper into the topic if you want. The third one, conversational search. SearchGPT allows you to have a back and forth dialogue with the search engine. You can ask follow-up questions or refine your original query based on the responses you receive, making your search experience more interactive and personalized. Now let's jump into the next topic, which is SearchGPT versus Google. So SearchGPT is being talked about a major competitor to Google in the future. So let's break down how they differ in their approach to search. The first one is conversational versus keyword-based search. SearchGPT uses a conversational interface, allowing users to ask questions in natural language and refine their queries through follow-up questions. So this creates a more interactive search experience. On the other hand, Google relies on keyword-based search, where users enter specific terms to find relevant web pages. The second thing is direct answer versus list of links. So one of the SearchGPT's standout features is its ability to provide direct answers to the question. It summarizes information from the various sources and clearly cites them, so you don't have to click through multiple links. Google typically presents a list of links, leaving users to sift through the result to find the information they need. The third one, AI-powered understanding versus keyword matching. SearchGPT uses AI to understand the intent behind your question, offering more relevant results even if your query isn't perfectly worded. Google's primary method is keyword matching, which can sometimes lead to less accurate results, especially for complex queries. The fourth one, dynamic context versus isolated searches. So SearchGPT maintains content across multiple interactions, allowing for more personalized responses, whereas Google treats each search as a separate query without remembering previous interaction. And the last one, real-time information versus indexed web pages. SearchGPT's aim to provide the latest information using real-time data from the web, whereas Google Vast Index is comprehensive but may include outdated or less relevant information. So now let's jump into the next topic, which is SearchGPT versus AI overviews. So SearchGPT and AI overviews both use AI, but they approach search and information delivery differently. It's also worth noting that both tools are still being developed, so their features and capabilities may evolve and even overlap as they grow. So here are the differences. The first one is source attribution. SearchGPT provides clear and direct citation linked to the original sources, making it easy for user to verify the information. Whereas AI overviews include links. The citation may not always be clear or directly associated with specific claims. The second one is transparency control. SearchGPT promises greater transparency by offering publishers control over how their content is used, including the option to opt out of AI training. AI overviews offer less transparency regarding the selection of content and the summarization process used. The next one is scope and depth. SearchGPT strives to deliver detailed and comprehensive answers pulling from a broad range of sources, including potential multimedia content. And in AI overviews offers a concise summary of key points, often with links for further exploration, but with a more limited scope. Now let's jump into the next part. SearchGPT versus ChatGPT. SearchGPT and ChatGPT, both developed by OpenAI, share some core features but serve different purposes. So here are some differences. The first one is primary purpose. SearchGPT designed for search, providing direct answer and sources from the web, whereas ChatGPT focused on conversational AI, generating text responses. The second one is information sources. SearchGPT relies on real-time information from the web, whereas ChatGPT knowledge based on this training data, which might not be correct. The third one is response format. SearchGPT prioritizes concise answers with citation and source links. So whereas ChatGPT is more flexible, generating longer text, summarizes creative content, code, and etc. The next feature is use cases. ChatGPT idle for fact-finding, research, and tasks requiring up-to-date information, whereas ChatGPT is suitable for creative writing, brainstorming, drafting emails, and other open-ended tasks. So now question arises, when will ChatGPT be released? ChatGPT is currently in a limited prototype phase, meaning it's not yet widely available. OpenAI is testing with a select group to gather feedback and improve the tool. So if you are interested in trying ChatGPT, so you can join the waitlist on its webpage, but you will need a ChatGPT account. A full public release by the end of 2024 is unlikely, as OpenAI hasn't set a timeline. It's more probable that ChatGPT features will gradually added to the ChatGPT in 2024 or in 2025, with a potential standalone release later based on testing and the feedback. So with this, we have come to the end of this video. If you have any question or doubt, please feel free to ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible.
Welcome to our comprehensive tutorial on creating a fully functional e-commerce application using React, Tailwind CSS, and Redux with the help of ChatGPT. In this tutorial, we are going to leverage the powerful capabilities of ChatGPT to assist us in building modern, responsive, and feature-rich e-commerce application. You will learn how to set up your development environment. We will start by setting up the essential tools and libraries required for our project, including React, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and React Router. We are also going to design the application layout using Tailwind CSS. We will create a visually appealing, user-friendly layout that includes the header, navigation bar, product listings, shopping cart, and checkout pages. We are also going to implement the state management with Redux. We will use Redux for managing global state, ensuring our application is scalable and maintainable. You will learn how to set up slices for handling user authentication, product data, and the shopping cart. We will also create reusable components. And throughout this tutorial, we will build a variety of reusable components such as product cards, form inputs, buttons, and models to enhance the modularity and reusability of our code. For fetching and managing data, we are going to use React Query so that we are going to fetch data from a backend API and manage the server state efficiently. We will also learn to handle loading states, caching, and synchronization with React Query. With that said, guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn how to make an e-commerce application using ChatGPT. So guys, this is a website which we are going to create with the help of ChatGPT. So you can see all over here, we have the navigation bar which includes home, about, products, cart. Okay, so suppose I want to add this product. Okay, this is a lamp, and say I want to add in this quantity, say 3. And if I click it up, you can see there's a notification which is coming up and it's saying item has been added to the cart. Now we can also go and check the cart, but before proceeding for checkout, you need to also log in. So suppose I have not created any account. So let us create an account. So say this is a mail ID, and say let us take some demo mail ID, and here is some password, and you can say email is already taken. So let us give some random mail. Suppose name @123 and say the password is 1234. Okay, now let's log in. So it's saying email must be a valid email. So I have also put, like, we can say checkpoints where if the proper validation of the input field is also given. So name @name123@gmail.com. Now I hope so it is going to work. So email or username has already been taken. So let us change our username. So username name123, and let us try to register. So you can see all the input validation has been done. So let us give some big. Okay. Now you can see it has completely logged in. Okay. So you can save the password. Now let us go to our repeat. So you can say I'm trying to log in all over here, and it's been logged in. So now you can see, if you click on our products, you are going to see the products part. Like there is a chair, there is a glass table, king bed size, and all these are the cards of the product. So basically these images have been taken from a link. Okay, I will mention you the link and you can do it. And inside this you can also search the given product. Suppose say I want a grade lamp, or say chick chair. Okay, if I type this and if I try to search it, you can see this is coming up. You can also select the company. Suppose if I just see all over here, so the company name is Luxora. Okay, so you can type all over there in the checkbox. Okay, so where the search button is coming up, and you can say all these companies are there, and with the help of that you can search it. You can also do the sorting from A to Z, Z to A, high to low. Okay, so this is all we are going to build using React.js, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and also use some state management. And with the help of Tailwind CSS, we are going to create a fully responsive website. Now let's get started. So guys, let us open our ChatGPT and write a prompt. So guys, the first prompt that I want to create is that, say, I am creating a tutorial, or you can say I'm creating a website using React.js, and it's an e-commerce website. So with the help of or by using Vite, okay, Tailwind CSS and Redux. Now the next thing what I have to tell the GPT, that can you help me outline the agenda of this project, like including the main features and functionality. Okay. So this is the first thing, and you can see all over here. So it says like install and configure Vite, integrate Tailwind CSS, okay, set up Redux. Then for the UI UX design, it's saying responsive layout, okay. Then you have to do theme and styling, define a consistent theme, okay. Now for authentication and user management, you have to do user registration and login, okay. For product management, like product listing, product details, and product search. So we have seen these functionalities that we have implemented in our website. And also you can see there's a shopping cart and checkout option. You have to add to the cart, cart management, and checkout process. For the order management, you can also track the history. And we are not going to target these two things. Okay, these are some of the additional features. But till here, we are going to complete it. Okay, so not to complicate too much, just to give you a brief outline how you can make a website using ChatGPT and Tailwind CSS and other tools and dependencies. So like we have got the brief idea regarding the main features and functionalities. So we have responsive design, user authentication, product catalog, shopping cart, checkout process, order management, admin panel, wish list, reviews and rating, notification, and performance optimization. Now let us write the next part. So here I'm going to type my next prompt, that will be, can you help me explain the folder structure, or can you help me with the folder structure of this React e-commerce app, and also let me know the purpose of each folder. So let us type this prompt and we are getting some brief idea like how our things would be there. So it says, like you can see the folder structure. First, we have to create a folder called e-commerce app. Okay, and then, so guys, for this I will have an assets folder. Okay, then we are going to create a components folder. Inside the components, there are going to be various components. Okay, so let us start with that, and let us first set up our development environment. So guys, I'm using VS Code as our text editor, and in that, let us see that you have first all the dependencies installed, like Node especially. With the help of Node, we are going to install the package for creating the React app. So guys, you can also type all over here that how to set up my development environment. And if you type this command, you can see, so there are certain prerequisites it's going to tell, like Node and npm, code editor, visual code. So like you have to create a certain thing like this, npm create Veed, latest, my e-commerce app, then template, and then you can go in this app. So since I've already created an e-commerce app, so what I'm going to do, inside this, I'm going to create this, and let us copy this all over here. So you can see assets I have already created, and let us go to the terminal, click on view, and here's a terminal, and here let's type this, click on yes. So all the necessary dependencies is going to install. So you can see all over here like what I have to choose. It says pre-react, lit, celebrity, solids, or other. So you can just select all over here that I want to use a React version. Okay, just click on this, and let us keep the JavaScript part all over here, and you can see this has already been created. Now the second would be go to our e-commerce app. So this is your folder, navigate to this, and next type npm install, and finally click on okay. It's installing the node modules. We are going to wait for some time. So guys, as I have asked GPT all over here, give me the folder structure for our components. So you can see all over here, it has given cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, and it has given error element, feature products. Then for filtering, it has given for filter.js, form checkbox, form input, okay, form range, form select, header, hero, loading, navbar, navlinks, order list, pagination container, product container, then product grid is there, product list is there, then section title. And you can also learn about the process, or what do you say, the purpose for each component, okay, all over here. Now, like product grid, what it does. So you can ask GPT the same question with a prompt like, what is the purpose of this given component? So you can see it is going to tell you all over here. So guys, use it excessively wherever you feel doubt. And it has also given the code all over here. Okay. Now, before that, since I've told you, we'll be using Tailwind CSS. So now let us type the command to set up our Tailwind CSS. So type, I want to set up the Tailwind CSS in my project. Help, give me the, you can type, okay. So if you type this, so it is going to see that first you have to install the Tailwind CSS and its dependencies. So guys, for the same purpose, just copy this all over here, come to your folder. So now click it all over here, that npm install the post CSS auto prefixer. So it is going to start the downloading part of it, okay. The next process is In the step 2, you have to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So copy this and go all over here and let us initialize our Tailwind CSS. Pretty fine. What is the next step, guys? In the next process, we have to configure our Tailwind CSS. So you can see all over here, there is going to be a file called tailwindconfig.js and you can configure it all over here. So let us go in our file and you can see tailwindconfig.js would be there. So, okay. So now we have done this. Now let us see what is the third thing. In the step 4, it is saying add the Tailwind directive to your CSS file. Okay, so there's going to be a file. Okay, first you have to create a CSS file for your Tailwind styles. Okay, and in that you have to add these directives. Okay, so guys, this is our index.css file, and we can also add the directives all over here. Just click on everything and delete it, and just add the required directives. Okay, so I have added this part. Now let us move to the next part. So in your app.css, you have to import it. So whenever you are going to open our app.js file, so here we have app.jsx. So you can see we are importing this, okay, all over here. And in our main.jsx file, you can see our index.css is imported. So basically this file is already been imported all over here, okay, which is basically going to apply the Tailwind CSS directives that we are going to use while building our components. Now let us build our components one by one, okay. So you have seen all over here that our folder structure was something like this. Okay, so we have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filter, form checkbox, and form input, form range, header. So let me create all these folder for you. So we'll go all over here. Now click on the new folder and say components. Pretty fine. Now here we have to create all the files. So guys, you can see all over here, I have created all the components in the meantime. So I have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filters, form checkbox, form input, and many more. So the same thing which ChatGPT has given me, I have created all these things. Okay, these are the basic things. And while also creating a website, I would also recommend you to understand like how these components which are reusable throughout the process have been used. Okay. Now let us ask ChatGPT to populate this. Okay. Now this thing has been done. Now let us ask for pages, like what pages I want to make in our website. So if I navigate to our website, we can see we have a home page, we have about page, we have a products page, we have a cart, checkout, and orders. So let us ask GPT the same. I want to create pages for about, home, cart, checkout, error, okay, orders, then we have the home layout, login, register, single product page, okay. So like these things you have to identify, or the best thing you can do it, you can take the screenshot of this, okay. So take like everything, you can just take a picture, okay, snap it up and send it to ChatGPT. It is also going to recognize it, and let me show you this, okay. So say I'm going to snip it up. So say I want to create these pages, and you can just take an image and just paste it up. So you can see the image is going to get pasted, and you can type a prompt something like this, that I want to create pages like this, which includes home, cart, checkout, orders, home layout, login, register, single product page. And you can also ask GPT to give a Tailwind CSS for these things. So GPT is going to answer you for the same. But as a developer, you can take this help, but don't rely over it too much. You have to also do a little bit of modification by yourself. So this thing I have written, and let us click it. So first it is telling you to install the React Router DOM. Okay, so now you have to install this. So copy this. Okay, so you can see in your package.json file. So this will be our package.json all over here. And you can see all over here that we have dependencies all installed, which is React Router DOM. So you can see all over here, its version is 6.24.1. Now, the most important part, like while using this project, so what dependencies I have used all over here. So I'm going to give a brief idea regarding this. So guys, for building this project, you are going to require these dependencies. Like you need to have Redux toolkit, you need to have Tank, you need to have React Query Dev Tools, okay? You need to have an Axios, you need to have a DJS, React DOM, React icons we'll be using. You need to use React Redux for state management, React Router DOM, React Toastify. Then there are certain deep dependencies. As you can see, Tailwind's typography we have to use because what kind of text we are going to put it up on our web page. So this is going to handle it. Then we are going to use types React DOM, then Vite plugin, okay, this we have it. Daisy UI, okay, ESLint, then we have ESLint plugin React hooks. Then we are going to use Post CSS, Tailwind CSS, and Vite. So what you can do next? You can copy all these things, okay? So since I've already copied, now let us go to our GPT and say, give me the command to install these dependencies. So you can see all over here, it has given me all these commands. I'm just going to go our text editor. So here's our terminal, and just type this, and you can see all over here, it is going to start the process of installing all these packages. Similarly, you have to install all the deep dependencies. Now, the best thing is that what are the dependencies required? I will share you in the given video, and you can install it. And also for the deep dependencies, similarly you have to do it. Just copy it and go all over here and paste it. And you can see all the deep dependencies are going to be added in your package.json file. Okay, since we have used it, now these were the given components and these were some of the pages. Okay, now let us create the pages that we have discussed before. And also guys, you can see assets all over here. You have to transfer this all over here. Okay, now I'm going to do this, but before that, let's create the pages section. So create a new folder called pages all over here, and inside the pages you can see all over here that for pages we have told all about here that they're going to be home layout, they are going to be error.jsx, they are going to be a checkout and about.jsx, okay, all over here. And in similarly, just create this. Now for each of the given page, you can check all over here that it is giving an idea about it, that you can have to ensure something like this. And also you can ask GPT to explain you what we are going to use it. Okay, so see here all the headers, you're going to add the links like about, cart, checkout, orders, login, register. So which is basically there on our navigation panel. And similarly for applying the CSS, just ask GPT to make it something like this, provide a proper spacing, and also you can take a screenshot of this and send it to GPT. So it is going to analyze it and give you the required code for this. Okay, but the most important part is you need to identify what folder structure that you have to use it. And don't worry guys, I will share the required doc file in the description where you can check what are the components that we have made, and similarly you can take the help of GPT and build this project. So guys, I have created all the required pages, and you can see all over here that we have about, cart, checkout, error for handling the errors, okay, home layout, index.js, landing, login, orders, product management, error for handling the errors throughout like 404 page. Then we have the landing page, we have the login, orders, products, register, then we have the single product.jsx. So these are the required pages that we need to build in order to replicate the website. So if you have any problem like what this given page does, just ask the GPT and it's going to give you the required answer. Now, this was building our project structure for the second part. Now let us move to the third part. Now guys, the next thing which I want to do all over here is that I want to create a utility folder which is kind of reusable throughout the application. And it has these functionalities, a custom fetch, okay, which means a pre-configured Axios basically, which is going to have an Axios instance for making standardized API calls, and also to the backend server. Then we have the format price functionality, in which we are going to use the utility function to format the numerical prices that we are using while buying the given product, and also in a USD currency format, okay? So it's basically a dollar format, okay? And then generate amount options. Then also we need to create a utility function to generate the list of quantity options for a selected dropdown. Okay, so these were all the features that I've shown you all over here. So when you go from this, suppose say on this given product, and if you select this, say add to the bag, say I want 7 of them, and when you go to your given cart, so you can see all over here the format, pricing, and all the utility and all the utility functions used all over here are given. So you can see GPT has given, so it has given custom fetch, format price, generate amount, option.js. You can create 3 of them, but I will not complicate this. Instead of this, since the application is pretty simple, I will put all of these things under one folder. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have created a folder called utils folder with a name called index.jsx. And inside this, I'm going to add all the 3 functionalities which I have told you. Now, and this was the project structure that we need to build in order to make an application like that. Now, what you can do, guys, now you can see the functionality of this all over here, okay? Now, since you will not get an access to this website, what you can also do, you can create a demo website like this, or you can take a picture of this and send to GPT. It is going to give you the required idea like how you can proceed to build the project. So it is very, very helpful, but at the end of the day, you need to know about React a little bit so that you can modify the application based on the given instances. So guys, inside our My E-commerce app, you can see our project structure is set up. So inside the SRC, we have the assets. So I have pasted these images, okay? So if you click on this, so it is going to show you these kind of images. So I'll share you the link for the assets. You can use this to create this website. For the same, you have components, and all the components like cart items totals, checkout forms, form checkbox, hero, loading, nav links is all being mentioned. So this is for all the components that we'll be needing to build this website. For the required pages, we have about, cart, checkout, error, home layout, landing, login, orders, product, registers, and single product. Okay, so these are the required pages. And one, we have the utility folder all over here that we have created called index.jsx for handling these custom functionalities. Now, this was the basic idea regarding the project structure. Now, what you can do, guys, since you have got an idea like what components we'll be using, so ask GPT, okay, now build each of the components by using this prompt. Say, now help me, I want to make the, give me the code, or you can ask something like this, give me the code for cart component and with the required tailwind CSS snippets. You can say with the tailwind CSS code. If you type this all over here, I'm going to give you a demo idea. Okay, suppose you have this cart j6 and cart item.j6. So you can see all over here, it has started using these CSS, which is basically a Tailwind CSS. And I know it on the first time, you're not going to get exactly the same you wanted. So on it, what you can do, guys, that you can take a picture, like what the output is coming, and send it to GPT and ask it to, you have to ask for each of the components. Similarly, ask for the pages, okay? So ask like something like this. So based on the project structure, based on the pages. So guys, as you can see all over here, so guys, it has started giving the codes for the respective pages, as you can see all over here. And with the respective Tailwind CSS, you can definitely modify it based on your choices and also what you feel like is more responsive and user-friendly. For getting an in-depth idea regarding Tailwind CSS, you can navigate to its official document. And it will be very, very helpful that you can also take a help and ask GPT the same thing. So after you have populated these pages with the respective codes and components, okay, that we have shared all over here, next thing, what you can do all over here, that just type all over here that this command, or you can ask GPT how to run my application, give me the command. You can type this and it is going to give you the command, but I know the command, that is npm run dev, or this is the given command that will be very helpful for running your application. So at each stage, suppose you are building one component, so keep running this and keep seeing like what changes you are applying on a real time. So building an application using React or any front-end application is a hit and trial. So based on the modifications that you require, so you have to consistently interact with GPT and make an application out of it. But this was an overview of our given thing. So just type this all over here. So just type this and your application is going to start on a given port. So this is your port 5174. So if you navigate all over here, so your application will be open. So let me show you, like suppose the port which I'm using all over here. So it is 5173. Okay. So this will be your application, and in this way, you can make an application with the help of ChatGPT. So I've given you the basic idea, and I will also share the given documents for the components, pages, so that you could have a brief idea, and you can ask the GPT to give the required Tailwind CSS for the same. I will also share the assets. You can use it, or you can download the assets from various other websites where they have like free pick, where you can make the images for the given products, like you can say Llama, Coffee Table, Comfywet, which are easily available. And you can start designing all these things. So guys, the best thing about GPT-4o that you can also share the image. So with the help of this, you can definitely build an application.
As technology advances in all aspects of our lives, programming has become increasingly important. It is used in many fields and industries, including software development, gaming and entertainment, education, scientific research, web development, and many more. So, needless to say, the demand for programming and coding in the IT industry will probably keep increasing for the foreseeable future. But where does ChatGPT, OpenAI's popular language model, fall in this chain? That's exactly what we are focusing on in this today's video. As I said earlier, programming is utilized in many domains like web development, robotics, mobile development, machine learning, and so on. So, how can a program achieve maximum code efficiency? Nowadays, we have AI-based tools like ChatGPT to make our programming experience more efficient. Although there are several coding resources platforms such as Stack Overflow and GitHub, where programmers can find solutions to their technical programming questions, ChatGPT stands out from the competition because of its quick response time, usability, and support for numerous languages, among many other benefits. Now, let's first discuss how ChatGPT works. ChatGPT generates responses to the text input using a method called transformer architecture. A large volume of text is fed into the ChatGPT from various sources, including books, websites, and other social media platforms. The model then uses this information to forecast the following word in a phrase based on the words that came before it. The ChatGPT system allows users to enter text or queries, and then the system uses its training data and algorithms to produce the right answer. The answer is created after the input text has been examined, and the pattern most likely to match the input have been identified using the training data. In short, ChatGPT is designed to respond to queries logically and command more quickly and accurately. But why do programmers use ChatGPT on a regular basis? ChatGPT assists programmers by offering programming-related answers and solutions and helping them improve their skills. Besides that, ChatGPT is utilized for code generation, code completion, code review, and a natural language interface. Let us understand each in detail. ChatGPT is trained to generate the code or even the entire program described in the natural language specified by what they want a program to do. And then ChatGPT could generate the relevant code.
Look at the example of how ChatGPT generates the code. So now open the ChatGPT and you can type any program that you want ChatGPT to generate. So I will write a palindrome program in Java. So here you can type write a palindrome program in Java. So using Java programming language, it should generate the whole program. So as you can see, it has generated the program. So it has used a class name called palindrome checker, and it has used isPalindrome as a method name. And also it will give the explanation on the program. So you can see here why it is explaining why isPalindrome is used as a method, and it also explains the for loop, if a condition, and so on.
Next we have code completion. ChatGPT is trained to generate snippets of code or even fully fledged programs. It can generate a list of possible code completion depending on the context of the user's incomplete piece of code. By automatically producing the entire code, it can help the developers save time and minimize errors.
Next, let's see the example of code completion using ChatGPT. So even if the program is explained in natural language, ChatGPT will generate the proper code and give the complete code. So let's type here. Using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using which language? Let's keep using C programming. And enter it once again. So as you can see, we have just said that using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using C programming language, and using C programming language, it has used function, and this is the function convert to uppercase, and it has given the complete code for string to convert a string in uppercase. And also it gave the explanation. Here the convert to uppercase function takes a pointer to a string as its argument and then iterates over each character in the string using a for loop. So it explained why for loop is used, why to upper is used, and why the method convert to uppercase is used, everything. So let's say we'll give one piece of code like void to upper char str So as you can see, we just gave the method to upper and it's generating the complete code. So this is how ChatGPT works for code completion.
Next, code review. ChatGPT can analyze code, identify the bugs or errors in the program, and further help resolve them. It allows developers to fix errors more quickly.
So now, let's have a look at the example of code review. So in this example, ChatGPT will review the code. So even if the code has some mistake, it will give the proper output. Let's say we have given the example here. So we gave the function or a method called upper, and here we are giving the keyword called upper. So it should check whether this piece of code is proper or is there any mistake in this. So as I said, it's saying that the given code appears to have logical error as the function upper is being called recursively on itself inside the loop. So instead of giving to upper, we just gave upper here, right? So using the keyword to upper, only then the string can be converted to uppercase. So here we gave just upper. So it says that it is having, this piece of code is having a logical error and it gives the proper code for us. So I hope it's clear.
And then we have natural language interface. With the use of ChatGPT, a software application can be given a natural language user interface that enables users to communicate with it through natural language instructions rather than through conventional user interfaces.
Next, let's see how ChatGPT helps the programmers for natural language interface. So let's say we'll give here create a software application where the user asked to enter credential for the to-do app. Hit enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT will give the steps. So it can provide you with an outlet for creating a software applications that requires the user to enter credential for a to-do app. So here it is few steps that we need to follow to do a to-do app. So it's giving the explanation step by step. So it says that determine the programming language and framework, then set up the database to store the user information, and then create the registration page, and then finally create the login page as well. And once the user is successfully logged in, it will have the options like add, edit, and delete task as well. And then finally implement the security measures to protect your passwords, and then test the application to ensure that it works as intended and the user data is being stored and retrieved correctly. So it gives the steps of how it has to be developed.
I'm sure you all are aware of ChatGPT at this point. The revolutionary new AI-based chatbot developed by OpenAI has taken the world by storm. Thanks to its near lifelike responses and a very intricate pattern of answers. We have never seen this level of expertise from a chatbot before, which really made us think, to what extent can we push it? There are many questions on lead code that even the most experienced programmers have difficulty answering. So, we wanted to see how far ChatGPT can take us. Have we finally reached the stage where AI is going to replace us? Let's find out. So basically, here we will be listing 10 really difficult questions that we found on lead code, popularly asked while hiring and other superior examinations, and see if ChatGPT can actually answer or solve those difficult questions or not. But before you like to watch more such interesting videos, then do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started. So here is the lead code. Let's see in our list which is the first question that we are going to implement in our ChatGPT and see if it's able to solve it or not. Mainly we'll focus on hard category questions only. So according to my research, there's a question of median of two sorted arrays. So as you can see, the success rate is 35.7%. So let's see if the ChatGPT is able to do this question. So first, let us go through the question. Okay. Press enter. Let's see what it first returns. One approach to solving this problem is to use a modified binary search algorithm to find the median of the two sorted arrays. So right now it's particularly giving the logic which we can actually imply to solve this question. And this is a good thing about the ChatGPT is that before giving the code, it's actually explaining how they are putting the logic in together in the code. So probably you can use this logic to create your own program. But let's see how sensible this code is. Quite a lengthy program. This program in Python. So if you are looking for your solutions on ChatGPT, you can always opt out or mention the specific program you want the code in. So okay, it's also gives that that the time complexity will be O log min m or n. So let's see if it's the case or not. So we have copied it and we'll quickly paste it over here. As you can see, as we know that Python is very sensitive towards its uh, syntax, and you can see the indentation over here is perfect, but here it's not. So I feel that something like this is something with lead code. So let me just quickly rectify this. You can see I have cleared out the indentation issue, and let's just quickly run this program so that we can get an idea if this is the correct program. Now you can see here we have an error. Let's see, copy this and see what ChatGPT has to say for this. So if you remember, when we actually saw this question, there were 3 arguments passed through this function, which was self, nums1 and nums2. Ask GPT if it can write the code with self argument and see if it's correct. Wait that if it can pass a self argument through that function and see if it can generate a new code. Okay, now it has cleared that yes, it takes 3 arguments. Let's copy this code. It over here. Again, I think we will have to go through the indentation process. Oh no, this time it's fine. Okay, so now quickly run this program. Let's see if this time it passes all the test cases or not. Okay. I think it doesn't need because the class is already mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, the runtime is 35 ms, and as we can see, case 1 and case 2 is definitely passed. So let us see if this code can pass all the test cases internally mentioned in this question. Now you can see the first 3 cases are actually accepted, but the other 3 are not. There is a runtime error. So as the first question in our list, ChatGPT was unable to solve. So let's move on to our next question. That is zigzag conversion. Now let me quickly search for it. This is the question. Here also you can see the success rate is definitely below 50 and the difficulty level is medium. So the hard one ChatGPT was not able to solve. Let's see if this can be done. So it will give a string that will be written in a zigzag pattern on a given number of rows. and then you have to read the line in a certain, as you can see over here. So we have to write the code that will take a string and make this conversion given in a number of rows. This also means a certain amount of repeat. It has also given a certain specifications that we exactly want. So this time we'll make sure that we are mentioning everything. So let's quickly copy this. Okay. Okay, now that we have mentioned all the specifications, uh, let me quickly feed you feed and paste it. Now let's see what code it has to generate. It's implementing the code in C++. So meanwhile it's generating the code, let's quickly select the code. Oh, it's already C++, okay. Okay, it's also suggesting that we can definitely use Python and Java. And it's generating an alternative code as well for us. That's sharp. Just quickly copy this code. Take a one. I think it's okay. So it's generating in Java. It's generating. We'll definitely have a look at its alternative codes as well. Let's quickly have a look at what it has to. C++1, the first code generated by it, is correct or not. Okay, so copy the code. Paste it over here. Compilation error. Okay, okay. 28. Okay. So let's with this error. The one thing, definitely this time we have mentioned all the constraints, criteria, specifications that we wanted in our code. But again, ChatGPT questions we have implemented till now. Let's see if it has any success rate in further. Okay, it seems okay. Okay, now it is okay. So this time it is generating the solution considering the error in Java. See what it has to say in Java, and we'll make it specific that the error was in C++ program. So it generates the correct code. Plus plus program. What it has to say. This error is something related to the compiler, and now it is giving the updated code in C++. Is the correct one or not? Actually apologizing for making errors in their solutions. Quite fascinating. Yeah. Paste the code over here. I don't see there's a lot of difference or changes over here. Let's see if it runs or not. Let me see if all the braces are covered over here or not. I think it's missing a brace. Okay, so there was a syntax error. One brace was missing. I don't know what that. Definitely something with the code, but okay, we can give that to ChatGPT. It was partially lead code's issue because we were copying code. Still, it was not giving the error that there is a brace missing. Has passed the first three cases mentioned over here, and the runtime is 3 ms. Now, just let us submit this code and see if it passes all the rest of the cases or not. Mind it, this time we have actually mentioned all the constraints. So let's see if this has into. Okay, so this time it has passed all the test cases, but still my conclusion with this question is it was still not able to generate the solution in one go. But still I can give that to ChatGPT because the first error that we faced was more of a lead codes issue because it was something with compile, and ChatGPT was able to give a proper. Now let's go back to our problems list. So right now the score is 1-1. It was unable to solve one question and one not. So let's have a look at the third question and see if that brings any difference to the ChatGPT's scoreboard right now or not. Third question that we are going to deal with is substring with concatenation of all words. This is in the category again, and the success rate is 31.1%, which is even lesser than the first question that we faced, which was median of the two sorted arrays. We are actually trying to cover all the spectra, the huge spectra of different types of questions and categories available in coding, and to give you an idea of how beneficial ChatGPT can be for you to solve difficult questions, which can be helpful for your interview base in companies, or you can say well established companies or mang companies. So here this video is specifically for you to give an idea that whether you can use it for your benefit and to get an idea, or you can actually compare it with your subjects, and you can get a wider range of different types of approaches to a certain question. So let's start with the third question. Is that you're given a string and an array of strings, probably words, and all the strings of words are of the same length. Now, a concatenated substring in S is a substring that contains all the strings of any permutation of words concatenated. Here you can see it's given an example that if words has A, B, C, D, E, F, then A, B, C, D, E, F. Basically, it has done all the permutation and combinations that can be done using that specific array. Condition that A, C, D, B, E, F is not a concatenated substring because it is not the concatenation of any permutation of words. So we have to basically return the starting indices of all the concatenated substring in the S string. Also, you can choose any order for it. Here it has also given two examples for you to understand the question in a better perspective. Now, copy this question and see if what programming language ChatGPT chooses to answer this time. Start with new chat again. Copy these constraints. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, this is the solution that we're getting right now. You requested a model that is not compatible with this engine. Please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com for further questions. Let me just quickly refresh it if it has something to do with the demand. Also, sometimes it happens that the console is very busy and you're unable to implement your task in it. So again, let's quickly paste it over here. We want a code, write the code to return. Now, let's enter. This time definitely it's not giving the same error. Let's see it this time it ChatGPT has anything to give as a solution. Okay, so it's generating the code in Python. One more thing, every time ChatGPT doesn't follows a similar pattern. As you can see in the first question, it explained the logic first and then implemented the code. Second time, it just gave you the approach, not the logic, and then implemented the code in multiple languages. First choosing for C++, and this time it straight away went for the code. So definitely we can say that it has some different styles of generating their code and explaining the code. I think it depends on the understanding how they want the code to be presented in front of the user, and to give the perspective that if the code is understandable or not, and if the code has multiple approaches, I think ChatGPT is capable enough to give that. So that the code is generated, let's quickly copy it and paste it over here. I feel the indentation issue is going to be there. It was not there. Okay. F probably, but I think if we backspace. Sure. Let me quickly rectify this and I'll do you once the indentations are well. See, the indentation is corrected. Now let's have a look at the code if it's correct or not. Let's quickly run it. Definitely, it has given our first syntax error again. I can see that even specific video question, it definitely goes to at least one error, which is mainly the syntax one. Sure if that is something with the lead code or with the chat GPT code generation. Okay. Now that we have given the error, okay, it seems that the error is caused by the use of type hints. The function type hints were introduced. And the version we are using is lower than that. Okay. So basically it's generating now in the Python version. Probably this code is well suited for different version of Python. Let's change it then and see if that helps. It it is actually generating the code. Okay, again given the error. I think it's again something with the self. Uh, Python one, the new code generated is here. We'll definitely come back to that error and have a look at the Python 3 code also. First, let's copy this code and in giving the same error. Here, let's see what it has to say. Every time the ChatGPT generates the Python code, we cannot ever takes self as an argument, but the lead does. As you can see, when we start the code, it's already mentioned what arguments we need to pass from that particular function. So I think that is something with the lead code. So that what all arguments it's passing, even though we have mentioned everything this time, we have mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned all the necessary specifications that we want in the code, even then the code is not correct in the one go. So probably I'll give this point to GPT. It's something with the lead code because it's passing that parameter, and every time we have to mention that parameter. Pretty much when we do, the ChatGPT is able to solve the question. So let's see. Let me actually mention that pass self argument from that parameters. Make it a one of the parameters. Processing that. Yes, self can be passed as the first argument to the given function. Now let's see if that it's able to give the correct solution or not. Again, we can see it's generating the code and you know Python 3, but we can give that to ChatGPT that either it uses Python or Python 3. The error is with the self argument. So once we mention that error and when we mention that specification that if ChatGPT can pass self argument through that particular function in that code, the solution is pretty much right. So here it's also implementing and giving the answer. Okay, it also has mentioned that it's important to mention imported list and counter. So, okay, just copy this because again there will be a lot of indentation issues. Okay, now that we have it, let's copy the code. Also already mentioned, so yeah, we'll just copy it from the function. paste it. Run this code and see if it has the solution in it or not. Yeah, there's an indentation issue. Let me. Again, as you can see, it is able to pass all the test cases here, and the runtime is 28 ms. Now, let us submit this question and see if it is able to pass other test cases or not. Accepted. So it is able to pass all the test cases, and I think this is something with lead code again. Whenever we are generating the Python code, we are actually passing self argument in lead code, but ChatGPT is not assuming it. So the solution is definitely correct. Even though we are specifying everything, we will have to be more specific that we have to run one more argument from the function so that it generates the solution in one go. So let us try that in our next question. But we can definitely see ChatGPT was able to solve this. So now the scoreboard is 2 and 1. Among the 3 questions, it is definitely able to solve 2 questions. Even the first question, it was able to generate a correct solution, but it was not that accurate to pass all the test cases. To our question list, the next question that we are going to cover is N queens. Category, but still the success rate is 63% over here. Again, a new genre or question we are covering over here. Let us see if solve it or not. Definitely the success rate shows that many people were able to do it. Definitely more than half of people who have attempted it. So let's see if the question can, if this AI can beat that or not. So I have copied this question. The question mentions that the n queens puzzle is the problem of placing n queens on an n into n chessboard such that no two queens attack each other. Given an integer n, return all distinct solutions to the n queen puzzle. So basically, n is any given number, and you have to create a puzzle of n into n, and you have to arrange all the queens in such way. Also, the number of queens in the board will be equal to the number n, and in such a way that it is not able to attack each other in any case. Copied this part of the question, and the constraint is just one. Let me that it will be easier to keep a track of what all questions ChatGPT is able to solve. So these questions are very popular in interviews. Whenever you actually go to technical rounds and for prestigious companies, these questions are very popular. They are considered as very suitable questions to check your IQ and to check your potential, that how well aware you are towards your coding potential. Now that we have pressed enter, it is giving the logic it is going to implement in its code. One approach to solve the end queen's puzzle is to use backtracking. Idea is to start by placing a queen in the first column of the first row. So let's see if the code is again capable to, solve it or not. Again, it's giving the Python code. Generating the code, let us quickly see whether it's Python or Python 3. Python 3. Okay. Once the code is generated, I'll also write that you need to pass one more argument from the main function, that is self, and let it generate the code again and see that code can run in one go or not. What I want and let us see. Sure, here's an example of how you can pass an additional parameter self. Let's see if it suits the code or not. The solve n-queen function is a method of the n-queens class and it takes self as its first parameter followed by the integer n. So yes, this solution does take self as a parameter. So let's see if this can run in one go or not, because this time we have already covered the most frequently generated error, which is syntax error of not mentioning parameter self. So let me see the indentation if it's correct or not. This time, let us quickly run this. Class. Okay, there you go. Now you can see that it has actually run the code in one go and all the test cases are passed in one go. Even the runtime is 39 ms. So definitely ChatGPT is able to provide the solutions, the logics in a proper manner. It's just that we have to be more specific with what we want exactly from ChatGPT. Right now we can see that it has been able to successfully generate 4 out of 5 questions that we have actually implemented till now, out of which 4 are from hard category. Let us submit this code and see if it also covers all the test cases internally fed in for this question. Just a second, I think I will have to submit it again. There you go. It has accepted all the test cases and this question is done by ChatGPT. It has actually implemented. Next question that we are going to cover, till now, I can say ChatGPT has taken the lead. It is pretty much able to implement all the questions. I think there are still some range of questions that it is not able to implement. As we saw, the first one was not a huge success, but I can still give that to ChatGPT as it is in AI and still in a developing mode. But still, if it can give you 90% of the output correct, it is a pretty decent and amazing thing to do. Question is shortest subarray with some at least k. Now let me search for it. Again, this question is from hard category and its success rate is even low, which is 26.1. Let's see if this question can be solved by ChatGPT. Let's have a look at the question. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the length of the shortest non-empty subarray of nums with a sum of at least k. So if there is no such subarray, return -1. So subarray is a contiguous part of an array. It has also given a description of what an array is or what a subarray is. So now that we have created a new chat, and let me screens. So here is one way to solve the problem. Initialize two pointers, left and right, both pointing to the first element of the array. Initialize a variable. So now this time it is giving pointers to solve this question. A perfect approach in a sequential manner, so that you can also use these pointers and the logics it's giving to actually implement your own code apart from asking it to generate a code. So I can see that it has given the pointers but not the code specific. So yes, it's giving an implementation of the algorithm in Python. Uh, Again, we can see it's not the Python 3, it's Python, little lower version of Python. Switch to Python. Then we have to pass self. So it has generated the code and explained what all variables and what all statements have the individual functionality as. So we have also asked it to pass self parameter through its function and then write the code. So let's see if it adheres to it and generates new code with self parameter. Okay, so here is the new code with self parameter passed through the main function. Now I do have confidence on ChatGPT till now that it was able to generate logical and pretty much decent solutions for every question. This is passed to the class as an argument when an object is created and is stored as an instance variable. The shortest subarray takes k as an argument, which is the target sum. So basically, it's trying to explain the code that what exactly it's doing and what individual statements have as an influence on the code. and whatever parameters they are passing, what influence or what position they hold in the code. Definitely, ChatGPT is not just generating the code, it's also explaining the logic and approaches towards it. And when it's generating the code, as you can see here, they have legit explained the whole code, how it's actually functioning. That's a good way to, put emphasis on, put a confidence on the solution. And remove this. Yeah, type error. Okay, let me. Okay, so it's apologizing it made a mistake in its previous response. The init method should take two arguments, one for the nums array and one for k. So now it's again generating a new code adhering to the syntax error or type error generated. Let's right or not. It's mentioned that here the init method takes two arguments, one for the nums array and one for the k, which was the error exactly. And it's again explaining the whole code so that one person who watches code or the logic could understand the functionality of it. Let's see if this code can run. Code, checking for indentation, removing class, and run. There's one more type error. Let's copy it and we mentioned that we want self argument to be passed, it is still not able to generate, you know, the correct solution twice. So let's see if this time it can work out. Issue though with the code. Apologize for the confusion. It seems that I misunderstood the that you are trying to call the function directly without creating an instance of the class. In that case, function outside of the class and simply call it by passing the parameters like this. Okay, the code is definitely generated by itself. So definitely I am not calling any function. The code I copied was actually generated by ChatGPT itself. So it's it contradicting its own pointers? Maybe. But we have copied the the code. Let's paste it. Again, look for indentation. And run this code. Okay, once again, it is not able to, you know, pass. Time error is there. Now, again, we have to copy this error and paste it. Again, according to ChatGPT, it was confused with the context of the question. Like I said, the code was anyway generated by ChatGPT. So yeah, this time I think ChatGPT is trying to contradict its own logics. Let's see if the current code can do the miracle of solving this question. Last and run. Okay, so after 4 attempts of running the codes generated by ChatGPT on lead code, for this particular question, finally now it's able to pass all the test cases. So I have a very contradicting point right now. Not exactly contradicting, more of a skepticism that okay, ChatGPT does generates proper code or logic, but it doesn't considers all the criterias, or it also has a tendency of taking the question in a wrong context. So I feel that when we as a human try to solve these questions, we definitely try to implement all the logics, and if we get it, we can actually get the code in one go. Logic or demand of the question, and be AI being the superior version, or trying to be the superior version of human brain and going to the extents of a human brain, still faces those issues, can be a drawback for chat gpt, because you can see for this specific question we have faced multiple types of error, and we have seen chat gpt contradicting its own prior code. So definitely this is something to consider, or something to think about. Submit this code. And like I said, after giving 4 attempts, it is still not able to pass all the test cases. It is only able to pass 61 out of 97 test cases, which is almost 70% of the test cases. 30% of the test cases are still not passed. Even though we mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned the comments, we have mentioned all the errors that but as this particular code can go through, still it was not able to generate the proper code that could go through all the test cases. So this was a fail for ChatGPT. At least till now, we have made out this point that ChatGPT is definitely not able to solve every question. Split array with same average. Correct? Split array with this is from the category of hard questions, and the success rate is only 25%. Let me refresh it and remove this code. Now let's have a look at the code, what it demands. So you are given an integer array nums. Now you should move each element of nums into one of the two arrays, A and B, such that A and B are non-empty. And the average of array A is equal to average of array B. Now return true if it is possible to achieve that. Condition is not justified. So given a note that for an array, average array is the sum of all the elements of array over the length of array. Okay, so it is giving you the logic of how to actually, find out the average or what average is exactly. And also it has given a few examples to give you an idea of how the code needs to be projected or implemented. Copy the code and paste it. Okay, it is possible to achieve this by checking all the possible subsets of the nums array and comparing the averages of the subsets. So definitely it has given you the approach, the way you can actually think of solving this question. However, this approach would have a time complexity. So it's also giving that this approach can have a time complexity of O to the power n. So again, it's suggesting a different approach, a more efficient approach that will be using dynamic programming. Now, that can be used to find the subsets with a specific average and create a 2D array with the length of I and j, that will be the length of the two arrays we have actually given as input, and represents whether or not it is possible to get a sum of j using the first elements of the nums array. So So the time complexity of this approach would be O and S. So definitely it is not given a code. Let me ask for it. But not for every question ChatGPT is generating a code. It is also mentioning just and the approaches that we can actually use. Definitely, again, we will have to mention that what we want from them. As you can see, I've mentioned this time to write a code for it, and now it's generating a new code for it. It's also mentioning comments that what every snippet of the code is actually for and what it will do. Like here, you can see it will fill the 2D array DP. DP stands for dynamic programming. This here it has mentioned initialize the first column as true. So it is also mentioning the comments for better idea of understanding the code in a better way. Also giving the note that this implementation assumes that the nums array is non-empty and that the elements of the nums array are non-negative integers. Okay, also the above implementation will return the possible subset that can be formed by the array to fulfill the given condition and not boolean true and false. But that's what we want exactly, right? Still, okay, this approach is in Python. So let's copy this and see if this code can run or not. I can clearly see that again it needs to pass self parameter. Indentation. Give it a heads up. Or I have mentioned what I want specifically. Sure, here is an example of how you can pass the self parameter. So now the current solution will pass self. Okay. Great, there was an error. Okay. And it has generated a new code considering the criteria I just mentioned, that I need self parameter to be passed through the function can partition. So I have copied it, and let's quickly paste it over here. Pass all the cases or not. Wait, we need to remove this. Okay, it's done. Now quickly just run this program. Okay, so here is error, attribute error, solution object has no attribute. Okay, so let me copy it and paste it over here and see what ChatGPT has to say about this error. Okay, the error message solution object has no attribute. Split array same average suggests that there is no method named with this in the solution class. So it is likely that the test case is trying to call this method, but it does not exist in your implementation. Anyway, that I have not mentioned this method, this was given by ChatGPT itself. So again, we can see the condition that it is contradicting its own. So again, it has generated a new response, and it says that it should resolve the issue and the test case should be able to call this particular method correctly. So that is something for us to decide. Now let us copy this code and see that now is it able to run or not and pass all these test cases or not. And click on run. Okay. Now the new generated response does works for this particular question, and the runtime is 12 ms, and it does passes the first two cases mentioned. So let us quickly submit this code and see if the code is perfectly, fine to deal with all the test cases actually fed by lead code. Okay, now again we can see one more situation that this code is not able to pass all the test cases, even though we mentioned all the specifications, constraints, and we were pretty precise about the questions and parameters that we want our code to be done in certain form. But still, it is just able to pass 68 test cases out of 111, which is almost 50 to 60% of total amount of test cases. So let's move on to the next question. That is, find substring with given hash value. So let me quickly search for this question. Find substring with hash value. Again, it's a question from hard category, and the success rate is 22.2%. So let's have a look at the question, what it demands. So here, the hash of a zero-indexed string of length k given integers p and m is computed using the following functions. Now, hash with parameters spm, this is the logic given how we want our output to be demonstrated in a certain value, or how the hash can be generated. The particular formula, how you can get the hash value of your, string. So the question is, you are given a string and the integers, and you have to return the first substring of that string of length given to you. Here it's K. The test cases will be generated such that an answer always exists. We are going to copy this course and mention all the specifications mentioned here in their ChatGPT console so that it gets all the specifications. Copy the code and so I have copied the code and paste it over here. Now let's check for indentation. It's fine. Let's remove class my class and again it faces a type error. So let's move on to the next question. Again, we saw that ChatGPT was not able to solve this particular question. Coming back to our list, the next question in the list that we are going to cover is partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. Let's quickly search for that question. Partition array to two arrays. Again, this question is from hard category and the success rate is even more low. So let's have a look at the question first. It's partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. That is generated as the output. Or we can see that there are three constraints. So now quickly we'll copy this question and see if it is able to solve this question or not. First, we have to create a new chat. Copy all the constraints. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say for this particular question. Let's ask it to generate a code. This time it has only generated a logic, not exactly logic, the approach they are going to follow or anyone can follow to solve this question. Let me ask if it can generate a code. It's definitely taking longer time to generate this code. Okay, here is the code which is possible Python implementation and okay, the code is generated and it's mentioning that the code takes in an input an array of integer called nums. So basically it's explaining that what it's doing, which is pretty much explained in the question itself, that what exactly it needs to function like and what will be the variables and what will be the inputs and how it needs to be segregated to obtain our optimum result. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Again, like I said, we can see that it's generating, again, we could see that pass self parameter. Okay. In the attribute error, let's quickly copy it, paste it over here. See what ChatGPT has to say about it. Okay. That you have seen that after placing the error, it's giving that error message you're seeing suggests that there's a problem with the function name in your code. So the error message is indicating that there is no function called minimum difference within the solution. Also, I have seen that apart from the function name, it doesn't have a self parameter. So let me just write it down. Self argument in apps. Wait, let me copy it. That will be better. And write a new code with it. Let me see if it can generate a new code this time. So yeah, it has agreed. Sure, there is an example, and here's the code. So I have copied this and pasted over. See any such huge difference in the syntax or the logic of the code? But yeah, we can definitely think of running now. Let's run this code. We copy it and paste it over here. Again, an error has prompted out. I don't know how valid code we'll get after projecting this error over here in ChatGPT. So yeah, definitely considering the error message you are seeing is indicated that the function is returning INF, which is not a valid value for the expected return type integer. So in the base case where I and j are both 0, the value of is set to float, which is positively infinity. However, the expected output is an integer, so this value is not valid. So again, considering this change, the ChatGPT is giving a new code. So let us see how valid this new code is. Okay, I can see that it has changed the logic over here. Instead of float INF, it has changed, it has written a new syntax, a new logic over there. Now, and also ChatGPT guarantees that this may solve the issue of returning INF as the value. Let's see how accurate ChatGPT here is. Now, we have pasted the logic. Yeah, as oh, yeah, sorry, I need to remove these two lines. Now let's quickly run this program. Okay, so now as you can see, it could only pass one test case, but not the first two. So there's no point of submitting this code, as you can see that the logic for this code or this code as a whole is not. Well, moving on. Next in the list we have is longest common subpath. Now let's see longest common subpath. So this question also comes from category of hard questions, and the success rate is 27%. Now let's see what this question demands actually. Now let's quickly copy this question with all the constraints, and whatever apart from example is left on the screen, we need to copy it. As you can see over here, you cannot just miss out on any specifications. Talking about the constraints, copy and paste. Now enter. Giving the approach to solve this question, which is dynamic programming approach. Okay, we didn't got any code over here, so let's try that if we can present a code. Okay, so I have asked to write a code for this, and yes, ChatGPT has definitely agreed to provide me a code for it. ChatGPT is done with its explanations. I'll type it out and wait for the new code, which will contain self as a parameter. That it's this code is pretty similar to the previous one. It's just that it's using the self argument in the function as it was mentioned by me. So let's quickly copy this code. Paste it over here. Check for the indentation. Run this code. I should be any. Okay, I spoke too fast. Here we have another error. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay, the list index out of range error is likely occurring on line 10 because the indices I and j are being properly bounds checked before being used to access elements in the path and TP arrays. Okay, so we have found a new code. Let's quickly copy this code and see if this code is capable of, eliminating the errors we probably found. Click copy and paste. Let me check for the indentation. Done and run. Then we got a error over here. Even though after providing so many specifications and criterias and errors and conditions, yet ChatGPT was not able to provide a perfect solution for the code. Moving on to the last question of our list, that is going to be sum of total strength of wizards. Hopefully, this question does some magic for ChatGPT and prove itself lucky for ChatGPT graph for this video, because for now we can see it's a 50-50 scene. Half of the question ChatGPT was able to provide solutions with, and half of the questions ChatGPT couldn't actually figure out what needs to be done. Even the logic and approach was correct, still the implementation of the code was not correct. So let me search for this question, sum of total strength of wizards. Again, a hard category question. So let's have a look at the question first. Let's quickly copy this question, create a new chat, paste it over here, and look for constraints. Now that we have copied it, paste it and enter. It's giving an approach how you can actually think of a solution for this particular question. ChatGPT has not generated any code. Let me ask for it. Okay. So here's an example. Again, they have implemented the code in Python. Now, it is also giving a note that the approach is valid only if we are allowed to modify the original array. And also, we are not working on down over here. Mention and then write this code. So let's see if it can do it with self argument. Okay, so yeah, there's an example. It's generating the code. Okay, so let's see what's the update with the code. Okay. Yes. Wizard army. Let's add solution and run the code. So there's a runtime error. Let me see why. This error and paste it over here. See what ChatGPT have to say. The error message solution object has no attribute mod suggests that there is a class named solution and the code is trying to access an attribute named mod on an instance of that class, but the attribute doesn't exist. We probably need to make more specifications, and if it still doesn't work, then it clearly classifies that ChatGPT doesn't takes every point or classification in consideration, which ultimately uh, reflects on the solution. The new code is here. Let me quickly paste it. Okay. Let's try running this code. Let's see if this works. Try running it again. Again, it has a runtime error. Was unable to solve one more question. Now that we have tried and tested a huge spectrum of questions from LeetCode on ChatGPT, we can conclude that though ChatGPT is an amazing tool with a bright future, it still has its own limitations, and maybe it is not ready to replace humans or compete with human brains. These questions were picked from a list of frequently asked questions for interviews and examinations. ChatGPT does have a potential to generate logics and approaches for the code in an effective manner, but still its ability to analyze the question is weak as compared to humans. As we know, these questions are there. The success rate thus shows that a proper solution do exist for these questions, but still, even after multiple attempts, ChatGPT was not able to find the correct answer. But we can also give ChatGPT the benefit of doubt that it's still in its initial phase, and still there are a lot of aspects that need to be worked on. So probably in future, ChatGPT can take an upper hand over this. But for now, ChatGPT needs to do a lot of work for these situations.
Hello everyone and welcome to the tutorial on Prompt Library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The Prompt Library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these 3 things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You are going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up, then what's the customer expectations regarding that product. So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all this parameter and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide moreover to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when you are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of like prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. Then for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of like things and more of the experiment, and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can, and depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I've told you, follows the action verb, the topic, or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt, and always to get a good response. It's my personal experience that you have to keep fine tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine.
We'll start with the ChatGPT to automate our Excel, and we have some Excel files. I will upload them in the link with the GitHub, so you can freely download them, and you can also try this project with those files. And here we are with the ChatGPT. So now we are on the ChatGPT website, and here you can see that there's a try ChatGPT option, and when we click it, we will be redirecting to the ChatGPT, the chat box. And before that, I will show you the home page. It's showing us the samples, what we can do with the ChatGPT, the methods, and there's the collect demonstration data and train a supervised policy, like how it's trained, how OpenAI has trained the ChatGPT and its limitations. They have mentioned all the things here, iterative deployment, and moving on. Now we'll log in to our ChatGPT. I will log in with my Google account. Tell us about you, and this is my name, and he's asking my phone number. So I will get this blurred so you guys won't be seeing my phone number, okay? He's asking for the code. I'm waiting for the code. After entering the OTP, you would be directed to this page, that is ChatGPT, and this is the feed box where you can write any query in the simple natural language, that would be English, and the ChatGPT would answer your questions. And if we talk about ChatGPT, a little bit information about ChatGPT, that it's an AI-powered chatbot that has been developed by OpenAI, and the chatbot understands natural language and responds in a human-like manner. It is based on GPT 3.5, which is a language model, and the chatbot was unveiled as a prototype on November 30, 2022. While announcing the chatbot, OpenAI wrote on its announcement page that we have trained a model called ChatGPT which interacts in a conversational way. The dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow-up questions
admit its mistake, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. So now we will talk about the ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered chatbot that has been developed by the artificial intelligence, and it's been researched by the company OpenAI. And the chatbot understands natural language and responds in a human-like manner. It is based on GPT 3.5, which is a language model. The chatbot was unveiled as a prototype on November 30, 2022. While announcing the chatbot, OpenAI wrote on its announcement page that we have trained a model called ChatGPT, which interacts in a conversational way. The dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow-up questions, admit its mistake, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. So this is ChatGPT, and it's been wowing all the developers around the globe. So now we'll start with automating Excel with the help of ChatGPT and with the help of Python language. So first, we will create a folder and see the Excel files with which we will use Python, and with the help of ChatGPT, we will automate them. So first we'll create a folder for our project, and we'll create in Python projects and name it as automate Excel using ChatGPT. And inside this, we will open the command prompt, and now we'll open any IDLE so that we'll write a request to ChatGPT and he'll answer us with the suitable code, and that code will copy paste into our IDLE and run it. If it gives any error, we will copy paste the error same to the ChatGPT, and as I know, he answers them. So here we will open our IDLE, and for that we are writing a command that is code space period, and that will open our IDLE, that is Visual Studio Code. Now we have open our IDLE, and first we'll create a file here, or first we'll see our Excel files on which we will do the automation, and for that we'll get back to our folder, and here we have the number folder in which we have two files, that is CSV files, phone number and phone number 2, and other we have the sales folder, and in that we have the data of the sales of the year 2022. So we will use these files, sales and the number. So we'll cut them and get to a folder, and inside the number file, we'll start with sales. First we'll do the automation with the sales files. So we'll open the sales folder, and inside that we'll create a file that would be the py file, and the first automation we would be doing is concatenating all the files in a single Excel file. We have the files from January to December, that is the sales files, so we'll concatenate them and ask the ChatGPT to write the code to concatenate all these. So for that, we'll name the file as concatenate only. Nate underscore data dot py. So now we'll give the command to the ChatGPT. So here is our ChatGPT, and here we will write a command for it that would be I have 12 Excel files and I want to concatenate them, and we'll also mention the name, named January. spelling of January is this only, but we'll check with the file January. And then we have February. And moving on, so on, we have till December. So we have all these 12 files, and now we'll command him to use Python to concatenate the data inside the 12 Excel files into one file. So this is a command, and it's in the simplest natural language, that is the English language. So we'll just press enter. Okay, it shows us that an error occurred if the issue is. So for this thing, we'll just copy the OpenAI link and paste it here and open it. As the ChatGPT is seeing a huge traffic, sometimes it shows these errors. So he's verifying us whether we are a robot or not. So we will agree with the ChatGPT and answer its questions here. It's asking again. Okay, now we are clear with the ChatGPT, and we'll paste a command here and press enter. And here you can see that it has started answering our question that you can use the pandas library in Python to read in the data from each of the Excel files and use the concat function to combine the data from all the files into one data frame. Here's an example of how you want to use. Okay, he's going in a very right manner, and he has imported pandas and then created a data frame, and using the for loop he is going through all the months, reading the Excel file and appending. Okay, done. And result, he has concatenated, but he has not created the Excel file where we can see all the data, and he has also not printed it. So what we want, so first we'll see what does this code do. As I have seen, so it will concatenate, but it has not created the Excel file in which we can see all the data. So we have copied the code, we'll paste it here, save it and run it. And most important thing, you have to import the pandas library, and if you have not installed it, please install it in the command prompt with the command pip install pandas, or you can use it in the terminal. Okay, it has not found the january.xls. Okay, so JNUARY, the correct spelling. We'll see what error it expects. We'll save this and run once again. So we'll just copy the error and write it back to ChatGPT and see how does it respond. Okay, is seeing is indicating that the pandas library is unable to find the Excel file you are trying to read in. Based on the error message, look like the files are not located in the same directory as the Python script. Okay, we'll see that, but we have the Python script and the library in the same folder. Yeah, concatenate.py, and we'll check once again here. It's data.py. Yeah, they are in the same folder. And why we have this error. Okay, so the error is we have opened our ideally in the automated Excel using ChatGPT folder, and currently we are in sales folder, so it is not recognizing the directory. So what we'll do, we'll copy all these files, copy these sales files and paste it here. Now we'll run the code that ChatGPT provided us. Okay, yeah, it has run successfully. It's good successfully. Okay, we'll try once again. We'll kill the terminal, save it, and run it again. Now we'll see. Yeah, it has executed successfully. But the thing is, it has not converted it into a single Excel file. For that, we'll write you forgot to create the concatenated file, as we also haven't mentioned in our command specifically. So we have to be specific with the commands also. Let's see. Yeah, after concatenating the data frame to export to a Excel file, we can just write this command. And index equal to false, yeah. Okay, and he's giving all the explanations, so you can just read them. You are correct. I apologize for the oversight. To create a new Excel file that contains the concatenated data, you can use the to underscore Excel method of the data frame. Here is an example of how you could do this. Okay, you create a new Excel file named concatenated underscore data.xlsx, the same directory as your Python script, and it will contain the concatenated data form from all of the original Excel file. You could also use the to underscore CSV method to save the data frame in CSV format. Yeah, we can do that also. Okay, we'll make the XLSX file, and just beneath it, okay, yeah, ठीक है. C part 2 okay. We don't need any path, we'll just do it here only. Here result.2xl data.xlsx. So we'll save this and run it. And it's showing that it has executed successfully. And yeah, outside the sales folder, we'll close it. You can see that it has created the concatenated underscore data.xlsx. So for that, we'll move here. Yeah, it has created it here. We'll open it. And first I will show you what these files contain. So every file have the entry of around 1000. Every file has 1000 entries. So the concatenated file should have around 12,000. So this is the concatenated underscore data. And if we go beneath, yeah, we can see 2000. And it's yeah, it says it has concatenated all the data. So yeah, ChatGPT responded and we have to precise with the commands what we are writing in English, as it has not mentioned to convert it into Excel file. Now when we have written it again, it has done that. Now moving on, we will do the second automation, and for that we'll move back to our ideally, and the next automation we would be doing would be that we will be using the sum and the average function to all the files, that is from January to December files, and we'll use sum and average function. I will show you where we'll use. So it's concatenated data. So we'll open the August file, and here you can see the quantity in the H column. So we'll average down the quantity. So what is the average per customer? And in the J column we have the total cost. So we'll add all the cost in all the files. This is the August file. From January to December, we will do in column H the average for the quantities, and column J will do the sum of the total amount per customer, and we'll get it printed at the last column. That would be, we have the 1000 entries. It's going till H1001, so we would get it printed on H1002, and the sum we would get it printed on J1002. Okay, so moving on, we'll close these files. We will get back to a ChatGPT and give him a command that I have 12 Excel files, and we'll tell him that we have named them January, then we have February, then we have till December, and now we want you to use Python to apply the sum formula, and the average formula. So the sum formula would be applied from J2 to J1001. Let's see. Okay, we have closed the file. Yeah, but I remember sum formula from J2 to J1001. Okay, and the average function. And now we want him to use the average formula from H2 to H1001. Okay, and that would be in all the Excel files. And we want him to write the results in the cells, and that would be J1002 and H1002 respectively. So we have to be precise with the commands, and we have an error here that is done, and yeah, it's all done. I'll just give this command to ChatGPT and see how it answers. Use the pandas library in Python to read, okay, and perform the sum and average calculations. Good, and then write the results back to the same file. Here is an example of how you could do this. Yeah, we are writing in the same file. Okay, we are importing pandas as PD and running a loop for all the months. We have read all the Excel files one by one, and we are taking the cell 111 and allocation, okay, and doing the sum and doing the mean of the H column. Yeah, it's good. Excel. Yeah, I think it would do our job. So we'll copy this and create a new file and name it as sum.py. And inside this, we will paste the code that our GPT has provided us, and we'll run this, and it has executed successfully. Okay, no. We got an error. That is at 5. Okay, okay. It has made the mistake. Yeah, got it. Okay, we'll just see what query we wrote. I have 12 Excel files named January, February to December, and use Python to apply the sum formula from J2 to J1001 and the average formula from H2 to H1001 in all the files, and write the results. Okay, done. We would be a little specific in the cells J1002 and okay. Yeah, we'll once again submit it if we didn't get. Okay, yeah, now he has used the open Excel library. That's good. Yeah, that would be working for us. Let's see what he will provide to us. Yeah. Sheet and clear and okay. Okay. Yeah. Think it can serve the purpose, but first we'll run it. So he is giving us the explanation for what he has written this code. That is, this code will apply the sum formula to the range J2 to J1001 and the average formula to the range H2 to H1001 in all the Excel files. The results will be written in J1002 and H1002 respectively. It is important to note that this code will overwrite the original file so that it's recommended to make a backup. Okay, we don't need that. And we have backup in the sales folder also. So you can also use the read underscore excel and do underscore excel function from panel to read and okay. So we'll try this code. It is not return to import OS. And guys, you have to install all these libraries. OpenPyXL, I have already installed them. You can search on the browser that OpenPyXL installation Python, and it would be directed to pypi.com. That's the official website for the particular libraries, and there you can see the command that would be the pip install and the particular command for the module name. It is showing that it has run successfully, so we'll just see if it has done its job or not. And in the April file, we have in the H column, that is the average of the H column, that was the items, and in the J column we have the total sum of the amount of the customers. Yeah, the query has run successfully. ChatGPT has provided us with the perfect code. Hats off to the ChatGPT. And moving on, now we'll do some other automations. And now what we can do, we have other files, that is phone number and phone number 2, and what it contains, it contains the phone numbers. So what we could do is we could add the +91 extension, that is the country code for India. We will ask ChatGPT to add the country code +91 to both the files. So I'll close these files, and first we'll copy them and paste in our root directory so we don't get any error, and we'll change the slide name. Instead of hyphen, we will add the underscore. Okay, now we'll move back to ChatGPT and write a command, and these files are CSV files, not XLSX file. Yeah, these are CSV files. Both the files are CSV files, other files are XLSX files. Okay, so for that, we'll write the command to ChatGPT that I have two files with .csv extension, and they are named phone underscore number, and the second was named phone underscore number underscore 2. Okay, so we have told the ChatGPT that we have two files, and now we'll tell him to use Python to add the country code, add the country code plus 91 as string prefix, and that would be adding as a string prefix, else it would only show 91, it won't show plus. So we'll see if ChatGPT understand that or not. As string prefix in both the CSV files with column name that was phone. Okay, now we'll just press enter and wait for our ChatGPT to answer this query, and we'll see how it responds. You can use the pandas library to read as well. Okay, and the prefix to the phone numbers and the modified data package is all okay. Hey, then I could do this. Okay. Phone number and phone number. Okay, both the files. Now we are reading files and the phone directory. It's adding as type string. Okay, it has understood that. And to CSV, and this code will hit in both the files. Yeah, I think this will work. We have copied the code. This code will read in both CSV files and the plus 91 string to the phone numbers and write the modified data back to the CSV files. It's important to note that this will overwrite the original file, so it's required to make a backup of the original files. Okay. You could also use the apply function to add the prefix to the phone number in the column. Okay. So, okay, yeah. We can do this also with the lambda function. And that's good. This will also do a job. First, we'll see this, and we will create a file for this automation and name it as countrycode.py. Okay, and we'll paste the code here and run it for you guys. It's showing that it has executed successfully. Yeah, it has executed successfully. So we'll just go back to our files and see whether they got plus 91 as a prefix or not. Okay, the numbers. Okay, the files got only 91 as the column, it's still in the number format. It hasn't converted into string format. We'll see the second code also. Like, yeah, it has converted x into string. Okay, lambda x. Okay, we'll see whether it's working or not. Like, it has worked. And the issue is we have changed the file's permission denied. Okay, we have opened a file. We'll close it. Don't save. Save this and run it again. Now it shows it has executed successfully. We'll open the files. And now if we see, it is showing, yeah, now it has added 291s. Yeah. So no issues. The thing is, first we have to transform it into the string format, and then we can add +91 as a string to that string. So ChatGPT misses with the slightest implementation of the code. Now moving on, we'll see this command later. If you want to see how we can add +91, I will tell you how to write that code. Okay, so now moving on, we will do another automation, and you would be glad to know that ChatGPT improves the existing code. Like in the first automation, it has concatenated, but it hasn't converted the concatenated file. Like, it hasn't created that file. It had created the file when we have written to it that you forgot to create that file. So ChatGPT, it modulates the existing code also. And moving on, now in any, okay, well, open the concatenated underscore data .xlsx, and inside this, okay, we have the product line. So what we'll do is we will change the name of the electronic accessories to electronic equipments, and home and lifestyle to lifestyle. Now we'll automate this process, and we can do this automation in all the files also from January to December. So we'll do that only. Okay, now here we will command is, okay, now we'll command the ChatGPT that using Python iterate through all the Excel files in the directory. So we are asking him to iterate through all the Excel files in the directory, and we'll ask him to replace what was the electronic accessories. Electronic accessories. See the spelling. It's correct or not. Electronic accessories. Okay. Yeah. Electronic accessories with electronic equipments. And we'll also ask him equipments. Is there any mistake? Okay, we'll do equipment only. And home and lifestyle we have chosen, yeah. And home and lifestyle, and we'll change it with only lifestyle. Okay, so using Python, we are iterating through all the Excel files and changing these. That would be in each Excel file. So we have to be specific with a written language. And now we'll save the modified workbook in, we'll create another folder, and in that we'll save the files. Okay, save the modified file in the output folder, and if the folder is not created, we'll ask him to create it. Okay, then create one folder and add it in. Okay, I don't know why I'm saving this. So I have written the command. I will press enter so that ChatGPT can process it and give us the code for that. So it's showing us. Sorry, that was showing us. You can use the OS library to iterate through all the Excel files and directory, the pandas library to read in the files and make the changes, and to save the modified files. Okay, here's an example of how you could do this. Now here we have imported OS pandas as PD, and it has written the code. We'll copy that. This code will iterate through all the Excel files in the current directory, replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment, and home and lifestyle with lifestyle in the data frame, and then save the modified files in the output folder. If the if the output folder doesn't exist, the script will create it. You could also use replace function to replace the values in the column. Okay. This will iterate through all the cells in each row of the Excel sheet and replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment, and home and lifestyle with lifestyle if the cell value is equal to the respective string. Okay, we have copied a code, and now we will create a file and name it as iterate.py. We'll paste the code here and run it for you guys. The code has been executed successfully. Now we'll see. We'll open all the files. Not all, but yeah, we'll open some. That was the previous one, electronic accessories. Okay, so it hasn't changed in this. Okay, we will open another file and see if we code the changes in that or not. That also states the electronic accessories, so it hasn't done its job. So we'll move back to GPT and use this code if it functions, else we'll write back to the chat GPT. Showing okay. Just a second, I will read the code. Okay, we are using the replace and find in excellent. Okay, so for here we have to import the OS done load underscore book, and for that we import this. And run it and close these files. Okay, now we'll see if we quote our solution or not. No, it's showing electronic accessories and home and lifestyle. So ChatGPT doesn't got the code to change them. So we'll ask him another time and with a different language this time. Also, I don't think it has created the output folder. It has, oh, sorry. I'm really sorry. What I have done is my mistake. Those were the original files. And we have the product line here. And we have electronic accessories here. And that should be equipments. Okay, we have electronic accessories and lifestyle. Let me see my command. Okay, I have asked him to change electronic accessories with electronic equipment and home and lifestyle with lifestyle. So it has changed only lifestyle. We'll see. Okay. Okay. Uh, the E here is small. We'll update that in the code. You can write this back to ChatGPT also. But yeah, first we'll do this. What are I showing? Node has executed successfully. Okay. In the output folder, we have the December accessories. That's it, the capital E. Okay, 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 okay. So this code is giving us error. We'll see the last code. We'll copy that and try to use this. And close the terminal and run it again. It has executed successfully. Now we'll see the file whether it has changes or not. It has not. Now we'll ask the ChatGPT. What have you done, brother? Using Python, iterate through all the Excel files in the directory and replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment and home and lifestyle with lifestyle. Okay, in each Excel file, save the modifies file in the output and if the okay. Okay, we'll ask the same thing once again to him. And with this electronic accessories, oh sorry, and save the modified file, the output folder, and get the folder. It doesn't exist. Okay. Okay. This is the same code as the above one. Okay, we'll see once again. Just close these files. Has executed successfully. Now we'll open it. And now we can see that it has changed to electronic equipment. Electronic equipment. Yeah, now it has executed successfully. Maybe there would be an error with us while copying it, as we have also created the output folder, but we forgot to see in that folder. Maybe that could be the error from our side. Now we are done with the changing of the column names, the cell names. That was electronic accessories to electronic equipments and home and lifestyle to lifestyle. Now we'll do the next automation. For that, first we'll open an Excel file. This was in the output folder. We'll get back to our main directory and open the file July. And here we will filter the Excel file for gender. That is, we'll select gender as female and with the unique values in column city. And we'll extract the data from column A to Q. That would be the whole data. And for each unique city value, we'll create a new Excel file for each city, and that will contain data only for that city and for females only. And after that, we'll save this file in a folder named city. So we'll give this command to ChatGPT. And here you can also specify the module you want ChatGPT to use for the particular command. Here we will be commanding the ChatGPT to use the pandas module. And for that, we'll write the command, node command in the natural language. We'll give this command to the ChatGPT. And for that, we'll write using Python and pandas. Filter the, okay, we will just pick a single Excel file, or we can pick the concatenated file, that is concatenated underscore data. Filter the concatenated underscore data dot excel sx Excel file, and that would be for gender female and by the unique values in column city. We first will give the command by the unique values in the column city. And after that, we want to extract the data from column A to Q, that is the whole sheet. Extract the data from the column A to Q, and for each unique city value. for each unique city value. Now we will extract the data, and now we'll create a new Excel file. So for that also we'll give the command to ChatGPT, and we'll write create a new Excel file, and that would be for each city. Okay, so we'll write create a new Excel file for each city containing data only for that city and for females. Okay, and save this file in the city folder, and if it's not been there, ChatGPT can create the folder for that also. Okay, city folder, and naming the each file with the city name. Okay, naming each file after the corresponding city. Okay, now if the city folder, that is we have written the small city. Okay, if the city folder doesn't exist, then create it before saving the files. Okay, now we have given this command to the ChatGPT, and it has responded us with you can use the pandas library as we have already mentioned to use that to read in the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx file and filter the data for gender female, group the data by the unique values in the city column, and extract the data from the specified columns for each group. And here is an example. So we have put the code. We'll wait till ChatGPT continues. And we can see that the ChatGPT has completed, and we will copy this code for setting open female data. Just see related gender equal to female city. We'll make the directory for city, and for city group in female data root group by city. And you could also use the asn method to filter the data frame for female gender. Okay, first we'll see this, and for that we will create filter.py and run the code. It has been executed successfully. So now we'll see that the city folder has been created or not. I'm not able to see the city folder. Okay, it's been created. So we'll see. Okay, it's been created. Man, it's still empty. So we'll give time. Okay, and we got an error. Okay, we'll pass this error to ChatGPT first, and after that we'll see what's wrong with this. You are. So the error message you're saying is indicating that the column names specified in the list are not present in the data frame. It's likely that the actual column names in the data frame are different than the ones you specified in the list. Okay, you just see the list, that is concatenated data. Go back and see, that is A2. Okay, it's still R. Okay, we made a little mistake here. So we'll just change a command. Yeah, this is it. And instead of Q, now we'll write R and save and submit. Now we'll see what it would generate for us. We'll close this. Okay, this command will run the content fields in the Excel files. Filter the data for females. Group the data by the unique values in the city column. Great. And extract the data from the column A to R for each unique city name, and then create a new Excel file for each city containing data only for that city and for females. Files will be saved in the city folder, naming each file after the corresponding city. Okay, it's done. Now we'll copy this code and paste it here and see whether this code works for us or not. So it's been executed successfully. Now we have moved to the city. Okay, it's executing. So I'll give time to the code. Let it do it. So yeah, it's been executed successfully. Okay, so there were three cities, that was Mandalay, Naypyidaw, and Yangon. And if I show you the data, you could see there's three cities, and it has created the Excel files with the name of the cities only, the unique cities, and it has extracted the data for the gender female. Now we'll see those files. Close this. And back in the city folder, could see the Mandalay city, and the data is just for the females. So this automation works well with ChatGPT. Now moving on, we will do one more automation, and that would be to use Python to identify what is the count of each payment mode. So for that, I will just get you aware of the payment modes in our sheet, and we'll do this automation on the concatenated data sheet only. So this is the payment column, and you can see the mode of payments, that is e-wallet, cash, credit card, and these are repeating. So we'll use Python to identify what is the count of each payment mode from column N, sorry, and that is from this sheet only. And then we'll create a new sheet and name it as count.xlsx and write the count against each payment method. So we'll give this command to our ChatGPT and ask him to write the code for our automation. So we are writing use Python to identify what is the count of each payment method from column, and the column was n, from column n, and that was an concatenated underscore data dot xlsx sheet, and create a new sheet named count.xlsx and write the count against each payment method. Okay. Now we have given this command to a ChatGPT, and we'll see what it offers to us. You can use the pandas library to read. Okay, that's the same value counts function to get the count of each payment method. Okay, and you can use the toXL method to the data frame to write the count to a new sheet. Okay, that's good. And he has imported the pandas library and created the df variable in which he has read the concatenated file and used counts function for the payment method, and column equal to payment method. Okay, the column name is payment, not payment method. I think it would generate an error for us. So Python of each one method from column n, and we will specify column m n that is named payment, as it has used payment method here. You can see that it has used the column name as payment method. So we'll specify this. We have to be very specific with our commands for these automations. For simple tasks, you can use simple language, like complex sentences, or you have to mention every detail. But for these automations, you have to use them. Now our ChatGPT is working with this, and most probably he will deliver us with the perfect code. I hope so. Okay, it has read and the value count, and it has exported reset. You would also use the group by function to group the data by the payment method and use the size function to get the count of each payment method. Okay, we'll see this. And here we will create a file as count.py, and in this file we'll paste the code delivered us by the ChatGPT. We have executed it. It's being executed. We'll wait for that. It's been executed successfully. So we have moved back to our folder, and we have to look for file count file. Yeah, count file. Okay. Is this the no? It's the okay. Yeah, it's showing us the mode of payments, that is e-wallet, cash, credit card, and the number of usage. Yeah, 448,003. 12. Yeah, it's 12,000. That was the whole entry of the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx. So we have done with this automation, and now we'll do one last automation. And first we'll close all these files. Okay, and moving back to our ChatGPT, and now we'll rename all the 12 Excel files that was January, February to December, and we'll add the word car sales just before the month name. That would we will just add the prefix before the month name, and for that we'll give the command to the chat GPT in the natural language, and here only we'll change it in the main directory only, as we have the copy of all these files. So for this we'll write the command use Python to rename all the 12 Excel files named January, February until December. Okay, and that is present in my directory. And what we have to do is we have to add the word, we'll add car sales. Okay, car sales in front of each file name. Okay, so what it will do is car sales underscore January, car sales underscore February, and so on. So we'll wait for the chat GPT. You can use the OS library to iterate through all the Excel files in a directory and then use the os.rename function, okay, to rename the files. Here is an example of how you could do this. Go to OS and we have the months. Okay. This code will iterate through all the Excel files in the current directory and add car cells in front of each file name. And those files would be those only, the months. And good. It's using the glow module. And you could also use the glow module. Okay, that's the second code. It's the easy one, okay? But we'll go with OS first and get back to our ideally and name the file as rename.py, and here we'll paste the code and run it. It's been executed. We'll move back. Yeah, you could see that car sales have been added to all the files, and with that we have done with our automations. And if you want, you can also submit your code to ChatGPT and ask it to add commands to your code so that it could explain you what that line does or what that function does. It would explain very tediously. And if you want, you can also try ChatGPT to automate many office tasks. You can automate PowerPoint for that and do many more tasks with ChatGPT.
Imagine this. You're sitting in a cozy corner of your favorite cafe, sipping on a warm cup of coffee. Your laptop is open, and within minutes, you have just created a high ranking blog that could potentially earn you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Sounds good to go true? Well, this isn't a fantasy, it's the reality of modern blogging with ChatGPT. Since its launch in late 2022, ChatGPT has taken the world by storm, gaining over a million users in just 5 days. And for bloggers, it has been nothing short of a gold mine. With AI at your fingertips, you can now create content faster than ever, target profitable keywords with precision, and even outsmart your competition with strategic insights. Let's talk about numbers. Many bloggers have seen their income skyrocket from a few $100s a month to tens of thousands, simply by leveraging ChatGPT. They have doubled their traffic, optimized their content strategies, and tapped into new revenue streams with the power of AI. The possibilities are endless, and today I'm going to show you exactly how you can do the same. In this video, we are diving deep into how you can harness the power of ChatGPT to start a profitable blog from scratch. Step by step, I'll walk you through everything you need to know, from content planning and keyword research to writing posts and promoting them effectively. So without wasting much time, let's dive into our first step, which is creating a content plan. Every successful blog begins with a well thought out content plan. This is where the magic starts. ChatGPT can play a pivotal role in helping you brainstorm and organize your ideas efficiently. Imagine sitting down to create your blog and having a clear roadmap of content ideas tailored to your niche. That's the power of content plan. First, determine the niche you're passionate about, whether it's technology, fitness, travel, or any other topic. Once you have identified your niche, it's time to leverage ChatGPT. So, as you can see, we have logged in our ChatGPT, and you can simply ask ChatGPT to suggest blog post ideas for your chosen topic. For example, you could type suggest blog post ideas for a tech blog. So I'll just simply type here. And I'll just press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given some blog post ideas, and these are the topics we can look into. So these ideas aren't just random suggestions, they are the building blocks of your content calendar. With these topics in hand, you can plan out your blog post for the upcoming months, ensuring that your content creation is consistent and targeted. The approach not only keeps your blog organized, but also helps you stay focused on delivering value to your audience regularly. So now that we have a content plan in place, it's time to move on to the next crucial part of the blogging process. This step will ensure that your blog post will not only reach your audience, but also rank highly on search engine. So you can pick any topic you want from here. Suppose my topic is cybersecurity threats in 2024. All right. Now the next step is keyword research. In the world of blogging, keywords are like GPS for your content. They guide your readers straight to your blog. So the next step is conducting keyword research. Keywords are essential for search engine optimization, which is SEO, because they help your blog rank higher in search engine result, making it easier for your target audience to find your content. With ChatGPT, the process becomes incredibly efficient. You can start by asking ChatGPT to generate a list of potential keywords for your blog. For example, let's type here, give me short tail and long tail keywords. Give me short tail and long tail keywords for the particular topic which you have chosen. For example, I've chosen this topic, which is cybersecurity threats in 2024. So I'll just press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT will give a list of short tail keywords and long tail keywords as well. It's important to validate these keywords using an SEO tool like Google Keyword Planner. So you can validate these keywords using Google Keyword Planner. So let me show you a quick demo on how we can search using Google Keyword Planner. So I'll just type here Google Keyword Planner. So as you can see, I'll just simply sign in here. So here, this is the interface of Google Keyword Planner. You just have to click on Discover New Keywords, and you can type anything. For example, the topic name is cybersecurity. That's it. And the language you have selected is English. And we will click on Get Results. So as you can see that Google has given us a list of all the keywords related to this topic. The broad level keywords, we have total 658 keywords ideas available. You can also add filter here and suppose low range, high range, or exclude keywords in my account, anything you want to alter. And suppose I click here brand or non-brand keywords. Suppose you want keywords for your platform like Coursera, Code, Udemy, anything. So you can just untick the other brands and then it will give you the keywords related to that particular platform. And yes, these are the monthly searches and the competition status, everything you can just simply see from here. So these are the keywords which are having monthly searches of around 100k to 1 million. All right, so you can pick any keyword from here. Suppose this is cybersecurity, I'll just copy paste. You can also download your keywords. So this is how you can search your keywords using Google Keyword Planner. So we'll go back to ChatGPT. As you can see, these tools will provide you the valuable data such as search volume, keyword difficulty, and competition level. This ensures that you're targeting the right keywords that can bring substantial traffic to your blog. So by combining the power of ChatGPT with reliable SEO tools, you are setting the foundation for a well-optimized blog that can rank well and attract the right audience. Now let's move on to our next step, which is analyzing content gaps. Now that we have understood the content plan and how do we do the keyword research, it's time to gain a competitive edge by analyzing content gap. So content gaps are opportunities where your competitors might be missing out and you can step in to provide valuable content that fills those voids. So ChatGPT can assist you in this process by helping you to analyze what top ranking blogs are doing and how they might be lacking. So we can just simply type a prompt here, which is analyze the content gaps. Suppose analyze the content gaps. And you can just mention the competitor's blog post. So we can simply search for that keyword which we have chosen, cybersecurity, and you can see the first blog post which is from Cisco, what is cybersecurity. So we'll just copy this domain, the web address, and here we'll just copy paste and just simply click enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT was unable to analyze the content gap. So we will just we will give the prompt, analyze the content. Just copy paste this post, press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT will highlight the areas where you can improve or expand your content to offer something unique and comprehensive. By identifying these gaps, you can tailor your blog post to cover topics or angles that others might have overlooked, giving you a distinct advantage in the crowded blogging landscape. So this strategy not only enhances your content but also position you as an authority in your niche, attracting more readers and high ranking on search engines. So as you can see, we have understood this step. Now it's time to move on to a fourth step, which is building topic clusters. To truly establish your blog as an authoritative source in your niche, it's important to create topic clusters. So topic clusters are groups of related blog posts that revolve around a central theme. This strategy not only helps with SEO but also provides your readers with a comprehensive understanding of a particular subject. So using ChatGPT, you can easily build these clusters. For instance, you might ask create topic clusters for a blog post. Suppose I just type a prompt here, create topic clusters for a blog about cybersecurity in 2024. All right, so we'll just simply click on enter. So here are the list of topic clusters, which are more than just a collection of posts. They create a robust site structure through internal linking, which helps search engine understand the relationship between the content pieces. This improves your blog's visibility and ranking while also guiding your readers through a logical and informative content journey. So as you can see, your topic clusters are now here ready. You have laid the groundwork for a powerful content strategy. Now it's time to dive into the actual writing process where ChatGPT can once again be your invaluable assistant. So after doing this topic cluster thing, we'll move on to our fifth step, which is outlining and writing the blog post. So the next step of our journey is creating a well-structured outline, which is very important for organizing your thoughts and ensuring that your content flows smoothly. So we will start by asking ChatGPT to generate an outline for your blog post. You might type something like this, which is create an outline for a blog post titled Suppose the title name is Cybersecurity in 2024. Okay. So as you can see, it has created an outline, introduction, emerging cybersecurity, and what all topics you need to include. So it will provide a detailed structure including headings, subheadings, and that you can use as a blueprint for your post. Once you have your outline ready, you can ask ChatGPT to help expand each section into fully written content. For example, you could expand the section on heading with the keywords, name of the keyword list. So suppose this is the heading, all right. So you can just type here, expand the section on heading name with the keywords. And you can get your keywords from Google Keyword Planner, as you can see here. So just simply copy paste the keywords. So copy paste it. Just remove all of these things. And just simply press enter. So ChatGPT will generate content that fits into your outline, making the writing process faster and more efficient. So, however, ChatGPT is a powerful tool, it's also important to add your personal touch to ensure that the content is more engaging and reflects your unique voice. So, you can also add, just write a prompt, write friendly tone blog post and just press enter. So you can modify according to your needs. So as you can see that the ChatGPT has generated a topic cybersecurity, and it's starting from all the topics which needs to be included. So any modification you need to do, you just simply type the prompt here, and then ChatGPT will give you the required results. Our next step is adding FAQs and also doing SEO optimization. So now this post as a blog is ready. So to enhance your blog post users experience and search engine performance, we also consider adding a frequently asked question FAQs. So ChatGPT can generate FAQs that are relevant to your topic. Just simply type here, create 5 FAQs. So it will create all the FAQs you need. You can also ask for tags, meta tags. For this, you need to type create meta tags for blog post titled Cybersecurity in 2024. So it will create all the meta tags. So by adding these SEO enhancements, you are ensuring that your blog post is not only informative and engaging, but also optimized to rank well and attract a larger audience. Our last step is promoting our blog. The final step includes writing a great post. Effective promotion is the key to driving traffic and growing your readership. So ChatGPT can help you in assisting and creating promotional content for various platforms. So you can just simply type a prompt here, which is create a tweet to promote my blog post titled Cybersecurity 2024. So as you can see, ChatGPT will generate a concise and engaging tweet that you can share with your followers. You can also do the same for other platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, and all of that. So just simply you can also write a newsletter to promote my blog using the title name, and then ChatGPT will generate the content allowing you to quickly share your post to your audience. And there you have it, a comprehensive step-by-step guide using ChatGPT for blogging. From creating a content plan and researching keywords to writing posts and promoting them effectively, ChatGPT can streamline your workflow and help you focus on what matters the most.
Okay guys, let's start with creating the Google Slides or PowerPoint presentation with the help of ChatGPT. And we'll do this in 2 ways. Starting one with the VBA code. So here we'll ask the ChatGPT to write a VBA code for the PowerPoint presentation, and for that we'll write a prompt, that is write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation and you would just write the topic, that is on how to become a generative AI expert, and you could mention some of the details, like you want a roadmap in the PowerPoint presentation or just the steps to become a generative AI expert. So let's see an example. So you'll ask the ChatGPT that write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and we'll write the topic on how to become a generative AI or a master in generative AI. And here you could mention the details also, or you could ask the ChatGPT that you can act as an expert in computer science or as an expert in artificial intelligence, and you could create a PowerPoint presentation and give us a VBA code on how to become a master in generative AI. And you could ask him that I want the slides in a manner, or you could just list the slides that on slide 1 I want the problem faced by generative AI experts, then in the next slide I want what skills, and on the next slide, that is slide 2, I want to know what skills that generative AI expert should possess, and in slide 3 I want the roadmap, and in the upcoming slides I want all the roadmap skills goals to be explained in a good manner that I can understand, or I can use this PPT for for students to get them understand. So you could modify your prompt accordingly. So let's see how the ChatGPT respond to this and what VBA code it will provide to us. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and you could see here that to use this VBA code, you will need to access the VBA editor in PowerPoint, and for that you just need to press Alt plus F11 and then insert a new module. I'll show you how you could insert the VBA code in PowerPoint. Till then, he's generating the response. We'll come back here. So this is the developer option that we need to unlock. So just click on the blank presentation, and coming on the blank presentation, just right click here and you could see the option customize the ribbon. So this is the ribbon, the whole thing, this is the ribbon, and you could see the options here, and this is the developer option which I have already tick marked, that is it is accessible in my ribbon here. So we'll make it accessible, and here in the developer option you have to click on Visual Basic and then insert user form, then we have module here, click on the module, and here we have to paste the VBA code that will be provided by the ChatGPT. As you could see that it has provided the code, and there's another method, that is you just press Alt plus F11 and then you will come on the particular slide here, then you have to go here and use the module and paste it here. So we will copy the VBA code, get back here, paste the code, and this is the button you have to click, that is run sub or user form. Just click on it and you could see that it has provided the PowerPoint presentation. So it is the basic presentation, as I have not commanded the ChatGPT, or I have not modified my prompt accordingly. I have just used the basic prompt that just generate a basic presentation on how to become an expert in generative AI. So you could modify your prompt accordingly on how you want your presentation, and for the design thing you could use any template or layout. So we have the design here, so you could use any design what you prefer. So you could see that it has applied the design to all the presentations. You could ask the ChatGPT if you want to have more text heavy, and if you want to generate images also, you could do that with the help of DALL-E. So now moving to the next method on how we can create PPTs or the PowerPoint using ChatGPT. This is the one method that is using the VBA code. Now moving back to ChatGPT. Now here we'll ask him that generate a PowerPoint pitch deck for a topic, and that could be any topic you want. So here we'll modify our prompt and ask him that act as an expert in CS, that would be computer science, and I want him to generate a PowerPoint presentation that would be pitch deck, and that would be for a topic. Let's move to the topic for the cloud computing topic on mastering cloud computing. Okay, and we will instruct him that structure the presentation in the following manner, in the following sections. And now we can provide him the section, that is problems faced by a cloud expert, then it could be skills, and then the roadmap, roles, salary. I think that's it, and you can modify accordingly what you want in your presentation. Let's see what it will provide to us. So we'll see that it has started generating it. So what we'll do here is we'll open the Word here and we'll paste all the content that has been provided by the ChatGPT, and using the Word only, what we'll use here, we'll paste, and we'll use the paste formatting here, that is the merge formatting. So first delete all these. Okay, now we have the content here, and we don't want this also. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we will make these like the titles. We'll just get back and use Control H. We'll find all the slide titles and replace them with a space. Okay, and there are colons also, so we have made the replacements here. Now for the content part also we have to make that replacement, so we'll use the Control H only, and what we have here is content, and we'll replace it with like nothing, that would be empty only, and subtitle. So yeah, our Word document is here. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we'll make all this, that is the heading of the slides, we'll select all of them and make them as level 1. and all the other things as level 2. If you see the content, it has not provided us the good content, that it has just provided what things we can include in the PowerPoint. Not like the ChatGPT has not given us the all the content that should be included in the PowerPoint. Like you could see here, that is in the first slide, it has stated that mastering cloud computing, a comprehensive guide and unlocking the future of technology only. It has not provided us the content. And in this, what is cloud computing, it has said that define cloud computing and its importance in the modern digital landscape. It has not defined for us, it has just provided the definitions. So you have to modify a prompt that I want the whole PPT presentation with all the information or all the understandings of the concepts. So you could do that. And now in the view section only, with this we'll save this and we'll save this on the desktop only and name it as PPA. Okay, now moving to the PowerPoint, and here we'll move to file, blank presentation, and in the new slide we will click on the option slides from outline. Moving to the desktop, here we have the PPA file. We will insert it, PowerPoint because it is used by another user. Okay, so we'll close this and click on OK. We'll do the process again, that insert it and wait for some time till then it proceeds with that and create the presentation. So you could see here that it has created the presentation here, that is mastering cloud computing, a comprehensive guide and unlocking the future of technology. So you could see that ChatGPT has not provided us all the information. It has just drafted how you could insert information in the slides. So what you can do is you could just go to ChatGPT and ask him that provide all the informations for the slide 1 and then paste it in your Word document. Accordingly, you could do for all the slides and then save the Word document after doing the level 1 and level 2 headings for the content. And after that, you could just come here and in the new slide section, just click on slides from outline and insert the document. That's it. And if you want to design it, you could use any layout or template. So with this, guys, today we have learned 2 methods to create PowerPoint presentation using ChatGPT.
Imagine a world where language models using smart techniques like retrieval augmented generation, fine-tuning and prompt tuning change how we interact with technology. These models are great at understanding and creating human language, making them useful for many tasks. Picture automating customer support and writing content more accurately with fine-tuning, which customizes models for specific needs. RAG improves answers by pulling in the latest information, ensuring they are accurate. Prompt tuning helps by crafting prompts that guide the model to give the right responses, whether for marketing or reports. Imagine breaking down language barriers with instant translations and supporting global connections. These models also made technology more accessible with text-to-speech and speech-to-text features. In education, they provide personalized help and practice, opening up new learning opportunities. This is the exciting future of language models, making communication easier, more efficient, and more inclusive. In this video, I will let you know what are the differences among RAG, fine-tuning, and prompt tuning, and much more. So before we jump into that, let us have a basic understanding of the smart techniques. Now let us understand what is RAG. RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. It is a technique that enhances the performance of language models by combining them with a retrieval system. RAG helps models generate accurate and relevant answers by using the external information, especially for tasks needing specific knowledge that the model's training alone might not fully cover. Now let us understand how RAG works. RAG works by first understanding your question with a language model and then searching for the best information from outside sources like articles or databases. It takes this information, combines it with what the model already knows, and then gives you a complete and accurate answer. This process helps the system provide more reliable and detailed responses, especially for questions that need specific or up-to-date information. Now let us understand about fine-tuning. Fine-tuning is a process used in machine learning, particularly with large language models, to adapt pre-trained model to perform a specific task more effectively. This technique is commonly used because it leverages the general knowledge the model has already gained from being trained on a large and diverse dataset, which can then be specialized to improve the performance on a specific task. Let's see how it works. Start with a pre-trained model. Use a model that has been trained on a large and diverse dataset. Prepare a specific dataset. Collect a smaller, task-specified dataset related to the domain you want to focus on. Fine-tuning process. Train the pre-trained model on the specific dataset, allowing it to adjust its parameters. The last step is evaluate the model. Test the fine-tuned model on a relevant dataset to access its performance. After we have understood both the topics, let us see what prompt tuning is. Prompt tuning is a technique used to optimize the way prompts are presented to a language model in order to steer its responses towards a desired outcome. Prompt tuning involves 4 key steps. The first one is define objectives. Identify the specific task or context for which you need improved performance from the model. The second is design the prompts. Create and craft prompts that guide the model towards generating the desired responses for your defined objectives. The third is evaluate the performance. Test the model's output using the design prompts to see if it meets your needs and make adjustments as necessary. The last step is refine and iterate. Adjust the prompts based on the evaluation results, iterating through this process to fine-tune the model's responses until the model's performance is optimal. Now let us see what are the major differences among them, differentiating them on the basis of the approach they follow. Retrieval augmented generation combines a language model with a retrieval system. Fine-tuning further trains a pre-trained language model on a specific dataset. Prompt tuning modifies the prompts or input text to give the model's responses. Now let us understand this with the help of an example. Suppose it's to explain how airplanes fly. RAG finds the latest sources and explains lift through wing shape and air pressure. Fine-tuning trains the model with expert knowledge, providing a detailed response. Prompt tuning specifies the question, guiding the model to give an easy-to-understand explanation like for a child. Now let us see how they differ by purpose. RAG improves accuracy and relevance by providing the up-to-date specific information beyond the model's initial training data. Fine-tuning customizes the model to perform better on specific tasks by learning from additional relevant examples. Prompt tuning directs the model to generate more relevant or accurate responses based on how prompts are crafted. Now differentiating them on what their use cases are. RAG answers questions with the latest information, such as providing the real-time updates or detailed information on a specific topic. Fine-tuning creates a chat box tailored for customer support in a particular industry or improving a model's performance in specialized areas like medical text. Prompt tuning customizes output style for marketing content or generating specific types of responses based on the prompt variations. We will now differentiate them based on data dependency. RAG relies on external databases or documents to retrieve information during runtime. The model's response can change based on updated or newly available data. Fine-tuning depends on a fixed, task-specified dataset during the training phase. The model's knowledge is static after training and does not update in real time. Prompt tuning operates on pre-trained models' existing knowledge database. It doesn't rely on external data, but rather on how the prompt is structured. RAG, fine-tuning, and prompt tuning are all methods used to improve language models, but they approach the task differently. While RAG adds external information, fine-tuning updates the model's knowledge, and prompt tuning defines how inputs are presented. All three aim to improve the relevance and accuracy of the model's responses.
First, let's start with the introduction. What is ChatGPT and how it can assist in customer service? Imagine having an assistant that's always available, never takes a break, and delivers instant personalized support. That's ChatGPT, an AI-powered tool that's changing the way many businesses handle customer services. With real-time automated responses that feel natural and engaging, ChatGPT ensures customers get fast and accurate help anytime and anywhere. Whether it's answering a single inquiry or managing thousands at once, this AI-driven tool keeps responses time short and satisfaction level high. Customer service is no longer limited to business hours. ChatGPT operates 24/7, ensuring your customers always get the assistance they need. And the best part is, it works seamlessly across multiple platforms, social media, websites, emails, making it the ultimate support hub. Unlike traditional chatbots, ChatGPT doesn't sound robotic. It adapts its tone and language based on customer interaction, making conversation feel personal and engaging. This human-like touch builds trust, improves customer experience, and keeps users coming back. Think about all the repetitive questions your team answers daily. ChatGPT can automate those tasks, freeing up your team to handle more complex issues. It can also manage multiple conversations at once, acting like a supercharged customer service representative that never slows down. The speed and accuracy of ChatGPT means shorter wait time, better engagement, and happier customers. And because AI keeps learning from interactions, it gets smarter over time, continuously improving the quality of support. Let's talk about the future of customer service. Well, the future of customer service is fast, efficient, and AI-powered. And ChatGPT is leading the way. So whether you're a startup or an enterprise, integrating ChatGPT into your operation ensures scalability, consistency, and top-notch service. And the best part is, you can start today and future-proof your business effortlessly. So now in this session, we are going to get started with ChatGPT for answering inquiries. We are going to transform a simple ChatGPT chat into a fully functional customer service assistant that can handle customer inquiries like a pro. So whether it's tracking orders, handling funds, or answering product-related questions, ChatGPT can be programmed to provide accurate and efficient support just like a real customer service agent. So the first step is programming ChatGPT to understand its role. We'll tell it that it's now a customer support assistant responsible for guiding customers through order tracking, resolving account issues, and answering frequently asked questions as well. So to get started, first you have to head over to ChatGPT website, and here you can see we have different models of ChatGPT. So today we will be using ChatGPT 4.0 because it's great for most of the questions. We also have O1 model, O3 mini, which are good for advanced reasoning as well. But here we will be using ChatGPT 4.0. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm simply going to start the process by saying, I want to program you into a simple customer support specialist. So let's type and just press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given me some kind of particular framework, and it's saying that I a chatbot or system specific like. Alright. So here the next prompt we will be given to ChatGPT is that I'm going to say that I will provide you with examples to learn from, and you need to learn from them. So I'll be giving ChatGPT some of the examples, and ChatGPT has to actually learn those examples in order to give the required answers. Also, I'll be mentioning, since in future, I will only give you questions by the customer, and I will expect your answers. And now we'll just hit enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT has got it. You can examples of customer queries along with ideal responses. So now let's start by providing some examples. So I'll be just writing example 1. Suppose the example 1 is a shipping inquiry. Alright. Step 1 would be, suppose setting up the context. So the instruction I'll be giving to ChatGPT is, you are an assistant for a customer service team. Your job is to help customers track their orders. If a customer asks about their order, guides them through the tracking process. Customer query example would be, suppose the customer is going to type, where is my order? I ordered last week and I haven't received yet. Okay. So suppose the customer will be just writing this query, and the assistant, what instruction I've given to ChatGPT is that you are an assistant for your customer service and your job is to help customers track their orders. So if a customer asks about their order, guide them through the tracking process. So what I want ChatGPT to respond is that, let me just type here ChatGPT response. It will give response something like, please provide me with the order number. I will check the shipping status for you. Alright. So I want ChatGPT to respond in a very friendly, engaging tone. And this is how I want the ChatGPT to respond. This is the first example we are programming and for ChatGPT. And let's hit enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT is saying that understood, we have set up a structured approach where I'll act as a customer service and order tracking. So based on this example, I'll respond to similar queries by first requesting the order number and then checking the shipping status. So now with other examples as well. So suppose example number 2 would be something like account issue. So you can just, give examples based on what type of queries are we getting from customers if they are facing any shipping issue, return inquiry, or any account issues, or any product information they want. So we have to train ChatGPT that what kind of questions will customer ask and how ChatGPT should respond. Not like an AI, but more like a customer assistance. So the second example is an account issue. So the first step is set up the context. Instruction to ChatGPT. Suppose the instruction is, you are a support agent. If a customer says they can't access their account, provide them with the steps to reset their password. Suppose the customer is typing something like, I forgot my password and I can't log in. I forgot my password. What would be the ChatGPT response with this? ChatGPT will respond something like, to reset your password, please provide your email address. So the ChatGPT response would be something like, to reset your password, please provide your email address associated with your account and I will guide you through the process. Alright, so this is the ChatGPT response which I want to give and I'll just simply press enter. So in this case, if the customer is going through any account issue, then the customer if suppose they are giving query like, I forgot my password and I can't log in, then the ChatGPT would respond something like, you reset your password, provide. This keeps like very smart answer and a very friendly tone. This doesn't even sound like an AI. Alright. So in the similar process, you can provide multiple examples as well in order to train ChatGPT. So in similar way, we are also giving the third example, which is related to return inquiry. And the instruction I'm giving to ChatGPT is like, you're assisting customers with returns. If a customer asks for a return, you have to guide them through the process by asking for the order and the reason for the return. The customer query, suppose they write a query something like, how can I return an item I bought last month? Then what I want ChatGPT to do response to this is that to return the item, I need the order number and the reason for return. Please provide those and I'll get started on processing your return and simply press enter. So as you can see, it has also understood our example 3. So in simple, provide as many as examples as you can. So here is also the example 4, which is related to product information. Also, one more thing, we are not just directly giving prompts of all the examples in one go. We will be doing it individually, like example by example. The reason for this is that in this case, ChatGPT will understand and program the particular answer and the query and then perform efficiently. So that is why we are not doing it in a one go. Alright. So this is the example 4, which is related to product information. And here the instruction I have given to ChatGPT is like, suppose you are a product specialist. So when a customer asks for a product details or availability, gather product information and provide the stock status. So the customer query example would be something like, is this item still in stock or not? And what response ChatGPT will give to this is, can you please provide the product name or the product information so that I can check its availability. So just simply press enter. So it has also understood this particular example. Example 5 is related to shipping. But the instruction is like, you're a shipping agent, and if a customer is asking for shipping cost, ask for the zip code and offer them the shipping rates available. And suppose the customer will type a query like, how much shipping cost is for my order, then in this case ChatGPT will say that please provide a shipping zip code and I'll calculate the shipping cost based on your delivery address. So here is the example number 5, and we have also trained ChatGPT for all these examples. So we have to do it step by step. Here example number 6 is related to the refund status. So here the instruction I have given to ChatGPT is, it's a customer service assistant, and if a customer asks about the status of a refund, prompt them for the order number and fetch the refund status. The customer query example is like, have my refund been processed yet or not? And to this, the ChatGPT will respond that please provide your order number so that I can check the status of your refund. Alright, it has also understood example number 6. Moving on to 7. So here example number 7 is related to your order modification. Suppose the customer wants to modify some of the order. So in this case, you have to instruct ChatGPT that if a customer asks to change their order or ask for their order number and the details of the modification, then like suppose if the customer is typing like, can I change my shipping address or not? Then in this case, ChatGPT will have to say that please provide your order number and the new shipping address and I will help you update it. Also example number 8 is related to our store hours, and you're providing store related information. So if a customer asks about store hours, provide the opening and the closing time. Customer query example, what time do you close today? ChatGPT response would be something like, a store closes at particular timing. Let's suppose it's 8 p.m. Please let me know if you need any further information. Let's click enter. Alright, we have given particularly 8 examples here right now. The last step, what I want to do is, I will be providing ChatGPT with some general instructions. Alright, this is something like, you have to always ask for relevant details. So in case if a customer asks queries, ChatGPT should ask for number, email or product name to gather the necessary data. You also have to maintain politeness and empathy, use concise and clear language, always encourage follow-ups, and for unresolved issues and further inquiries, ChatGPT should encourage the customer to ask additional questions to meet up. So we have also given ChatGPT some general instructions. So as you can see, we have given all the instructions and the examples. So make sure that you have to rename the chat to customer support agent. so that you can easily find and refine it later. One more thing, that since we have given all the examples and also asking real queries, in next session, we will see in action. That is how it is handling. We will be giving some 10 different customer questions from various industry to check its accuracy and efficiency. So now we will be understanding ChatGPT to answer some real life customer inquiries very fastly. So in this particular video, I'll share with you some of the questions that a customer might have. So let's suppose a customer is having some shipping inquiry and the prompt to this something would be like, the inquiry something like, hi, I have just placed an order for a pair of shoes on your website. Let's suppose my order number is, let's suppose 45672. Okay. So can you just provide me an update on the shipping status? So this is the particular type of query which a customer might have related to shipping. So let's see what ChatGPT is giving answer to this. Alright. So now as you can see how efficient ChatGPT has given the answer. It says, thank you for reaching out. Let me check the shipping status. Your order number is this and I picked up. Could you also confirm the email address associated with your order? This will help ensure accurate tracking. It doesn't even look like an AI has written. It's looking so engaging and such a friendly tone. So now let's move on to our second question, which would be something related to our product availability. So I'm giving a prompt, something like I'm looking to buy a smartphone. Let's particularly name the smartphone as something like smartphone X. But it's showing that it is out of stock for your website. Can you just tell me when it will be back in stock? Alright. So let's see what type of answers ChatGPT will give us to this. Okay. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given a very good answer. Let me check the availability on your smartphone. Restocking times may vary. So could you please provide a location or zip code? This will help you check available in your area. It's such a brief and in such a good tone ChatGPT has given the answer. So let's move on to a third type of query which a customer might ask, something related to maybe return request. And the prompt to this would be something like, hello, I have received a wrong size for the jacket. Let's suppose a customer has ordered a jacket last week. I ordered last week and just mention the order number. The order number is 3467. Okay. Any random number I'm giving. I would like to return it and get the correct size. What should I do? Let's see what ChatGPT would be replying to this. So as you can see, ChatGPT is giving us a very detailed explanation to our particular query. So as you can see that ChatGPT has given us a very detailed explanation for this. But I'm sorry to hear that you have received the wrong size. Let's get this sorted for you. The process for your return and exchange, and it has also given us the details like the order number, the preferred size, and the condition of the item. Is the tag attached or not? So you do not have to write for the more information to ask more. It has given you in just one go all the solution you need in order to resolve your query. I think it's pretty much efficient. Let's say the fourth problem would be something related to account access issue. So you'll type a prompt, something like maybe I forgot my password. And I can't access my orders to check my recent. Sorry, I can't access my account. Obviously, the customer would access the account to check my recent orders. Can you help me to reset it? And let's see what answer is it providing. So as you can see, ChatGPT has written, of course, I can help you to reset your password. Please provide the particular email address associated with your account, and I'll guide you through the password reset process. Once you have received the reset link, follow the instruction and set up a new password. So genuinely, you will just get to know what to do next, and so you'll be giving your email address. So this was an issue related to your account. So let's suppose now you have an issue related to maybe refund. So you'll be giving prompt like, suppose, hi, I returned a pair of shoes maybe a week ago and you haven't received the refund yet. And just share your order number. Order numbers, this, let's suppose. I still haven't received my refund. Can you check the status for me? And let's see what ChatGPT is replying to this. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given us that your order number is this and I'm looking up for refund status. Could you please confirm the original payment method for the purchase? Refund processing time is based on your payment method. Once you have that info, I'll provide you with an update. That's it. So you just get to know what type of payment method you had used and then you'll be providing that and then your issue will be resolved. And coming to our sixth problem. The sixth problem would be for your customer would be related to a shipping cost. And I'm giving a prompt like I am about to check your website and I want to know the shipping cost for an order, and you can just mention the order name maybe in brackets, and suppose this is the order name for the particular item, what item name you want the shipping charges to be. So suppose you are buying let's suppose Bluetooth speaker. Can you calculate this for me? Just right. Can you calculate this for me? Let's see what ChatGPT will be doing. So as you can see, ChatGPT is asking for your shipping zip code. Now the shipping rates may be based on location. So once you provide your shipping zip code, it will calculate your amount for that particular item you are buying. So this was a problem related to shipping cost. Now moving on to problem number 7. So we will be covering total number of 10 problems. Problem number 7 is related to your warranty information. Suppose you want to know the warranty of a particular product. Let's suppose you are buying a smartwatch last month and you want to know whether it has warranty or not and what time period is the warranty available. So just write query like I bought. You just have to simply write a query as if you're just talking to a person. That's it. And in the similar way, ChatGPT will give you an answer in the particular format only, like in a very friendly tone. So let's suppose I bought a smartwatch. Let's suppose, just name, smartwatch, like smartwatch said, let's suppose, last month. And I am wondering if it comes with warranty or not. How long is the warranty period? Let's see what answer will it give to us. So basically, suppose for my particular order, which was a smartwatch, so this smartwatch comes with a manufacturer warranty, but the duration can vary. To confirm the exact warranty details, could you please provide your order number and purchase receipt? So for this, you have to just give the order number and your purchase receipt, and it can give you the particular warranty period available or not. That's it. So as you can see how efficiently, again, ChatGPT is responding just like, an agent, a customer service agent, how a customer service agent, how it replies in a similar way AI is responding. I'm not saying that ChatGPT will replace people, but then it's working really good as if a person is talking to you. So let's move on to order number 9, which would be a query related to your store location and hours. So let's suppose you're giving a prompt like can you tell me the nearest store location? Can you tell me a nearest store location to, let's suppose, I'm staying in Bangalore, so I'll just mention Bengaluru HSR layout in brackets. And also I want to know the hours of operations, so I'll just also write and the hours of operation for today. So let's see what ChatGPT will reply to this. So here, this is so good. ChatGPT has also provided you with a map. So here are some of the stores related to the HSR layout. So here you can just check out that where you have your particular store available nearby. It has also given us the nearby available store, and you can also go for website directions call. And it has also written that please note that the store hours can vary, especially during holidays. It's advisable to contact the store directly or visit their official website to know. So you're getting everything you want. Maybe your location, maybe your fund, shipping, warranty, everything ChatGPT is performing, just outperform. So we have discussed total of about, I guess, 8 questions. Let's also ask 2 more questions, which is one question would be related to your order modification. So let's suppose a customer is having a problem related to a laptop, but it realized that it made a mistake with the shipping address. So can it be modified or not? So let's see what ChatGPT responds to this. So I'll be just writing, I ordered a laptop and just mention the order number. Order number is, let's suppose this is the order number. But I realized I made a mistake with the shipping address. So can I change the address before the order ships? So this is my question. Let's see what ChatGPT will respond to this. So as you can see, ChatGPT is saying that it can help you with that. Your order number is this and you would like to update the shipping address. But before proceeding, I need to check if the order has already been shipped or not. And if you want to provide your correct shipping address, you have to just give it to ChatGPT. It is saying to provide the correct shipping address, and I would like to update on it. So as you can see, you also have got the solution for this particular problem as well. Now we are coming to the 10th question, the 10th query, which we will be giving and asking ChatGPT, that is customer service feedback. Alright, so you will be just giving a prompt. Suppose you just spoke with one of the support agents about a refund issue, and I would like to leave feedback about my experience. How can I do that? So if you want a customer service feedback, just type a prompt. I just spoke with one of your customer service agents and I would like to leave a feedback. How can I do that? Let's see what ChatGPT will reply to this. So I just spoke to one of the customer agents and I would like to leave some feedback about my experience and how can I do that? Let's see what ChatGPT will reply to this. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given that you can leave your feedback in the following ways using customer feedback form, customer email, or phone support for you, and I'll guide you accordingly to that. You can see that ChatGPT has given for each question we type, ChatGPT has given the accurate, correct, very detailed explanation to make us understand. So it's working really great. So this was it for this sum of the inquiries question. And in the next section, we will be understanding some practical ChatGPT tips for handling some inquiries by using ChatGPT for FAQs, which are some frequently asked questions. So now we will be using ChatGPT for asking frequently asked questions, which are FAQs. So I'll be showcasing you how to utilize the power of ChatGPT when it comes to generating frequently asked questions. So what exactly are we going to talk about? Now, when it comes to frequently asked questions, each product will have a whole subset or a set of questions that people might actually ask. And in those cases, you can actually use the help of either of a lot of hard work data about the product and from the customer themselves. So in order for you to come up with the questions that the customer might ask regarding a product, what I told you that you can do this with ChatGPT. You can take any particular product whatsoever and then you can generate frequently asked questions, meaning questions a customer might ask, and you can answer these questions in advance. And so let's go to the platform Amazon. So we'll just search amazon.com from here and you can just select the product you want to generate FAQ. So let's suppose we are selecting this particular headset. Please copy the link from here and we'll go to our the AI customer support bot which we had created. And here you can just write create FAQs for the following link. Okay. And just copy paste the link from here. Alright. One more thing, you can do this thing, paste the link only using ChatGPT 4. You can't use the normal ChatGPT 3.5 version. It's only available in this particular model only, ChatGPT 4 model. See that ChatGPT has given so much of the particular. And you don't even have to do a lot of research. It made our research so simple just by doing this. So as you can see, it has provided us with a particular FAQs, what devices are compatible, how do I connect my headset. It has also, gone through the particular website and it has checked everything. What is the battery life? Does the headset come with microphone? So if you have any particular question, also at last, as you can see, it has also given us the sources. Where can I find the manual drivers for the headset? So you don't have to do a lot of effort to put this together, or an expert copywriter researcher that knows all the technical aspects about a product. So ChatGPT can do this all by themselves. So this was for the FAQs one. Now we will also understand how can we personalize responses with ChatGPT. So now in this session, we will be knowing about how to personalize responses with ChatGPT and how can you create better customer experiences by personalizing ChatGPT's responses to create better leads. Let's first talk about why is personalization important. Imagine you walk into a store and the salesperson greets you by name, remembers what you bought last time and offers helpful suggestions based on your preferences. It feels great, right? That's exactly what personalization does. In customer service, it makes every interaction feel meaningful and valued. With ChatGPT, you're not just answering questions, you are crafting an experience. A simple, generic response might provide the necessary information, but a personalized response builds trust, improves customer satisfaction, and also creates loyal customers. Now, let's talk about how ChatGPT can personalize conversations. Unlike basic chatbots that just provide pre-written replies, ChatGPT understands context, intent, and even emotions. It listens to what customers say and how they say it, allowing it to respond with the right tone, style, and the level of detail. For example, a generic chatbot response with no personalization could be something like, "My order is too late, when will I get it back?" In this case, the chatbot will reply, "Your order is delayed, please check it back in 24 hours. Technically, this answers the question, but it feels robotic and impersonal. It doesn't acknowledge the customer's frustration or make them feel valued. Now let's look at to optimize ChatGPT response with personalization. When the customer is typing, "My order is late and when will I get it back?" In this case, ChatGPT will reply something like, "I'm really sorry about the delay. I completely understand how important it is to receive your order on time. Let me check the status right now and update you quickly as possible. And I appreciate your presence." Now you see the difference. The second response is very empathetic, reassuring, and customer focused. It acknowledges their frustration, offers immediate action, and also expresses appreciation, all crucial for building customer loyalty. Now let's understand how ChatGPT adapts to different situations. One of the most powerful aspects of ChatGPT is its ability to adjust responses based on tone and urgency. So let's break it down for you with simple real-world scenarios. So let's suppose the first scenario could be a frustrated customer. Imagine if a customer is upset and frustrated related to some technical issue and he doesn't know how to solve it. In this case, ChatGPT can acknowledge their frustration, apologize to them, and then can reassure them to a solution that is on the way. The next scenario could be something like a curious customer. Let's suppose if someone asks a general question about a product, then ChatGPT can provide detailed information in a very friendly and engaging way. The next scenario could be something like an urgent request has come. So if a customer needs immediate assistance, in that case, ChatGPT will offer quick and very direct responses with very clear steps, ensuring the issue gets resolved as soon as possible. Also remember, personalization creates a stronger customer relationship. At its core, personalization is about making customers feel valued. So when responses feel human and thoughtful, customers are more likely to trust your brand, return for future purchases, and recommend your service to others. ChatGPT isn't just a chatbot, it's like a customer engagement tool that will help you to create stronger connections, and instead of just writing queries all the time, it builds genuine interactions that customers will appreciate. The future of customer service isn't just about providing answers, it's about delivering meaningful conversation. With ChatGPT's ability to personalize responses, businesses can improve customer satisfaction, bring brand loyalty, and also they can stand out from the competition. The very next time if you're setting up ChatGPT for customer support, remember personalization is the key to creating memorable customer experiences. So if you want to get ready to take your customer service to next level, let's dive more deeper into what ChatGPT can really do in the next chapter. So in this session, we will be knowing about how can we use ChatGPT to improve customer experiences, ensuring clarity and accuracy in responses. In the world of top-notch customer service, where clarity is the key of making every customer interaction smooth, efficient, and satisfying, imagine a customer reaches out with a question, expecting a quick and clear answer. But then instead of just expecting a quick answer, they get a very vague or a confusing response. That would be really frustrating. And that's why providing precise and actionable information isn't just a nice to have. It's very important and essential for building trust and loyalty. So first, let's understand the power of clarity in customer service. Remember, customers don't just want answers. They want answers that make sense instantly. When responses are clear and to the point, customers feel understood and valued. And this is where ChatGPT can help. It will eliminate confusion and it will ensure accuracy and make every interaction more effective. Remember, having more and a better clarity will be equal to better satisfaction and will lead to stronger trust with your audiences. But then how exactly does ChatGPT ensure clarity? Well, it all starts with understanding the intent. Unlike traditional chatbots that give generic or scripted answers, ChatGPT will listen carefully to the customer's exact needs. And this means no more long-winded responses and no more guesswork. It will just be straightforward and helpful information. Now let's talk about the role of prompts in getting clear responses. We all know that writing a good prompt is very important. And here's something very important to remember. The way you ask a question will determine the quality of your response. So if you do not ask a question in a better way, you won't be getting response in that particular manner. So let's suppose now if your prompt is very vague and not that efficient, then ChatGPT will struggle to provide the exact answer which you are looking for. But then if you write a very well-structured prompt, then the response will be very precise and actionable and will give you the exact answer which you need. Let's suppose, for example, the customer will ask something like, when is the return policy versus what are the steps to return a defective product within 30 days. You see, here is the difference. The second question when we are asking what are the steps to return a defective product within 30 days is more specific and detailed. and thus ChatGPT can generate more accurate and useful response. The clearer is the question, the clearer will be the answer. And remember, better prompts will give you better answers. Now let's talk about from way to clear optimizing responses with ChatGPT. For example, you have a non-optimized response, which is returns can't be processed. So as you can see, this response is not that detailed and friendly tone manner. So it's very vague and it tells the customer nothing about the return of the item. Whereas when we look to the optimized ChatGPT response, it will say something like, to return an item, you can follow the following steps. And the first step would be visit our return page, and it will insert a link down there. I have shown you all this demo before in the previous chapter. So if you want to look, you can just, so I've shown all this demo in the previous chapter. You can just look over there how ChatGPT responds to this. It will give you a link out there, and then it will say you to enter your order number, and it will also say to select your preferred return method. This is much better, right? The version is very clear, actionable, and very easy to follow. The customer now has an exact step-by-step guide rather than a very vague statement. Now let's understand how can we keep responses relevant and context-free. You have a non-optimized response. For example, your order in its way. It says nothing basically about the order. This may be technically correct, but it lacks important detail and structure. The customer still doesn't know when their package will arrive or where it is currently. Whereas an optimized ChatGPT response will say something like, your package was shipped on date and then it is expected to arrive on the particular date. You can track it here and it will give you the tracking link and let me know if you need further assistance. As you can see, this prompt would be much better. The response not only provides necessary details, but it also guides the customer to the very next step they are making. And it will make the experience very smooth and frustration-free. Now, let's talk about why does clarity actually matters and why is it very important to build trust and loyalty. Here's a very big takeaway. Clear, accurate responses don't just solve problems, they build trust. So when a customer receives precise information the very first time, you don't have to keep asking follow-up questions. This will save time for both your team and also the customer. And the best part is, the more accurate and personalized your response would be, the more customers and trust you will bring to your brand, which will lead to higher satisfaction, stronger loyalty, and it will also help you to repeat your business. Remember the tips. The first tip is adjust your prompts to be specific and detailed. Tip 2 will be you can optimize ChatGPT responses to be very clear and well structured. Tip number 3 is focus on relevance and the context, no unnecessary information. That means you just have to write briefly about the context and you don't have to provide some unnecessary information. Tip number 4 is you have to ensure accuracy, be accurate and build trust and reduce follow-up. So you have to try to reduce as much as follow-up you can and try to build accuracy, loyalty and trust. So if you follow all these simple techniques, you can turn ChatGPT into an essential customer service tool that will ensure clarity and then it will also ensure efficiency and an overall smoother experience to your customers. Remember this thing, happy customer will lead to a very successful business. In this session, we will be knowing about how ChatGPT ensures positive tone and professionalism. We are going to dive into one of the most powerful yet often overlooked aspects of customer service, which is tone. You might be now thinking, why does tone actually matter? The answer is very simple. Tone shapes how a message is received. It's invisible thread that connects a brand to its customers, influencing perception, trust, and overall experience. It's not just what you say, it's about how you say it. Even a perfectly accurate response can feel dismissive or cold if the tone is off. On the flip side, a well-crafted response with very warm, clarity, and professionalism can turn a frustrated customer into a loyal advocate. Now let's understand how ChatGPT will ensure the right tone. The best part is ChatGPT can adjust tone automatically, ensuring every response is friendly, making customers feel valued and heard. It's very professional, maintaining brand credibility and trust, and the tone should be effective, which is it should be clearly communicating solution in a very empathetic way. Let's suppose your request is being processed. Let's suppose ChatGPT is giving you such answers like your request is being processed. You can see it will sound very cold and robotic. Whereas if it will give you an answer something like great news, your request is in progress and we will update you shortly. You can see this response is very warm and engaging. So by mastering the right tone, businesses can enhance customer experience, build long-term relationships, and it can also boost brand loyalty, all through the power of thoughtful communication. Remember, right tone will lead to happy customers. Now let's understand how ChatGPT ensures the right tone. Well, ChatGPT is designed to be very approachable and warm, ensuring that every response feels engaging and empathetic, so that it doesn't just reply, it adapts. So whether a customer is frustrated, confused, or just seeking information, ChatGPT will tailor its tone to match the moods and their needs. Friendly plus professional will lead to perfect balance. Imagine a customer reaches out after a frustrating experience with a product. They are disappointed, maybe even upset. So a generic chatbot might respond with something like, "We apologize for the inconvenience. Please check our support page for assistance." While factual, this response will lack empathy and can make the customer feel ignored. Adding to their frustration, they don't just want a solution, they actually want to be heard and understood. And this is where ChatGPT will stand out. Unlike traditional chatbots, it can recognize emotions in a custom messages and can adjust its tone accordingly. So instead of a very cold and generic response, it can deliver something like, "I'm really sorry to hear you had this experience. I can understand how frustrating that must be. Let's get this sorted out for you right away." Why does it actually matter? Because customer wants more than just answers. They want empathy and validation, which will help in rebuilding trust. So a very well-crafted response can turn a negative experience into positive brand interaction. It will also help to improve retention. So when a customer feels heard, they're more likely to remain loyal even after a rough patch. So by recognizing frustration, disappointment, or urgency, ChatGPT ensures that customers don't just get the answers, they get support that feels human, compassionate, and reassuring. This small adjustment in communication can make a huge impact on customer satisfaction and brand loyalty. So now we have this ChatGPT over here, and I'll just show you how ChatGPT will respond. So suppose a customer is very frustrated. So he or she might type something like, "Hi, I don't know when my order is getting dispatched. I am waiting eagerly. I am disappointed." So let's see how ChatGPT will respond to this. If you remember, we have already trained ChatGPT by giving the particular prompts to see how to reply to that, and that was really efficient. So let's see how it. Okay, so now as you can see, ChatGPT has responded in a way that "I'm really sorry. I completely understand how frustrating it must be. Let me check the status for you." So as you can see, I'm disappointed right now and frustrated. And ChatGPT exactly knows that the customer is, frustrated here, and it has written in a structured manner, like, "Could you please, I'll look into it as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience." So this is why ChatGPT exactly excels and pair it with other chatbots. It will actually recognize the emotions and it will adjust the tone accordingly. So it will help in rebuilding trust and it will also improve retention and a lot of that. Talking about empathy, professionalism, and positivity. So it will not give you a vague answer. Instead, it will give you a very well structured, responsive, with how understanding your emotions. In that way, it will give you the answers. So now let's talk about empathy, professionalism, and positivity. So a vague answer could be something like, your issue has been noted. It feels robotic or dismissive, leaving the customer very uncertain about the next step. It also lacks acknowledgement of their frustration, making them feel unheard and unimportant. On the other hand, a response like, I can understand, like how ChatGPT said, will directly validate the customer feelings and reassure them their concern as a priority. This approach not only provides clarity and support, but it also makes it in action. Empathy isn't just about being polite. It's a very powerful tool that builds trust, strengthens relationships, and it also fosters loyalty. So when customers feel heard, they are most likely to stay engaged, return for future interactions, and also recommend the service to others. It will also handle frustrations with care. A generic message like, we are experiencing delay, please be patient, will add frustration. A better response would be something like, I understand the delay is disappointing. Let me check and update you soon. Thank you for your patience. Remember, professionalism builds trust. Being professional means being very clear, respectful, and solution-focused communication. ChatGPT adapts to formal or casual tones while ensuring clarity and brand alignment. The power of a positive tone. A well-structured, friendly response turns problems into opportunities, boosting satisfaction and strengthening loyalty. Even in difficult situations, ChatGPT will help create positive, professional, and empathetic interactions that will enhance customer relationships. So now let's talk about how can ChatGPT handle escalation. So knowing when to escalate, ChatGPT is very powerful tool for handling customer queries efficiently, as we have already seen, but it isn't flawless. It obviously has some flaws as well. Some situations require human intervention to ensure the best possible resolution, and that's where escalation comes in. It acts as a safety net, guaranteeing the complex or sensitive issues receive the attention and expertise they need. So by integrating seamless escalation process, businesses can ensure customer satisfaction, trust, and positive service experience, leveraging AI for efficiency while keeping human support where it matters the most. It will make sure that the query is not too complex or specific, the customer is frustrated or upset, and the issue requires human approval, that is refunds or some sensitive cases. Now let's look at some optimized escalation responses. So a generic response would be something like, we are sorry for the delay, please check back later. This particular type of response is very generic and not at all sensitive and empathetic. Whereas a better response from ChatGPT would be something like, I understand the frustration, let me escalate this to the team member for a very quick resolution. So the smart escalations triggers are basically the keyword detections, flag words like angry, frustrated, not working, repeated queries, escalates when customers repeatedly ask about the same issue again and again. Also, one smart escalation trigger would be something like failed responses, which will transfer to a human after unsuccessful AI attempt. So why does proper escalation actually matter? Because proper escalation will give a faster resolution. Remember, AI handles simple queries and human manages complex ones. Proper escalation matters because it leads to less frustration. Customers get timely support without repeating concerns. It also leads to better efficiency, that is, the customer teams will focus on critical cases. Talking about the continuous improvement, it will help in reviewing the feedback, ensuring very smooth AI to human transition. It will also analyze the patterns. It will identify issues frequently which are being escalated, and it will also refine some AI responses. And it will improve ChatGPT to handle more cases before escalation. Remember, ChatGPT isn't here to replace human agents. It's here to enhance support by knowing when to step back. And the best part is, best customer service combines AI efficiency with human expertise to a very seamless and effective assistance. So in this session, we will be knowing about continuous improvement with ChatGPT. We'll be learning about seamless behavior, ChatGPT to human agents, why handover matters. Customers value efficiency and expect a seamless experience when interacting with businesses. One of the biggest frustrations they face is having to repeat the same information multiple times. So whether it's two different representatives or across various service channels, a well-coordinated transition between touchpoints ensures that customer concerns are addressed very quickly without unnecessary delays. So when businesses streamline their process and maintain clear communication, they minimize wait times and reduce frustration, leading to a more positive overall experience. This is not only enhancing customer satisfaction, but it also builds trust and loyalty as customers feel valued and understand rather than being overlooked or inconvenienced. ChatGPT's role in handover is it captures key details, issues, steps, and also the expected resolution. It summarizes conversation and it provides a very quick, clear to the agents. It reads emotional cues. It helps the agents understand and adjust their approach accordingly. So now let's look into some of the optimized versus some of the non-optimized handover. For example, a generic handover would be something like, your request has been forwarded, a representative will contact you soon. This doesn't even sound empathetic at all, whereas a better handover would be something, I understand how frustrating this is, escalating now, summary, issue, double charge, frustration high, steps taken, check history, next verify and process refund. So it will give you a summary and it will also give you all the steps in how you can refund your particular complaint, whatever you have. Remember, the key handover details over here are the issue summary. That is what the customer needs. Relevant background, which relates to your previous interaction and solutions attempted. Also the emotional tone, which will help the agents tailor responses effectively. Real-time updates and also continuous improvement. ChatGPT update summarizes as conversations evolve, keeping agents informed with the latest customer needs. Let's talk about the benefits of ChatGPT-powered handover. The benefits of ChatGPT are faster responses. That is, you don't have to waste your time typing again and again, and it will give you in one go, a very fast and efficient response. It's more efficient agents. Immediate context means quicker resolution. It will give you resolution instantaneously. Higher customer satisfaction. That is, you don't have to repeat your concern again and again. So by streamlining handovers, ChatGPT will ensure a very smooth, frustration-free customer support, and it will also empower agents and enhance service quality. Now let's talk about some of the ongoing improvement and adaptation with ChatGPT. Customer expectations are constantly changing, driven by technological advancements, shifting market trends, and also the evolving preferences. So to remain effective and valuable, ChatGPT must adapt to these changes through regular updates. These updates improve its ability to understand and respond to user queries accurately, enhancing it effectively and incorporating new features that align with customer needs. So without continuous improvement, the AI risk becomes outdated, leading to reduced user satisfaction and engagement. And by staying updated, ChatGPT can refine its responses, support new use cases, and provide a more seamless and personalized experience. Businesses that rely on AI-driven interaction benefit from these updates as they ensure the customer support and engagement strategies which remains competitive and relevant. Ultimately, a constantly evolving ChatGPT fosters better user experiences, building trust, and maintain its role as a reliable and intelligent assistant. But why does continuous improvement actually matter? If ChatGPT isn't updated with new services, policies, or trends, it will lead to confusion and missed opportunity. Keeping it current means faster, more accurate responses, improving customer trust and satisfaction. And this is why continuous improvement actually matters. And that is why you have to regularly update your ChatGPT with its new services and policies or the trends. And you do not even lead to any confusion. Second of all is how ChatGPT adapts in real time. AI, as we know, AI is not at all static. It learns from interaction. So by tracking emerging topics like new subscription plans or product launches, ChatGPT can provide up-to-date relevant support. The power of regular updates. Frequent updates will ensure that ChatGPT provides accurate information. Adding FAQs and product details keep responses relevant, preventing outdated or incorrect answers. Using customer feedback for improvement. Refining ChatGPT based on customer queries, issues, enhances interactions. So if customers struggle with returns, for example, ChatGPT can be trained to provide a very step-by-step guidance, creating a continuous learning loop. Gathering feedback after interaction helps fine-tune responses. Regularly reviewing ChatGPT's accuracy ensures it evolves with changing customer needs, adapting to seasonal and trend-based changes. ChatGPT should instantly adjust to seasonal sales, promotions, and viral trends, keeping responses timely and relevant. Talking about the business impact of AI, it will lead to higher customer satisfaction. The business impact of AI improvement will be more faster and give you more accurate answers. Second of all, it will help in improving efficiency. It will reduce workload for support team, better business performance. It will build trust and enhance customer experiences. So continuous improvement is not just one-time effort, but an ongoing journey that requires constant refinement and adaptation. In a rapidly evolving digital landscape, businesses must proactively update ChatGPT to keep pace with changing customer expectations, emerging trends, and advancements in artificial intelligence. So regular enhancements ensure that ChatGPT remains efficient, accurate, and capable of handling a wide range of queries. With improved contextual understanding and by consistently refining its capabilities, businesses can provide a seamless user experience, enhance customer engagement, and maintain a competitive edge. Moreover, staying proactive in updates allow businesses to address potential gaps, introduce innovative features, and personalize interactions based on the user behavior. So this ongoing commitment to improvement will not only strengthen customers' trust, but it will also strengthen its customer trust and loyalty and also reinforce the organization's reputation as a forward-thinking and customer-centric brand. So in conclusion, we have it, ChatGPT is not repeat. And there you have it. ChatGPT is not just a tool. It's a game changer in customer service. It automates responses, streamlines interactions, and adapts in real time, all while maintaining the clarity, empathy, and professionalism that customers expect. But here's the key. Success with AI isn't just about setting it up and walking away. It's all about continuously refining, updating, and optimizing its capabilities. So as customers' expectations evolve, so should your AI. Regular updates, customer feedback, and real-time improvements will keep ChatGPT relevant and effective. And while AI enhances speed and accuracy, the human touch remains irreplaceable in creating meaningful connections. So you must embrace ChatGPT, fine-tune it with your business, and make it your partner to deliver top-tier customer service. The future of AI-driven support is already here. And with the right balance of technology and human expertise, you are ready to lead the way.
Hello everyone, welcome to the ChatGPT for Finance course. So let's start with the first chapter, which is Understanding ChatGPT. So here we will cover what ChatGPT is, how does it work, how is ChatGPT different from other AI tools, why using the right prompt matters, and why one should start using ChatGPT. So, what is ChatGPT? Imagine you have a smart assistant who can answer your finance-related questions, help with research, analyze market trends, and even assist in making investment decisions. This assistant doesn't get tired, works 24/7, and can provide clear explanations on even the most complex topics. That's what ChatGPT is. It's a powerful artificial intelligence model designed to understand and generate human-like text responses based on the input it receives. But how does it do this? So ChatGPT is built on Generative Pre-trained Transformer or GPT technology, which is a type of deep learning model that processes and understands text. It has been trained on a vast amount of text data, including books, articles, financial reports, and online discussions, enabling it to provide meaningful responses. Now let's see how does ChatGPT work. So to put it simply, ChatGPT learns from patterns found in large datasets of text. So instead of memorizing answers, it predicts the most relevant response based on the words and context you provide. So here is a step-by-step breakdown of how ChatGPT functions. Training on massive data. So ChatGPT has been trained on billions of words from books, research papers, financial articles, and more. This helps it recognize patterns, understand grammar, and generate responses that feel natural. Understanding context and meaning. So unlike older chatbots that only recognize keywords, ChatGPT understands the intent behind your question. So it analyzes how words relate to each other and determines the most relevant response. Next is generating a response. So when you type a question, ChatGPT processes it and generates a response based on its knowledge. So the more specific your question, the more accurate and relevant its answer will be. So for example, if you ask, what is compound interest? ChatGPT will provide a general definition. How does compound interest affect long-term investments? ChatGPT will provide a detailed investment-focused answer. So this means that the quality of the response depends on how well you frame your question. Now let's see why is ChatGPT different from other AI tools. So many AI models can answer questions, but ChatGPT stands out because of its context awareness. So it understands and remembers previous parts of a conversation, making responses more meaningful. Natural language understanding. It doesn't just match keywords, but understands what you are asking. Versatility. It can exist in various domains, from finance and investing to market research and risk analysis. And then comes adaptive learning. So it improves over time and can handle a wide range of topics, from beginner level questions to complex financial strategies. So for instance, if you're a beginner in finance, ChatGPT can explain terms in simple language. If you're a professional, it can provide detailed analysis, trends, and even help in decision making. Now, why asking the right question matters? So since ChatGPT generates responses based on how you phrase your questions, the way you ask definitely matters. For example, here is a bad prompt, which is, tell me about investments, because it is too broad. Now let's see a good, well-defined prompt, like, what are the safest investment options for beginners in 2020? So this prompt seems to be more specific. So the clearer and more detailed your question is, the better response you will get. So now let's see why should you start using ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is more than just a fun tool for answering random questions. It's a powerful AI assistant that can boost productivity, efficiency, and decision making, especially in finance. So let's explore why you should start using it today. Number 1, save time by automating repetitive tasks. So ChatGPT can handle data entry, report generation, and document summarization, freeing up time for strategic tasks. For example, instead of reading a 50-page financial report, ask ChatGPT for a summary in seconds. Number 2, improve productivity with instant answers. So no need to browse multiple sources. ChatGPT provides direct, accurate answers to financial queries, helping you make faster decisions. For example, you can ask, how does compound interest impact investments, and get a detailed explanation instantly. You can gain deeper insights from financial data. So ChatGPT can analyze trends, identify risks, and uncover investment opportunities faster than traditional research methods. For example, you can ask summarize stock market trends for 2024 and you can get key insights within seconds. Number 4 is enhance customer experience with AI-powered chatbots. So businesses can use chatbot for automated customer support and personalized financial advice, improving satisfaction while reducing costs. For example, banks can integrate ChatGPT to answer common queries like what's the current home loan interest rate. And number 5 is to gain a competitive edge. So professionals using AI can work smarter, make better decisions, and stand out in their careers or businesses. For example, a financial analyst using ChatGPT can generate reports faster and provide better investment insights than competitors relying on manual research. So now, why ChatGPT is more efficient than traditional methods? So unlike Google, which shows multiple links, ChatGPT provides direct conversational answers and allows follow-up questions without restarting your search. So for example, in Google, if you search, how do interest rates affect stocks? You have to read multiple articles. But in ChatGPT, you just have to ask the same question and you'll get a clear, direct answer instantly. So now let's see the ongoing conversations for smarter research. So ChatGPT remembers past questions, allowing you to continue discussions, refine queries, and deepen your understanding. So for example, you can ask explain stock diversification today and later follow up with how does it apply to retirement planning. So ChatGPT will remember the context. So that was it. I hope you got a clear overview of ChatGPT. Now in the next chapter, we will discuss how we can use ChatGPT in the field of finance. Hi all, welcome to the next chapter where we will dive into ChatGPT for finance and its applications. So finance professionals manage vast amounts of data, reports, compliance requirements, forecasting models, and financial planning. So the nature of finance demands efficiency, accuracy, and real-time decision making, all of which can be significantly enhanced using AI-driven tools like ChatGPT. So by integrating ChatGPT into finance workflows, professionals can automate tasks, reduce research time, improve financial analysis, and optimize operations. So now, ChatGPT's applications in finance can be categorized into 4 broad areas. Number 1 is analysis and forecasting. Number 2 is learning and research. Number 3 is writing and communication. And number 4 is automation and task optimization. So each of these areas benefits from AI-powered automation, leading to faster decision-making, increased productivity, and greater accuracy. So let's start with ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. So accurate analysis and forecasting are essential for informed decision-making across industries. ChatGPT enhances this process by automating data analysis, identifying trends, and simplifying complex forecasting techniques. So first is data analysis and trend identification. It analyzes large data sets to highlight key trends. So businesses generate vast amounts of data daily, and manually analyzing this data can be time-consuming and inefficient. So AI-powered tools like ChatGPT help process and analyze large data sets, identifying key trends and patterns that might otherwise go unnoticed. So by leveraging machine learning algorithms, businesses can gain deeper insights into customer behavior, market fluctuations, and operational performance, enabling data-driven decision-making. Next, it generates insights for finance, marketing, and operations. AI-driven data analysis is a game changer across various business domains. In finance, it helps detect anomalies, forecast trends, and optimize investments. In marketing, it enables companies to understand consumer behavior, personalize campaigns, and measure performance effectively. And for operations, AI improves efficiency by analyzing supply chain logistics, workforce productivity, and demand forecasting. So these insights empower businesses to make strategic decisions and drive growth and efficiency. Next, it reduces manual effort in research and reporting. So traditional research and reporting involves significant manual effort, requiring analysis to sift through large volumes of data to extract meaningful information. So AI-powered automation reduces this burden by quickly summarizing reports, identifying relevant data points, and generating comprehensive insights with minimum human intervention. So this allows professionals to focus on high-value tasks such as strategy development, innovation, and customer engagement while ensuring accuracy and speed in reporting. Next, let's move on to financial forecasting and market predictions. How ChatGPT helps in financial forecasting and market predictions. So number 1 is it summarizes financial trends and market conditions. So financial markets are constantly evolving, influenced by global events, economic policies, and investor sentiment. AI-powered tools can effectively analyze vast amounts of financial data to identify patterns, summarize market trends, and provide real-time insights. So this enables businesses and investors to stay updated on stock movements, interest rate changes, and economic indicators, helping them respond proactively to market fluctuations. Next is it complements traditional forecasting models with scenario-based insights. So traditional financial forecasting models rely on historical data and statistical methods to predict future trends. Now, AI enhances these models by incorporating scenario-based analysis, simulating different market conditions, and providing insights under various economic scenarios. So this helps organizations prepare for uncertainties, assess risks, and make more resilient financial plans by considering multiple potential outcomes. Next is it helps investment professionals make informed decisions. So investment professionals rely on accurate data and predictive insights to make strategic decisions. Now, AI-driven financial forecasting tools provide deeper market analysis, risk assessment, and predictive modeling, so allowing investors to evaluate potential opportunities with greater confidence. By leveraging real-time insights and trend predictions, professionals can analyze portfolio management, mitigate risks, and capitalize on emerging investment opportunities. Now, next, let's see how ChatGPT helps in business intelligence and risk assessment. Number one, it extracts insights from reports for better decision making. So ChatGPT can analyze extensive business reports, summarize key findings, and highlight crucial trends, saving professionals significant time. By leveraging natural language processing, it can extract insights from financial statements, customer feedback, and operational data, helping leaders make informed decisions. So with ChatGPT, businesses can quickly interpret complex data, identify opportunities, and categorize effectively without manually sifting through lengthy reports. Next, it identifies potential risks and suggests mitigation strategies. So ChatGPT aids in risk assessment, analyzing historical data, identifying potential red flags, and providing risk mitigation strategies. It can process financial documents, compliance regulations, and market trends to detect vulnerabilities in business operations. So by offering scenario-based recommendations, ChatGPT enables organizations to proactively address challenges, improve risk management frameworks, and enhance operational resilience. Next is it streamlines revenue projections and risk assessment. So ChatGPT supports revenue forecasting by analyzing past performance, industry trends, and external economic factors. It can generate predictive insights, helping businesses estimate future revenue more accurately. Additionally, ChatGPT can assess financial risks by identifying patterns in expenses, cash flow fluctuations, and market conditions. So this enables companies to refine their financial strategies, minimize risks, and ensure stable business growth. So now let's see how ChatGPT helps in learning and research. So finance professionals must stay updated on evolving regulations, market trends, and economic indicators. Unlike traditional search engines that provide scattered results, ChatGPT consolidates key insights into a structured, easy-to-understand format. Now, regulatory compliance is a critical aspect of finance, with frequent updates in investment laws, tax structures, and corporate accounting. So ChatGPT simplifies this by summarizing amendments, explaining frameworks, and reducing manual research efforts. Now, investment professionals, fund managers, and traders rely on market data to make informed decisions. So ChatGPT automates research by gathering insights from multiple sources, identifying trends, and structuring complex data into actionable information. Additionally, financial experts track economic indicators like GDP growth, inflation, and employment figures to guide business and investment strategies. ChatGPT quickly analyzes reports, extracting relevant insights to reduce dependency on time-consuming research methods. Also, for professionals dealing with financial instruments, valuation models, and risk management strategies, ChatGPT breaks down complex topics into simplified explanations, making financial concepts easier to grasp and apply. And by streamlining learning, enhancing research efficiency, and improving accessibility to critical finance information, ChatGPT serves as an essential knowledge assistant for finance professionals. So now let's move on to see how ChatGPT helps in writing and communication. So financial professionals handle writing-intensive tasks such as reports, emails, investment proposals, and client communications. So clear and professional financial writing is essential for credibility and accuracy. Creating detailed financial reports can be time-consuming. Analysts and investment managers manually compile earnings reports, investor briefings, and industry research. ChatGPT streamlines this by generating structured summaries, organizing key points, and formatting reports efficiently. Also, client communication is another critical area where ChatGPT adds value. Financial advisors and wealth managers frequently engage with clients through emails, presentations, and financial briefings. So AI assists in drafting personalized investment summaries, simplifying financial concepts, and responding to client inquiries professionally. Now, organizations can also use ChatGPT for internal documents, press releases, and compliance reports. ensuring consistent financial messaging. So by automating routine writing tasks, professionals can focus more on strategic decision making and client relationships. So while AI-generated content improves efficiency, human oversight is essential to ensure accuracy, particularly in financial communications where precision is critical. So ChatGPT serves as a drafting assistant with professionals reviewing and validating content for final use. Now finally, let's see how ChatGPT helps in finance automation and task optimization. So many financial tasks such as expense categorization, invoice processing, and financial reconciliation involve repetitive manual work. Now ChatGPT, when integrated with automation tools, streamlines these operations, reduces human errors, and improves efficiency. So finance departments can partially automate processes like accounts payable, budget tracking, and cash flow management. ChatGPT helps process structured and unstructured financial data, detect discrepancies, and generate reconciliations. Now in accounting, AI-powered assistants optimize invoice management, payroll processing, and tax filing, minimizing manual intervention. Now for investment professionals, ChatGPT aids in portfolio monitoring, market trend tracking, and investment performance summaries. AI-driven tools provide real-time updates on stock fluctuations, commodity prices, and currency exchange rates, enhancing decision-making. Also, organizations requiring frequent financial reporting and auditing benefit from AI automation, generating structured reports from transaction data, and eliminating time-consuming manual process. So by integrating ChatGPT with automation tools, CRM systems, and ERP software, businesses enhance workflow efficiency, cut costs, and free finance teams to focus on higher value analytical tasks. So that was it. I hope you got a clarity on how ChatGPT can help in finance or finance professionals. Now in the next chapter, we will see how to give prompts and use ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. So hi all, welcome to the next chapter where we will discuss and show you prompts to utilize ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. So we will start with extracting and formatting financial data from Excel, how to format and convert data into different file formats. Then we will move on to how ChatGPT works with Excel formulas and functions. ChatGPT for data analysis, for financial forecasting, for financial modeling, market research analysis, investment and stock analysis. So managing and transforming financial data is a crucial task for professionals working with spreadsheets, reports and presentations. And ChatGPT can simplify this process by helping you extract, clean, structure and convert data into different formats efficiently. So the first step in working with financial data is extracting it from Excel spreadsheet. You may need to restructure the data, apply calculations and format it for reporting. So the first method is you can copy and paste the data into ChatGPT. So you can open your Excel file. So you can open your Excel file, copy the financial data you want to format and paste it over here. Now you can give a clear instruction such as format this data into a well-structured table. With columns labeled properly. So as you can see, ChatGPT will generate a cleaned up version of the table which you can copy and paste it into back to your Excel or another document. So sometimes you won't get a table. So if the output appears as a code block, you can add the instruction like show this as a markdown table without using a code block. And then you will get it in the table format. Now you can actually, transform this data or download this data in various formats. So first thing, if you want to export this data into CSV format, for example, you can just give a prompt like convert this data to CSV format, where each value is separated by comma. So now as you can see, ChatGPT will generate the data in a CSV compatible format. So you can copy the output, paste it into a text file and save it as a .csv file. Also, you can import the CSV file into Excel, Google Sheets or any other database. Also, you can download it back as an Excel file. For example, please provide this data as a downloadable Excel file. So as you can see, ChatGPT will structure the data and provide a file download link. So you just have to, click it and the file will get downloaded into your file manager. So similarly, you can actually download it in any format. Like right now, I gave the prompt, please provide this data as a downloadable Excel file. You can also download it as a PDF or as a PowerPoint presentation where you can actually ask ChatGPT on how to make a presentation, ideas on how to make a presentation. Also, you can, download it in Microsoft Word format. Also, there is an option like, as I did before, I actually copy pasted the data from the Excel file, but there's also an option where you can actually, upload it from the computer directly. Now, this is available only in ChatGPT 4.0 version. So in ChatGPT 4.0 version, you can, access the file. So directly upload it to your ChatGPT. So now that we learned how to, upload Excel file and also format the data and download it in other formats, ChatGPT is not just useful for reading Excel data alone. It can also assist in creating, analyzing, troubleshooting, and explaining Excel formulas and functions. So first, let's see how it can generate Excel formulas. So users can describe the calculation they need first, and ChatGPT will suggest the correct formula. And it provides a breakdown of the formula, and you can modify the formula based on their data set. So for example, I will give a prompt. I have sales data for multiple brokers in Excel. Column A is broker name. Sales. How can I calculate the total sales for all brokers? So as you can see, first it told you that you have to use the sum function in the Excel. And it also gave the formula. For example, is equal to sum of B2 to B100. Now this is, this is just a range. You can adjust the range based on your data set. So this feature eliminates guesswork when working with financial calculations, pivot tables, or large data sets. So you can actually, now this, I gave an example of a very easy formula. So there will be very advanced formulas where you might not remember the formula. So in such a situation, you can actually, take the help of ChatGPT. You can just explain what you need, like what calculation you want to do, and ChatGPT will provide you with the formula. Now, ChatGPT does not only suggest you formulas, it can also help in explaining the functions or understanding the functions. So as you know, Excel has hundreds of built-in functions, but not all users are familiar with how they work. So ChatGPT can explain any function in a structured and easy to understand way. So for example, you can ask ChatGPT to explain a function. Explain the VLOOKUP function. So as you can see, first it gave a definition of what a VLOOKUP function is. And then it gave you a syntax. So VLOOKUP is equal to lookup value, comma table array, comma column index number, comma range lookup. And it also gave an explanation of the arguments. So the values inside the bracket are the arguments. So it gave a detailed explanation of the argument, which means it actually gave a syntax breakdown explaining each argument. And also it actually gave you an example use case with a scenario where you can use the function. Now, for example, if the function explanation does not include an example, users can ask for one in a follow-up question. And ChatGPT will provide a realistic business scenario demonstrating how the function works. So this is particularly useful for learning advanced functions and understanding how they apply to financial modeling, data validation, and reporting. Now, ChatGPT can also help you in explaining complex Excel formulas step by step. So in financial models and business spreadsheets, formulas can be long and complex, so making it difficult to understand their logic. Now, ChatGPT can break down complicated formulas into simpler steps, helping users audit and optimize the Excel sheets. So for example, let's ask ChatGPT to explain a formula. Explain this formula step by step. So as you can see, first it identified the key functions used in the formula, and then it gave a step-by-step breakdown of each function's role in the calculation. For example, A2 is greater than 50, so it actually explains, checks if the value in A2 is greater than 50. So it explains in each and every function inside the formula. And also, as you can see, it has provided a very simplified explanation of how the formula works. And also, like seen in the earlier case, they have given these scenario examples. Also, if they haven't given you an example, you can always ask ChatGPT for an example using business data. So this feature is especially useful when working with nested formulas, like long nested formulas that combine multiple Excel functions such as index, match, if, SUMIF, and array formula. Now, ChatGPT can also help us in detecting and fixing errors in an Excel formula. So formula errors are common in Excel, and troubleshooting them manually can be very time consuming. So ChatGPT helps by analyzing formula errors and suggesting corrections. So let's see how it works. You just ask what is wrong with this formula, and let's give the formula. So as you can see, ChatGPT first identified the error. Like it can be any error. It can be an incorrect syntax, a missing argument, or reference issue. As you can see here, it has mentioned, ChatGPT has mentioned that's a syntax error where I have missed a comma in between the ranges, in between these two ranges. And after explaining what the error was, it also gave me a corrected formula and explained that too. And also it will give an explanation of why the original formula didn't work and how to fix to improve it. So some of the common Excel errors that ChatGPT can diagnose include incorrect data types, missing lookup values, invalid cell reference, division by zero, and misspelled function names. So by using ChatGPT for troubleshooting, users can quickly fix formula errors without spending hours debugging manually. So now that we have seen how ChatGPT helps us creating, analyzing, troubleshooting, and explaining Excel formulas and functions, now let's move to ChatGPT for data analysis. So data analysis is crucial in finance for tracking trends, making predictions, and ensuring informed decision making. So traditionally, analyzing financial data required complex Excel formulas and programming skills, but with ChatGPT 4o, users can now analyze, visualize, and interact with data in real time without extensive technical knowledge. So to demonstrate how ChatGPT assists in financial data analysis, we will use an example of dataset containing monthly revenue and expenses of a company. So right now, instead of manually entering data into ChatGPT, we will upload the file. Now we'll give the prompt, analyze this financial data set and provide an overview. Overview of the revenue, expenses, and profit trends over the last 3 years. So as you can see, ChatGPT processed the file and generated a summary of trends, making financial interpretation quick and effortless. So it has provided the So as you can see, ChatGPT will process the file and generate a summary of trends, making financial interpretation quick and effortless. So as you can see, they have given the year, the revenue, expenses, and net profit. Now it also helps in cleaning and formatting the financial data. So for an accurate analysis, our data set must be cleaned and formatted properly. So ChatGPT will help us in identifying and removing duplicate entries, for standardizing date formats, handling missing values, and also ensuring that all numbers are in the correct financial format. So for example, we'll just give this prompt, check this financial data set for duplicate values, missing entries, and formatting issues. You can also tell it to clean and standardize it for analysis. So as you can see, it has cleaned and provided a refined data set, ensuring accuracy before performing any further analysis. Also, it has given a detailed report that it has checked the financial data set for issues, and it has found that there is no duplicate entries, there are no missing values, and there were no issues found. But if there were any issues, ChatGPT would have pointed it out and explained about the issue, and also it would have suggested ways on how to improve it. Now let's see how ChatGPT helps in visualizing financial data. So as you know, data visualization helps identify trends and make comparisons. So with ChatGPT's 4.0 built-in graphic tools, users can create financial charts instantly. So let's give a prompt. Create a bar chart showing revenue trends over the last 3 years. So as you can see, it has provided an output, which is a bar graph displaying revenue growth over time, helping visualize patterns and fluctuations. So just imagine how much time it would have taken if you were to make this bar chart manually, but this just came in few seconds. How simple was that? Now you can also, customize this chart. So let's just expand this. So you can actually switch it to an interactive chart like this. So as you can see, it became interactive. Now you can also change the color of the bars. So here's where you can change the color. So if you want, you can change the color of the graph. And also, as you see, there is a download button. So you can download charts for financial presentations. How simple was that? Now, ChatGPT also helps in identifying trends and patterns in financial data. So understanding financial trends is key to forecasting and budgeting. So ChatGPT can identify revenue growth trends. For example, is it increasing, stable, or declining? It can also highlight seasonal spending patterns and symbol higher expenses in certain months, and also it can detect unexpected spikes or drops in profit. So for example, let's give this prompt. Analyze the revenue and expenses trend. Identify any seasonal or unexpected financial shifts. So as you can see, it has actually provided us in the line graph format and also the data, but I needed explanation. So I can ask, can you please explain it further? So as you can see, it has actually examined and analyzed the revenue and expenses trend, and it has, given us a summary of the revenue growth, the expenses trend, and profitability. Also, it has given us an repeat. Also, it has told us about the seasonal trends, the unexpected financial shifts also, and finally, it has also provided some key insights and the next steps to be taken. Now, you can also customize these graphs and financial insights. Like for example, they have provided a line graph. So I can just say modify this line chart into a bar chart for better visualization of revenue trends. So whichever type of chart you feel is suitable, you can actually, tell ChatGPT to change line chart to bar chart or bar chart to pie chart, etc. Now, ChatGPT also helps in detecting relationships between financial metrics. So financial analysis is not just about individual figures, but also about understanding relationships between variables. So ChatGPT can analyze correlations, identify efficiency ratios, and also highlight anomalies. So for example, we'll just give a prompt. What is the relationship between revenue, growth, and expenses? Does an increase in expenses lead to higher revenue? So as you can see, ChatGPT is providing a detailed analysis, that too with supporting charts, as you can see, enabling businesses to make data-driven financial decisions. So as you can see, it has told the relationship between expenses and revenue. The correlation is 0.97. It has actually explained it with a graph. And also it has given a written explanation. For example, this is the correlation, which indicates a strong positive relationship between expenses and revenue. And it has also given an interpretation, which means, like we had asked, right, that does an increase in expenses lead to higher revenue? So it has told that an increase in expenses strongly linked to higher revenue. And also it has given some recommendations. For example, to optimize spending, like if expenses are increasing at a higher rate than revenue, then efficiency should be reviewed. Also, ROI analysis and monitor margins. Now let's see how ChatGPT helps in financial statement analysis and forecasting. So financial statement analysis is essential for assessing a company's financial health, detecting risks, and making informed investment decisions. So traditionally, financial analysts relied on balance sheets, income statements, and cash flow reports to evaluate a business. But with ChatGPT 4.0, this process is now faster, more accessible, and automated, enabling users to extract insights without deep financial expertise. So to demonstrate this, we'll use Meta's balance sheet as an example and analyze key financial indicators, risks, and potential investment decisions. So first, let me just upload the data. So I've copied the data, so I'll just paste it here. First, I'll tell to give it in a table format. So as you can see, it is tabulating the data. Everything is fine. Now let's start giving prompts. So our first prompt is analyze this financial statement. And summarize key trends in total assets, liabilities, equity, and debt over the last 4 years. So as you can see, it is giving us a financial statement analysis, where first it has given total assets trend. These are the company's total assets have shown consistent growth from 2019 to 2022. It also talked about the total liabilities trend, the total equity trend, the debt trend, working capital, and also it has talked about the financial risks or the potential concerns. As you can see, this actually saved hours of manual work, right? It just summarized the financial statement in maybe 2 to 3 seconds. Now let's do a risk assessment. Let's just ask, what does the decline in working capital and increase in debt mean for Meta's financial stability? As you can see, it has actually talked about liquidity concerns, the risks, the liquidity concerns, the higher debt burden and interest costs, the decline in equity and financial leverage, potential credit rating and investor confidence issues. And it has also given a final verdict of is Meta in financial trouble, which is pretty cool. Now, as you can see, this was just a, explanation. Now, ChatGPT can also quantify this risk using a scoring system based on impact and likelihood. So, for example, let's just give this prompt. Assess Meta's financial risks based on this balance sheet. Use a 5-point scale for impact and likelihood. They haven't given a risk score, so we can tell them to please provide the risk score. So as you can see, ChatGPT has generated a risk assessment table, and you can see the key insight as, the highest risk for Meta is the debt burden. Yes, it is for the debt burden, which could impact financial flexibility. It has also given an overall financial risk score. You can also ask, based on this risk analysis, should I be concerned about Meta's financial stability and such follow-up questions. So ChatGPT will explain the implications, helping users assess financial health. Now you can also, forecast future financial performance with the help of ChatGPT. So by analyzing past trends, ChatGPT can assist in forecasting future financial performance based on historical data. So let's just ask, predict Meta's total assets, liabilities, and debt levels 2025, 2026 based on historical trends. So as you can see, ChatGPT has estimated the financial growth. It has used the trend-based forecasting techniques. Also, you can ask more follow-up questions like if liabilities continue to rise at this rate, will Meta face financial distress and so on. And ChatGPT will provide insights on solvency risks, guiding users on financial outlooks. Now let's move on to financial modeling with ChatGPT, which is automating complex calculations. So financial modeling is a critical process used for investment analysis, business forecasting, and strategic decision making. And traditionally, building financial models required Excel formulas, VBA macros, or Python scripts, all of which demanded technical expertise. However, ChatGPT 4.0 has transformed financial modeling by automating data extraction, VBA, macro generation, and financial computations with ease. So, financial modeling is a critical process for investment analysis, business forecasting, and strategic decision making. So, traditionally, building financial models requires Excel formulas, VBA macros, or Python scripts, all of which demanded technical expertise. However, ChatGPT 4.0 has transformed financial modeling by automating data extraction, VBA macro generation, and financial computations with ease. So the first step is to extract data from the file. So let's upload the file. Let's give upload this data set. And analyze revenue and profit trends over the last 4 years. So as you can see, ChatGPT will process the file, extract key financial insights, and highlight the growth trends. As you can see, it has highlighted the growth trends You can also automate calculations. ChatGPT can convert financial data into fully functional financial model. So for example, let's just give a prompt, create an Excel financial model that calculates net profit margin, return on investment, and annual growth rate based on this data set. So as you can see, it has created the financial model. There is net profit margin, ROI, annual growth rate, everything. But you can also ask for formulas. Please write the formulas that you have used for calculations. So by asking ChatGPT that what formula it has used to come to this conclusion, you can actually, just cross-check and verify if the formulas they have used were correct or not. As you can see, it has given that here are the formulas used for the financial model calculations. It has given formula for net profit margin, for ROI, for annual growth rate, etc. Now you can also use ChatGPT for writing VBA macros for advanced financial modeling. So you can just give a prompt like write a VBA macro that creates a new worksheet and auto-populates revenue growth calculations from the dataset. So as you can see, ChatGPT is actually, giving us a VBA macro code. So once executed, this VBA macro automatically creates a financial model, saving time and effort. Now you can also use ChatGPT for report generation. For example, you can ask it to create a financial report summarizing the revenue growth, ROI, and profit margins from 2020 to 2023. So as you can see, it actually prepared a report with revenue growth analysis, return on investment, and net profit margin analysis. Now, if you want to add more, like if you want to add risk analysis and investment insights, also if you want to include charts and graphs for data visualization, you can give the required prompts to ChatGPT. So now let's move on to how ChatGPT will help us in market research and analysis. So market research plays a crucial role in financial planning, investment decisions, and business strategy. Companies do not operate in isolation. They are influenced by competitors, economic trends, consumer behavior, and industry developments. So ChatGPT 4.0 can assist finance professionals in gathering and analyzing competitive intelligence, tracking market sentiment, and predicting future trends. So to make this explanation more structured and practical, let's focus on one example throughout this. So we'll be working on analyzing Tesla's market position and future growth potential in the EV industry. So first step is extracting competitive information. So let's just give a prompt where Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid, based on revenue, market share, and financial performance over the past 3 years. So as you can see, it gave us a comparison among the 3 companies with respect to revenue and financial performance and market share in the EV segment. Now you can also give a follow-up prompt such as, based on their financials, and production capabilities, which company is best positioned for growth in the next 5 years? So as you can see, they have given details of all the companies. So I'll just make my prompt clear. I just want the details of the company that will be best positioned. So as you can see here, ChatGPT will evaluate the financial stability, the production capacity, and technological advancements to identify the strongest long-term investment. So it has finally told that the best position for growth is Tesla. It has also given a growth outlook that Tesla will remain the best positioned EV company for the next 5 years. Now let's see how to do sentiment analysis and market trends. So investor sentiment plays a critical role in Tesla's stock price fluctuations, and ChatGPT can track news reports, social media discussions, and analyst reviews to identify key themes and concerns. So for example, let's give a prompt such as, analyze the current market sentiment for Tesla based on recent news, social media discussions, and analyst ratings. So as you can see, ChatGPT has provided us with sentiment analysis, and it has also given us the sources. So these are the sources from which it has got this information. So if you want to double check, you can just, open the source and just check once if the information provided by ChatGPT aligns with the current data. It has also provided the key drivers for investment, confidence or concern, potential risks and opportunities. So as you can see, it has concluded that the current market sentiment for Tesla is mixed. Also, you can ask ChatGPT that how has this sentiment affected Tesla's stock performance. For example, let's ask summarize how investor sentiment has affected Tesla's stock performance in the last 6 months. So as you can see, it has actually given an overview of how Tesla's stock performance has influenced by investor sentiment, and it has given the various factors, like the key influences being technological developments, political and trade factors, market performance and competition, and analyst perspectives. Now, ChatGPT can also help in identifying regional and global market trends. So as you know, Tesla operates in multiple markets, each with unique challenges and opportunities. So ChatGPT can analyze regional trends impacting Tesla's growth in North America, Europe, and China. So let's just ask, compare Tesla's market growth trends in the US, China, and Europe, and analyze the key opportunities in each region. So as you can see, it has given a comparison among the different regions. It has told us about the growth trends, the opportunities, and the risks in each of the regions separately. Now you can also ask follow-up questions like which region presents the highest growth opportunity for Tesla in the next 5 years. So it has concluded that it would be China, and it also explains why it's China. So it's because of the expanding EV market, the revenue and sales growth, the government policies, market share potentials, etc. Now, as seen earlier, you can also make a market report with ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT to generate a market research report summarizing Tesla's industry position, key competitors, investment risks, and future growth potential. Now, ChatGPT can also predict future market trends with AI. So we'll just see predict Tesla's market position in 2028 based on expected EV demand, self-driving advancements, and global regulations. So as you can see, it actually gave the current data because this is the paid version, ChatGPT 4.0. So as you can see, this has given the current data, and also it has concluded that by 2028, Tesla aims to solidify its leadership in the EV market through the introduction of affordable models and advancements in autonomous driving. Also, you can give follow-up prompts like based on this forecast, what investment strategies should be considered for Tesla stock. So now finally, let's move to ChatGPT for stock and investment analysis. So investing in stocks requires thorough research, valuation techniques, and financial forecasting. So whether you are a retail investor, a financial analyst, or a portfolio manager, ChatGPT 4.0 can enhance your stock analysis by extracting financial metrics from reports, performing valuation analysis, assessing risks and market trends, and generating stock forecasts. So in this chapter, we'll analyze Apple using ChatGPT's quantitative and financial analysis capabilities. So you can give a prompt like this: extract key financial metrics for Apple from the latest earnings report and Yahoo Finance statistics. Sorry, I just did a spelling mistake. Let me just stop this. Yeah, it's Yahoo. Yeah. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given us the total revenue, the net incomes, earnings per share, the market capitalization, the price to earnings, which is P/E ratio, the total debt, operating cash flow, and return on equity. And as you can see, here also they have provided the sources for cross-verification. Now let's just give a follow-up prompt. Compare these metrics with Microsoft and Google to understand Apple's relative valuation. So as you can see, it has given a competitor data analysis and highlight valuation differences to assess if Apple is overvalued or undervalued. So we can just ask, based on this, is Apple overvalued or undervalued? So as you can see, they have actually given a detailed approach. It has explained everything in detail. And also finally it has concluded, the final verdict is that Apple is slightly overvalued. Now you can also do a risk assessment here. So every investment carries risks, right? Now ChatGPT can analyze risks based on macroeconomic factors, industry trends, and company specific issues. So you can just ask, analyze the biggest risks. Hello, for Apple stock performance, risks for, Apple's stock performance in the next 5 years. So as you can see, it has analyzed the biggest risks for Apple's stock performance, which is slowing revenue growth, dependence on China for manufacturing and sales, weak AI and cloud strategy compared to Microsoft and Google, because we already did a comparison over there, increased regulatory scrutiny and antivirus risks, declining margins due to rising costs, etc. Now you can also ask a follow-up question after that, like how can Apple mitigate these risks and such questions. Now, ChatGPT can also forecast Apple's future stock prices. So we can just say to predict Apple's stock price in 2028 based on projected revenue, EPS, and market conditions. So as you can see, ChatGPT has predicted the following for Apple stock price prediction in 2028. First, it has given us a revenue growth estimate, a revenue growth projection, an EPS growth projection. It has given a P's to E ratio scenarios, the expected P's to E ratio, and also projected the stock price. As you can see, it has also given us the stock price. Now again, you can ask follow-up questions like how do interest rates and inflation impact Apple's stock price projections, etc. So yes, these were some of the ways to use ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. Now in the next chapter, we will deal with how to use ChatGPT for learning and research. Hi all, welcome to the next chapter, ChatGPT for learning and research. So continuous learning is essential for financial professionals to stay updated on new trends, technologies, and industry developments. And ChatGPT serves as a personalized learning assistant, helping users understand complex topics, summarize information, and learn new skills like Python programming and data analysis. So in this chapter, we will explore how ChatGPT can enhance financial learning through explaining emerging investment trends, summarizing financial news and reports, learning technical skills like Python for finance, and exploring some new financial software and tools. So let's get started. So first, let's understand emerging investment trends. So financial markets are evolving rapidly with innovations like blockchain, cryptocurrency, decentralized finance, and NFTs. And ChatGPT can help quickly understand these concepts and their impact on investments. For example, I'll just give a prompt like explain blockchain technology. As you can see, you will also get these drop-down suggestions and its impact on the financial industry. So as you can see, ChatGPT actually, provided a pretty decent material for learning about and understanding about what blockchain technology is and its impact on financial industry. So first itself, it started with the definition of what is blockchain technology. Like blockchain is a decentralized distributed technology that records transactions in a secure and immutable manner. Now after that, it actually, listed out the key features of blockchain. Like what are the key features of blockchain? Such as decentralization, transparency, security, immutability, efficiency. So once it provided the definition and the key features of blockchain, it moved on to the impact of blockchain on the financial industry, like faster and cost-effective payments, enhanced security and fraud prevention, smart contracts, decentralized finance, improved transparency, and so on. And along with that, it also talked about the challenges of blockchain in the finance, like there can be scalability issues. Like for public blockchains like Bitcoin have slower transaction speeds, and it can have regulatory uncertainty, energy consumption, and adoption barrier. Now, finally, it concluded by talking about the future of blockchain in finance. Like it gave us a major, news like JP Morgan and Chase and Goldman Sachs are exploring blockchain solutions, and so on. So as you can see, it actually gave us a pretty decent knowledge by categorizing it into sections. Now we can also ask a follow-up question like how are financial institutions using blockchain today? Blockchain today. So as you can see, ChatGPT provided real-world examples of how banks, investment firms, and fintech companies integrated blockchain into their services. So for example, cross-border payments and settlements is used for cross-border payments and settlements, for trade, finance, and supply chain, smart contracts, and also gave examples of the companies, and it also provided the examples of companies that is using this technology. Now you can also summarize financial news and reports. So as you know, reading lengthy financial articles, earnings reports, and economic forecasts can be time consuming. So ChatGPT can summarize key insights in seconds, allowing professionals to stay updated efficiently. So let's ask a question, like summarize the latest Federal Reserve interest rate decision from Bloomberg and its impact on the stock market. So as you can see, it actually summarized the reports. So as you can see the sources of the reports, and it actually, went searched from the web and has come up with a pretty decent summary. So it has talked about the rationale behind the decision, the impact on the stock market, which is pretty cool. Now you can ask follow-up questions like, for example, how do rising interest rates affect mortgage rates and real estate investments, etc. Okay, so now let's move on to use ChatGPT to learn Python for financial analysis. So as you know, Python is a must-have skill for finance professionals because it's widely used in financial modeling, risk management, automated trading, and data analysis and validation. So we'll just give a prompt like teach me how to write a Python script to analyze stock market data using pandas. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given a step-by-step explanation. So first it has told that you have to install the required libraries, and it has given what the required libraries are. Then it has suggested you to write the Python script. It has given you the Python script that is to be written. After that, so it's not that it just gives you the code, it actually explains how the code works that it has given you. Like for example, it has given that to fetch stock data, this particular function is used, or this particular library is used, and so on. Now, if you want to perform statistical analysis and visualize trends using graphs, you can prompt further so that ChatGPT curates it according to your requirement. So let's try one more. Can you generate a Python script to build a stock price prediction model using machine learning. Let's see what it does. So as you can see, ChatGPT will provide a step-by-step guidance of what to do on implementing a linear regression model. For example, it started with fetch stock market data, pre-process the data. It also suggested you have to use feature engineering. Then you have to train a machine learning model. You can use linear regression, make predictions on future prices and visualize the results. Again, step 1, they have told you to install the required libraries, which are these libraries. These are the required libraries. Then it has given the Python script for stock price prediction. So now let's see how ChatGPT can help us in choosing the right financial software. So with numerous fintech tools available, choosing the right software for financial modeling, investment tracking, or risk assessment can be overwhelming. So now ChatGPT can compare different tools based on features, cost, and ease of use, recommend solutions based on business needs, and explain how to integrate software into workflows. So let's give a prompt. Compare financial modeling software like Bloomberg Terminal, Morningstar Direct, and FactSet. Which one is best for investment research? You can just give the key results because we don't want it in detail. So as you can see, it has actually given us in a tabular format where you can see the feature and the 3 companies. And finally, it has concluded that for real-time trading and market data, it's Bloomberg Terminal. For the best fund and portfolio management, it's Morningstar Direct. And for financial modeling and custom analysis, it's FactSet. And finally, they have told that for investment research, FactSet is the best option. So, it analyzes everything. It analyzes everything one by one, step by step, and then comes to a conclusion. So this is how ChatGPT helps us for learning and research. As you can see, we learned many things. We could learn many things, and we could also research about companies. So now in the next chapter, we will deal with how you can use ChatGPT for writing and communication. Hi all, welcome to the next chapter, which is ChatGPT for writing and communication. So writing plays a crucial role in business and finance, but it can be time consuming. So ChatGPT can assist in automating reports, presentations, emails, and client communication, helping professionals save time and maintain consistency. So in this chapter, we will cover how to automate business and financial reports, how to create effective business presentations, write press releases and emails, and enhance client communication and support. So let's get started. So first is automating business and financial reports. So business professionals frequently create reports such as financial statements, risk assessments, investment analysis, and market research reports. So ChatGPT can generate structured outlines for reports, summaries of financial data with insights, and tables and charts for better visualization. So first, let's import the data. Let's import the Excel file. And let's give the prompt, generate a quarterly sales report for Q1 2023, including a summary of total sales, a breakdown by product category, and the comparison with the previous quarter. So as you can see, I had exported the Excel file, the data from the Excel file, and it has tabulated the data and it's analyzing it. So as you can see, the ChatGPT has given us the summary of the total sales in the first quarter, the total sales in the fourth quarter, and the quarterly growth, like what is the quarterly growth. But I also need the sales by product category. So we can ask, please provide the details of sales by product category. Also, I can say I want a comparison among the quarters. Comparison of sales among the quarters. So as you can see, it actually gave us a visual representation of the comparison of sales by product category. It actually, I didn't mention anything. So it gave Q1 versus Q4. Also, I can ask to create a performance summary, like generate a financial performance summary for investors using this data. So as you can see, ChatGPT will format the findings into an investor-friendly report highlighting the growth, risks, and opportunities. Now, to generate reports with actual company data, users can upload the Excel files and ChatGPT can analyze and summarize them. So now let's see how you can use ChatGPT for creating effective business presentations. So professionals frequently prepare PowerPoint presentations for stakeholders, investors, and team meetings. So ChatGPT can generate slide outlines and key points, provide structured content, and optimize messages for different audiences. So let's just give a prompt, create a PowerPoint outline for an investor presentation summarizing Q1 financial performance. So as you can see, it actually gave a proper outline. It has said that in slide 1, you can keep it a title slide, the company's name and logo, date of presentation, presenter's name, and so on. And in second slide, you can give an executive summary, which is a high-level overview of the performance, the key financial highlights and everything. Then in slide 3, you can talk about the financial highlights, like the financial highlights in numbers, like revenue, net income, etc., profit margins, and so on. And then in the fourth slide, you can, do a revenue breakdown. The fifth slide, you can talk about expense and cost analysis and so on. And finally, you can talk about the key business achievements, about the future scopes and so on. So as you can see, it has, made it so simpler. Like if this was not there, you really have to, think through it and spend a lot of time. But now ChatGPT in a few seconds, it actually gave you a pretty good outline and saved a lot of your time. Now, suppose if you want a content, now this is just an outline. Now, suppose if you want a content, maybe you can just give the resources and everything. You can upload the resources and then ask for an outline, and then you can see convert this outline into PowerPoint content with side bullet points. So the thing is, be as specific as you can while giving the prompts. Okay. So like, as you can see here, I've told to convert the outline into PowerPoint content with side bullet points. So it can be anything. Maybe you need presentations with side bullet points. Maybe you need just, short sentences, long sentences, or there are also people who make, presentations paragraph wise. So be as specific as you can while prompting. So as you can see, it actually generated a PowerPoint presentation in a downloadable format with the content based on the outline. So, you can just download the presentation and work on it. Now let's move on to how to create or write press releases and emails. So businesses need clear, engaging press releases for product launches, financial reports, or company updates. So ChatGPT can draft them efficiently. For example, write a press release announcing a company's record breaking quarterly revenue of $10.5 million. Here you can add more details in the prompt. So as you can see, it has given a proper, press release. First, it has started with the company name. It has given a brief about the achievement. Then it has talked about the key factors contributing to this revenue milestone. And it has also talked about the future goals, like looking ahead what the company has planned or what are the company's initiatives. And then they have just given a brief about their company. And then they have given the media contact. Now, in case if you want to just, rearrange the sections, again, you can, do it by prompting. You can suggest ChatGPT to change the sections or to rearrange the section, and ChatGPT will write accordingly. So now let's move on to email writing with ChatGPT. So ChatGPT can also automate email drafting, making communication faster. So let's see, draft an email to investors summarizing our Q1 financial performance, so, highlighting revenue growth. So here's a tip, always review AI generated emails to ensure personalization and tone adjustments. Now let's move on to see how ChatGPT enhances client communication and support. So the first one is it can automate FAQs. So ChatGPT can create pre-written responses for frequently asked questions. So let's just give a prompt like generate responses for these common investor FAQs. Expected stock price forecast and upcoming financial reports. So now you can actually, if you want, tailor these answers also. Like for example, if you don't want such big answers, if you want to make it short, if you want to keep it short, you can just suggest ChatGPT to, keep the answers shorter, lengthier, or if you want to change the tone of the answer, if you feel that, you need to be more sweet or something like that, if you want to change the tone, you can give prompts and ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will provide accordingly. Now, ChatGPT also helps in building AI chatbots for support. So ChatGPT can power chatbots, improving real-time responses to client queries. So now ChatGPT also helps in building AI chatbots for support. So ChatGPT can power chatbots, improving real-time responses to client queries. So for example, let's ask, provide a chatbot script for handling investor inquiries about stock performances and financial reports. So as you can see, ChatGPT provided a professional chatbot script for handling investor inquiries about stock performance and financial data. So first it started with a greeting and initial prompt like, hello, welcome to our company. How can I assist you today? And it gave options. So once they choose an option, for example, if they choose stock performance updates, now for stock performance updates, the chatbot will say our company does not provide real-time stock price, etc. And again, it will ask a follow-up question like, would you like the latest investor representation of financial details? So again, you can choose from this, yes, send me or no. And if yes, chatbot provides a link to the investor. So suppose if they went with the second option, this is what the chatbot conversation will look like. So this is how ChatGPT will help you in writing and communication. That's what we saw in this chapter. Now in the next chapter, we'll be dealing with the limitations of ChatGPT for finance and some of the data and AI issues in ChatGPT. Okay, so now let's move on to our last chapter, which is limitations of ChatGPT for finance. So ChatGPT is an incredibly powerful AI tool that assists with various tasks, but it also has several limitations. So understanding these drawbacks is essential to using it effectively and avoiding potential pitfalls. Number one is its character limit. So ChatGPT has a response limit depending on the implementation. So this means longer responses might get cut off, requiring additional prompts to retrieve full information. Next is content quality concerns. So while ChatGPT can generate content, it shouldn't be the sole tool for content creation. AI-generated content may lack originality compared to human-written material. Moreover, Google has flagged AI-generated content as spam, which means relying solely on ChatGPT. Next is data limitations. So ChatGPT's knowledge is based on the data it was trained on, and this leads to multiple issues. First is outdated information. So the free version of ChatGPT only has data up to 2021, making it unreliable for real-time events, market trends, or current affairs. Unverified sources. The AI can sometimes provide outdated, incorrect, or biased information as its responses are based on patterns rather than verified facts. Struggles with unstructured data. So if given poorly formatted or ambiguous inputs, ChatGPT may misinterpret the query, leading to inaccurate or irrelevant responses. Next is regulatory and financial limitations. So financial regulations vary by country, and ChatGPT lacks the ability to provide precise legal or financial guidelines tailored to different jurisdictions. Also, AI models inherit biases from their training data. So if trained on biased information, ChatGPT can produce skewed outputs, potentially reinforcing stereotypes or ethical concerns. Then comes limited contextual understanding. So AI lacks human-like emotional intelligence and struggles with nuanced language, sarcasm, or cultural context. So this limitation makes it less effective for complex conversations where understanding subtle intent is crucial. And then capacity overload. So with millions of users accessing ChatGPT, the system frequently experiences capacity issues leading to slow responses, errors, or temporary service unavailability. So while ChatGPT is an excellent tool, it could be used with caution, verified against reliable sources, and supplemented with human judgment to ensure quality and accuracy. So now let's see some of the data and AI issues in ChatGPT. So while ChatGPT is a powerful AI model, it has several data and AI related challenges that impact the quality and reliability of its responses. So understanding these issues helps users make informed decisions while using the tool. So first is dependence on outdated data. So ChatGPT is trained on a fixed data set, meaning it lacks real-time information sometimes. So as I already mentioned earlier, the free version is limited to data up to 2021, making it unreliable for answering questions about current events, financial markets, or emerging technologies. So for example, if you ask about the latest AI advancements in 2024 to free version, it may provide outdated or inaccurate information. Next is reliability of information. So since ChatGPT generates responses based on vast amounts of publicly available data, there is no built-in mechanism to verify the accuracy of its outputs. So this can lead to misinformation. AI may produce incorrect facts, statistics, or even make up references that doesn't exist. Bias in responses. So if the training data contains biased viewpoints, the model can unknowingly reinforce those biases in its responses. And inconsistent answers. So the same question might yield different responses depending on how it's phrased, making it difficult to ensure accuracy. Then comes challenges with unstructured data. So ChatGPT performs best when given clear and structured prompts. It struggles with poorly formatted or ambiguous inputs, leading to irrelevant or misleading answers. Also, complex data interpretation, such as analyzing spreadsheets, graphs, or highly technical documents. Then comes ethical and bias issues. So AI models like ChatGPT inherit biases from the training data, as already mentioned. So if trained or skewed or one-sided sources, the AI may produce biased responses that reflect those perspectives. So this can be particularly problematic in areas like credit scoring and hiring. AI models used in financial or HR applications may unintentionally favor certain demographics due to biased training data. Also, news and politics, if the training data set is dominated by specific viewpoints, the AI may unintentionally propagate biased opinions. And then you have security and privacy concerns. So although dual user conversations, there are risks associated with AI-generated content. So sensitive information exposure, where users should avoid sharing personal or content do not guarantee privacy. And use in misinformation campaigns. So AI-generated content can be manipulated to create convincing fake news, scams, or deceptive narratives. So there you have it. ChatGPT isn't just a tool, it's transforming the way finance operates, from automating reports to enhancing financial insights. It streamlines workflows while maintaining accuracy and efficiency. But here's the key, AI in finance isn't a set it and forget it solution. Continuous refinement, regulatory updates, and data accuracy are essential for maximizing its potential. So as financial markets evolve, so should your AI. Regular updates, compliance checks, and human oversight ensure ChatGPT remains a reliable asset. So while AI boosts speed and precision, human expertise is irreplaceable in making critical financial decisions. So embrace ChatGPT, fine-tune it to fit your financial needs, and use it as a partner in driving smarter, faster, and more informed decisions.
So there are numerous ways to monetize ChatGPT's capability. So in this video, we will explore some few effective strategies, or you can say categories, by giving prompts. So this is my ChatGPT 4o. I'm using the premium version, right? So the first category is get businesses idea from ChatGPT. So you can discover how ChatGPT can generate personalized business ideas by understanding your interests, talents, and challenges. So now let's ask ChatGPT for business ideas tailored to a computer science engineer with experience in digital marketing and sales. Okay, or not even computer science engineer, you can ask as a graphic designer or as a sales marketer, anything, right? So I'm giving here prompt. I am a graphic designer with a knack for digital marketing. Okay, so I will write what side hustle can I start to generate? Okay, I will give here $500 income per day with minimal investment, dedicating 6 to 8 hours, or you can write 9 to 10 hours, or 1 to 2 hours, 6 to 8 hours daily. Okay, so now let's see what ChatGPT says. So here, given your skills in a graphic designer and digital marketing, here are some side hustle ideas that you can potentially generate $500 per day. See, first is freelance graphic designer. Second is print on demand. Third is social media management, sell digital product online coach consultation, affiliate marketing you can do, content creation for YouTube and social media you can do. So I'm not saying you can earn like in next day itself, but it will take time. But you can take ideas for your business, okay, as per your need, as per your skills. You can just write the prompt and ChatGPT will tell you the answer, or it will give you some ideas. Okay, so once you have some great ideas, so dive deeper with ChatGPT to develop a plan and consider important factors. Okay, you can ask to brief freelance graphic designer or print on demand, social media management, like this. Okay, so our second category is freelancing itself. Okay, so and you can enhance your freelancing career with ChatGPT. So this advanced AI tool ChatGPT help professionals earn extra income by producing high quality content that impresses clients. Like you can write blog or website content, you can translate languages, you can provide email writing services, you can craft compelling headlines and calls to action, you can create social media content, you can write captivating short stories, or you can conduct hashtag research. Okay, so let me give you a small prompt. Okay, so write me a blog on Great Wall of China in 1,000 words. Or you can write in mutual funds, you can write in stocks, whatever you want. Okay, so as you can see, the Great Wall of China, a marvel of ancient engineering. So this is your title. Okay, so the Great Wall of China, this is the historical overview, the architectural marvel, everything it will give you. Okay, so the third category is build software. Okay, so you can use ChatGPT to develop software solution for common problems faced by the online businesses. Okay, create software tools using the codes provided by ChatGPT and sell them to make money. Okay, so first what you can do, you can create your portfolio, online portfolio website. Okay, so there you can mention services as a software developer. Okay, or you build software. Okay, so the first thing is identify common issues in your niche. Okay, so you can use ChatGPT to list the most common problems in e-commerce business phase, such as inventory management, customer support, or cart abandonment. Okay, the second thing is use ChatGPT to generate code and develop software solution. Okay, let me give you an example. So here you can write generate a Python script for an inventory management, right, system for an, okay, spelling mistake, system for an e-commerce store. Okay, so it will generate you a Python script. Okay, see, it's very easy to earn money using ChatGPT. You have to just give a prompt, okay, with your perfect thought. What do you want? What your client wants, right? This is how you have to give the prompt. Okay, so this is Python code for the inventory management, right? See, its feature, its usage, everything is here. You have to just give your prompt. And the third thing is, in this build software category, and the third thing is market your software to the target audience. Like you can use ChatGPT to create a marketing strategy, including promotional content, social media posts, and email campaigns, right? So here I will write one prompt for this. So write a marketing plan to promote an inventory management software for small e-commerce business or businesses, right? So as here you can see market plan for promoting inventory management software for e-commerce business. Okay, see, market is the target audience, small e-commerce owners with annual revenue, this competitor analysis you can do. So this is your marketing plan, how you can market your product or your service. Okay, so I repeat, so by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT's capabilities, you can create valuable software tools and successfully market them to your target audience, and you can earn a hefty of money. Okay, so our next category is email marketing with ChatGPT. How you can do cold emailing, how you can do a perfect email to your client, so he or she can impress with your services or your mail. Okay, so you can boost your affiliate marketing efforts with ChatGPT email expertise. Okay, so the first step is choose an affiliate program that aligns with your niche. The second is build an email list of potential customer. Okay, The third thing is use ChatGPT to craft engaging emails that drive conversion. Okay, so I will give you example. See, I am a digital marketer looking to promote a new project management software. So can you write a compelling email that will attract potential customers and persuade them to make a purchase? Okay. See, first subject, transform your project with a cutting edge project management software. So dear this, I hope this email found you well. I'm thrilled to announce see key features of particular, see benefits, and don't just take our word for it. Here is what our satisfied clients. See, these are the testimonials you can write. Okay, and the fun fact is, if you don't like this email, you can ask for the next email. Okay, I want something different. It will give you again with a different concept. Okay, with a different thought, right? The next thing is you can leverage ChatGPT for blogging success, right? So already I have wrote one blog. Okay, again let's dive into it. So ChatGPT can elevate your blogging journey by assisting in content generation, editing, proofreading, and SEO optimization. The first thing is you can generate ideas from ChatGPT, outlines and draft. The second thing is enhance readability and reduce errors. The third thing is optimize for search engines with keyword suggested and SEO tips. The fourth thing is engage with your audience through personalized content. Okay, so let me give you example. Write a blog post on the US economy. Okay, and optimize it. See, understanding the current state of the US economy and in-depth analysis. You can write anything. Okay, this is just an example, right? So the next thing is affiliate marketing with ChatGPT. So what you can do, you can just select a medium to build your audience. Ask ChatGPT to help you decide whether to focus on articles, audio content like podcasts, or videos based on your strength and target audience. So let me give you an example. So you can write, what are the pros and cons of using articles, audio content and video for affiliate marketing. Okay, so which medium would be best for promoting tech products? You can ask this. See, so it will give you the pros and cons for the articles, okay, then audio content like podcast, then the video. So now you can, after reading this, now you can decide what do you want, what are your skills, right? And the second thing is you can use ChatGPT to craft engaging content that promotes your affiliate products. Let's suppose you chose video, so you can target video skills, okay? Or let's suppose you chose articles, so you can write a small prompt like create a compelling article outline for promoting an affiliate product like a fitness tracker or a bottle or a watch, anything. And the third thing is implement a consistent affiliate marketing strategies. Like use ChatGPT to develop comprehensive marketing strategy that includes content schedules, promoting tactics, and tracking metrics. Like you can write, help me create a consistent, I will write here, help me create a consistent affiliate marketing strategy including a content calendar and promotional tactics for social media. Okay, so it will give you marketing strategies. See, for the select product, content creation, build a website or blog, email writing, content creator. Week 1 you can do this, week 2 you can do this. And you can ask for the like day wise also, no issues. So by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT capabilities, you can like effectively build your audience, create engaging promotional content, and implement a successful affiliate marketing strategy. Okay, so now let's suppose you have a YouTube channel. So what you can do, you can ask ChatGPT to generate video ideas and script, making content creation easier. Okay, you have to just write, I want to create a video on what is machine learning. So give me, so write a script for me in 1,000 words. Okay, so it will write into 1,000. See, you can see opening scene, background music starts softly, text on the screen, this. So it makes content creation easier, ChatGPT, right? So you can use AI powered platform like Pictory.ai, InVideo.io to convert your script into professional video. So even we have multiple GPTs here. Okay, see, for writing you can use these GPTs. Okay, I guess these GPTs are free only with the premium version. I don't know about the 3.5 which is free. Okay, so for the productivity you can use Canva. Okay, you can use the diagram thing, and you can generate the images. See, video GPT by Weed. It's very easy. Let me show you something. Okay, see, generate text to video maker. Let's try this. Okay, start a chat. Create a video on what is machine learning. Target audience is college students, and I am aiming for the engagement. So you can just fill these details. So later on it will give you the script and the video itself. Okay, so this is how you can use ChatGPT to earn money. ChatGPT can help you express your ideas creatively, making your video, articles, anything relatable to it. Okay, so these prompts and strategies illustrate how versatile ChatGPT is in helping you to make money across various fields. Okay, and to earn money using ChatGPT is very simple. It will take time, but it is very simple. Okay, it is less time consuming, right? So with this we have come to end of this video. If you have any question or any doubt, please ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible. Imagine this, you are using a calculator app on your phone and it gives you an answer to be a complex math problem faster than you can blink. Pretty standard, right? But what if instead of just crunching numbers, that app could actually think through the problem, breaking it down like a human would, considering the best approach, and even explaining why it made certain decisions? Sound futuristic, doesn't it? Well, we are not too far from that reality. Today, we are diving into OpenAI's latest project, codenamed Strawberry, a new AI model that pushing the boundaries of reasoning and problem solving. So in this video, we will break down what makes Strawberry special, how it works, and why it could change the game for AI systems moving forward. So first off, what exactly is Strawberry? According to recent report, OpenAI is preparing to release this new AI model in the next 2 weeks or in the couple of weeks. And it's set to improve on things like reasoning and problem solving. Previously known as Q or Q star, this model is designed to be much better at thinking through problems compared to what we have seen from previous versions. But what makes Strawberry different from what we have used before? So now let's take a look. One of the coolest things about Strawberry is that it uses something called system 2 thinking. This idea came from the famous psychologist Daniel Kahneman, and it refers to a more careful and slow way of thinking. Like when you really focus on solving a tricky problem, instead of answering question instantly, Strawberry takes about 10 to 20 seconds to process its thought. This extra time helps it to avoid mistakes and gives more accurate answers. But the model doesn't just think slowly. It's got some really cool abilities that makes it stand out. Let's talk about those. Strawberry is built to handle advanced reasoning and solve mathematical problems. These are areas where AI systems struggles, but Strawberry is designed to be a lot better at breaking down complex problems step by step. And here is something interesting. It might even be added to future versions of ChatGPT, possibly as a model name called Orion or GPT-5. If that happens, it could mean ChatGPT will become more smarter and more reliable in solving tough problems. Now, here is where it gets really fascinating. There is some research that might help us understand how Strawberry improves its thinking. Let's check it out. You might have heard about something called STAR, which stands for Self-Taught Reasoner. This is a method where an AI can actually teach itself to think better. Here is how it works. STAR starts with a few examples where the AI is shown how to solve problems step by step. Then the AI tries solving their problem on its own, getting better as it goes. It keeps improving by looking at its mistakes and learning from them. This could be what's happening with Strawberry. It's using similar method to teach itself how to reason better and solve complex problems. But the AI doesn't just think better. It's also learning how to break down the problems in a very human-like way. So now let's explore that next. Strawberry uses something called chain of thought reasoning. Basically, when faced with a complex problem, it breaks it down into smaller, manageable steps. Kind of like how we do when we are solving a puzzle. Instead of just jumping on to an answer, it takes its time to go through each step, making the solution more understandable and accurate. So this is especially useful in math, where Strawberry is expected to be really strong. With all its potential, what does the future hold for AI models like Strawberry? So now let's wrap this thing with a look at what's next. So now what's next for OpenAI? Well, Strawberry is just the beginning. There is talk about a future model called Orion, which could be the next big version after GPT-4 or GPT-4o. It may even use that Strawberry learners to get better at solving problems. But here is the thing. Training these advanced models is expensive. Training GPT-4, for example, cost over 100 million, even though OpenAI CEO Sam Altman said the era of just making bigger models is coming to an end. It's clear that the models like Strawberry are focused on becoming smarter and more efficient. So what does all of this mean for the future of AI and how we use it? Strawberry could represent a huge leap in AI's ability to reason and solve complex problems. So with its focus on slower, more deliberate thinking and its potential connection to the STAR method, it's paving the way for smarter, more reliable AI system. And this is just the start. As we move forward, models like Orion, the possibilities are endless. And that's a wrap on OpenAI exciting new model Strawberry. It's clear that this AI could bring major advancement in reasoning and problem solving. And we can't to see how it all unfolds. What are thoughts on your Strawberry? Do let us know in the comment section below. Sora is here. OpenAI has introduced Sora, an advanced AI tool for creating videos now available at Sora.com. Earlier this year, Sora was launched to turn text into realistic videos, showcasing exciting progress in AI technology. Now, OpenAI has released Sora Turbo, a faster and more powerful version available to ChatGPT Plus and Pro users. Sora lets users create videos in 1080p quality up to 20 seconds long and in different formats like widescreen, vertical, or square. It includes tools like a storyboard for precise control and options to remix or create videos from scratch. There is also a community section with featured and recent videos to spark ideas. ChatGPT Plus users can make up to 50 videos per month at 480p resolution, while Pro users get access to more features like higher resolution and longer video duration. While Sora Turbo is much faster. OpenAI is still working to improve areas like handling complex action and making the technology more affordable. To ensure safe and ethical use, Sora includes features like visible watermarks, content moderation, and metadata to identify videos created with Sora. Sora makes it easier for people to create and share stories through video. OpenAI is excited to see how users will explore new creative possibilities with the powerful tool. So welcome to the demo part of the Sora. So this is the landing page when you will log in Sora. So let me tell you, I have the ChatGPT Plus version, not the Pro version. So I have some 721 credits left. Okay, later on I will tell you what are the credits. Okay, so let's explore something here. So these are some recent videos which I have created or tested, you can say, and this featured version is all the users of Sora which are creating videos. So it's coming under featured, so we can learn or we can generate some new ideas like this. Okay, like this parrot and all. Like this is very cool for learning, and these are some of the saved version, and these are all videos and uploads like this. So let's come into the credit parts. Okay, so you can see I have 721 credit left. So if you will go this help openai.com page, and this page you can see what are the credits. So credits are used to generate videos with Sora. Okay, so if you will create 480p square 5-second video, it will take only 20 credits. Okay, for 10 it will take 40, then this. Okay, for 480p this much credit, 25 credit, 50 credit, like this. 720 is different, 1080p different. Okay, so here it is written, please note that requesting multiple variation at once will be charged at the same rate as running two separate generation requests. Okay, so here this plus icon you can see. So here you can upload the image or video. Okay, so you can also do like this, you can upload the image and you can create that video from that image. Okay, and this is choose from library, your personal library, this library, right? And this option is for the variation. Okay, like these are basically presets like balloon world, stop motion, archival, film noir, or cardboard art, and the paper. Okay, so this is the resolution. Okay, 480p, this is the fastest in video generation. Okay, 720p will take like 4x slower, and 1080p 8x slower. I guess 1080p is only available in ChatGPT's Pro version. Got it? Okay, so we are just doing. I'm just showing you demo, so I will choose this fastest version only. Okay, so this is the time duration, how long you want, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 and 20 seconds is available in Pro version. Okay, of ChatGPT, and this is how much versions you want to take. I will select only 2. Okay, because it will again charge more credits to you. Okay, and these credits are monthly basis, I guess. Okay, these credits are monthly basis. Okay, see again, recut, remix, blend, loop to create content. This will take again more credits. Okay, see here, ChatGPT Plus, up to 50 priority videos, 1000 credits. Okay, per month, I guess. Yeah, per month. Up to 720p resolution and the 5-second duration. And ChatGPT Pro, up to 500 priority videos, 10,000 credits, unlimited relax videos, up to 1080p resolution, 20-second duration, download without watermark. Here you can download with watermark, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. About everything, okay, ChatGPT. But ChatGPT Pro is $200 per month. So yeah, it's expensive, right? So yes, let's do something creative. So okay, I will write here. Okay, polar bear enjoying on the Sahara Desert. Okay, Sahara Desert. Yeah. Okay, you can do storyboard as well, or you can create directly videos. Okay, so let me show you the storyboard first. Yeah, so frame by frame you can give, different what to say, prompt. Okay, here you can give different prompt. Okay, polar bear with family. Okay, playing with sand, like this. Okay, and later on it will create a whole the video. Okay, third, you can describe again, you can add image, like this. Okay, this is a story created by the ChatGPT. Okay, let's create. Okay, add it to the queue. Okay, it's very fast actually, almost done. Yeah, see, with family, you can see playing with the sand. Okay, so these are the two variation. Okay, you can choose either this or either that one, or either that one. Okay, I'm feeling this much as, yeah. So here you can again edit your story, recut, you can trim or extend this video in a new storyboard. Okay, so basically record features allow you to creators to pinpoint and isolate the most impactful frame in a video, extending them in either direction to build out of like complete scene. Okay, if we'll choose record, okay, this thing, fine. Then remix. What remix do is like the remix features allows user to reimagine existing videos by altering their components without losing that essence of the originality, you can say. Okay, you want to add or remove certain things. Okay, what if I want to remove that this polar bear, or like this. Okay, or you can say we can change colors, or we can some tweak visual elements, and this blend. So this blend feature allows you to combine with different video. If I want to upload some videos, it will blend both the video, this video particular with that video which I will upload. Okay, right. And the last loop, by the name, loop features, feature make it easy to create seamless repetition of the video. Okay, this is one option is ideal for background visuals, music videos, like this. Okay, so this is how you can create video in 2 minutes, I can say, just by giving prompt. Okay, this one is favorite, you can save it for the favorite, and this you can sharing options are there, copy link or this unpublished, and you can download. See, I told you without watermark is available in only pro version. So I have this with watermark, you can download. See, download a video in just a click, or you can download as a GIF as well, right? And add to a folder. Okay, fine, this is the notification activity on, right? So let's create one. Okay, monkey with family driving car on the space. Yeah, so okay, I will choose this time 16:9. Let it takes more credit of mine, it's okay. Yeah, add it to the queue. If you'll go to favorites, it will come this one because I chose it. Okay, and if you will ask how this Sora is working, so it's like text to image generative AI models such as like DALE 3, Stable Diffusion, and Midjourney. So Sora is a diffusion models. That means that it starts with each frame of the video consisting of the static noise. See, oh, it's cartoonish, but yeah. See, if you want Lamborghini, you can add that I want Lamborghini or Tesla, whatever. So this is how you can generate videos with Sora, in a quick 2 minutes.
Did you know that within just a few lines of code, you can transform an AI model into something far more powerful? Something that responds to questions, connects to live data, pull insights from databases, and even interacts with other apps in real time. That's what LangChain allows you to do. And it's quickly becoming the go-to framework for AI developers. Think about this. You're about to create something amazing, an AI that can think, learn, and grow in ways we once only dreamed of. And here's the best part. You don't need to be an AI expert to make that happen. LangChain is like a toolkit that connects the most advanced large language models like OpenAI's GPT to real-time data, allowing you to build AI applications that are smart, flexible, and highly interactive. LangChain is more than just a way to make AI development easier. It's a framework that allows different language models to work together seamlessly. So whether you want to understand user questions with one LLM, create human-like responses with another, or pull in data from an API or a database, LangChain makes all possible. The framework takes care of heavy lifting, connecting models, managing data flows, and even customizing how your AI interacts with external sources. Now the question is, why is LangChain so popular? It has become one of the most fastest growing open source projects because it's solving a huge problem for developers. The challenge of integrating generative AI and LLMs with external data and complex workflows. As AI becomes more central to our lives in 2024, LangChain is helping developers create smarter, more powerful applications. So whether it's just for chatbots, content creation, or advanced data analysis. In this tutorial, I'll show you exactly how to get started with LangChain, from setting up your environment to building the first AI-powered app. I'll walk you through it. So LangChain makes it possible to train models on our own custom data, opening up more possibilities for building specialized intelligent applications. By the end of this video, you will be ready to start building with LangChain, and trust me, once you see how easy it is, you'll wonder why you didn't start using it sooner. Let's start with a simple question. Why should we use LangChain? Imagine you're working with large language models like GPT-4 or Hugging Face models, and you want to take their capabilities further, like integrating them with your own data sources or allowing them to take action based on information they retrieve. This is where LangChain comes in. LangChain is like an open source framework that allows you to build intelligent applications by connecting large language models with external data sources. It can turn static AI interactions into dynamic, data-aware workflows. One of the best parts is you don't have to manually code everything from scratch. LangChain abstracts away much more complexity of working with LLMs, allowing developers to focus on building functional applications instead of wrangling API calls and managing data pipelines. So LangChain is set to play even bigger role in AI development because it enables you to harness true power of generative AI by connecting it with real-time data and external tools. So now we have understood what LangChain is. Let us now understand how to install LangChain. So let's start with the installation of LangChain. We'll just simply go to the website docs part, and we'll just read through this documentation. So here it has explained what LangChain is and what are the framework consisting of. So we also have these tutorials on how do we install LangChain. Okay, so for installing, you can just simply click on this quick start and see here it has written how do we set up on Jupyter Notebook. So this is the command if you want to install LangChain. We will use the pip command. So just simply you can copy this command pip install LangChain, and you have to open your command prompt or the terminal in your computer, and here you have to simply copy paste the command. So as you can see, it will load all the packages which is required for installing LangChain. So you can see here requirement already satisfied. This is because I had already installed my LangChain before. So we have understood how to install this LangChain by using this command, and you can also install the LLM chain. We'll understand it later. Now let me just show you what else you need to install. First, we have understood this LangChain. Then we have the Pinecone client. So we'll just simply search here Pinecone client, and it will redirect us to this page. So Pinecone client is actually a vector store for storing and retrieving embeddings, which we will use in the later steps. So Pinecone is also used to actually, create secret API keys. So here you can also create the API keys You can also read the documentation part. So we'll understand how to create API keys using OpenAI. But first, let us install Pinecone client in our system. So we'll again go to command prompt this terminal and we'll just copy paste pip install Pinecone client. So you can see here it will download and install all the packages required. So it has been installed. Now the third thing we're talking about is OpenAI client. So we'll use OpenAI models for a large language task. So we'll just simply search here OpenAI. Okay. And so it has redirected us to this page, OpenAI platform. And okay, before starting this, so this is the platform here where you can create, export an API key in OpenAI. Okay, so you can see here overview, quick start, concept, everything is there. And to create an API key, we'll just simply click here and here you have to select this option, create a new secret key. Suppose I give my secret key name, anything you can give. Suppose I give test 1, 2, 3. Okay, and permissions is all, and we create the secret key. Now you need to actually save your key. We'll just copy this key because it will be required later while debugging the code. So we will just copy paste this secret key. We will require it later, and then done. So these are the keys I have created. So actually ChatGPT and other LLM models like OpenAI and Hugging Face uses LangChain to integrate with other APIs to create your own custom LLM models or chatbots. So suppose here we have logged in our ChatGPT here, and if I search here who won the WTC World Cup in 2023. So here it has shown the answer, but for example, if I search who won the cricket match World Cup so here, as you can see, the ChatGPT has given answer as my last knowledge update, the 24 Men's World Cup has not taken place yet. This is happening because this ChatGPT older version has not been trained on the latest upcoming news or whatever the new technology is. So by using LangChain, you can integrate with other APIs and you can create your own customized LLM models or chatbots, which help you to train your own custom data using various tools and APIs. So before we move on, I've already showed you how to create the secret API key and how you have to store the API key address. So first we have already understood how do we install LangChain here. So by using the pip command, we do it. And so you also need to install Python 3.8 or later installed in your system. So I already have Python installed. And to check that, you can just simply, I already have it installed in my system. So to check that, I'll simply just type here Python -- version and click enter. So as you can see, it has shown me the Python version which is installed in my computer. So the second step is already we have discussed, which is OpenAI API key here. So second step, we have already discussed how do we create our OpenAI API key. So we have to sign up in our OpenAI, then go to the API keys section and then create a new secret key. And these are the keys I have created, and you can just keep it later. Later you'll use that. So now we'll come to the third step, which is create a project directory and setup. So what we do is we have Jupyter installed in our system. So we'll just go to command prompt here and type JUPY, Jupyter Notebook. So it will redirect us to the Jupyter Notebook installed in our system. So if not, we can just simply go from here. It is loading right now. We have to wait. Now you just need to click on this new and Python 3 IPy kernel, because Python has been installed in my system. So we will use Python as our kernel here. And here you can just give the prompts, the command. Before that, you have to create a Python file, which we can also create this Python file in Visual Studio Code. just simply go to Visual Studio Code here and just simply click on File, New File, and I'll just type here python.py. And you have to first store the API key. For this, we use the command OpenAI underscore API underscore key equal to, and just give your secret key. Okay, you can just simply copy paste your secret key and just store this. So this ensures that your API key is stored securely and it can be used whenever needed. Now the step 4 is to initialize a project and install the required libraries. So you need to add some additional libraries like Streamlit to make a user interface. So let's add that too in our project folder. You can either create a text file named requirements.txt and then install all these. We have already installed the OpenAI LangChain. We just need to install Streamlit. So here you can just give the command pip install Streamlit. So as you can see, this I have already installed Streamlit before. Same wise, you can also install OpenAI if it is not installed in your system using the command terminal, the Windows PowerShell. So we have understood this, what all packages and what all we need to install. Now the next step is to build your first LangChain app. To create a simple app which uses a input query and the app will generate a response using OpenAI's GPT model. So you have to create a Python file named main.py here. So as you can see, I've already imported this main.py and this is my code here. Import Streamlit as st from LangChain and the constants I have created, and then I have initialized the OpenAI with our API key. So you have to just type this prompt here. I'm using VS Code here. You can also do it in your Jupyter notebook. And then to create the Streamlit app, you have to give a title, LangChain demo with OpenAI. So this is the title I have provided. And then the text input for prompt. The prompt is st.text input and enter a prompt. You can just type enter a prompt or whatever you wish to. And then display the response. So if prompt response is llm.predict prompt, so you can use the predict method for LLM. So here what the app will, so after creating and debugging this in the terminal, so your app will initialize OpenAI using your API key and the user inputs a prompt through the Streamlit interface. LangChain processes the input and sends it to the OpenAI's GPT model, and the AI generates a response which is then displayed in the app. So now you can use all these prompts to run on your app. So to do this, you can just, to see your app in action, you can just go to the terminal and run the following command, which is Streamlit run main.py. So you can just simply go to the terminal here and just simply type the command, which is Streamlit run main.py. So by giving this prompt, a new tab in your browser will open displaying the app, and you can also type any question into the input box. So now we have understood all these steps. So this was a quite basic tutorial on how to install LangChain and then, integrate it with the app. You can also customize and expand. So LangChain's flexibility allows you to integrate other APIs also, external data sources, or even add memory to your AI application. So whether you're building a simple chatbot or more complex AI system, the possibilities are endless. So by following all these steps, you will have a fully functioning app running in your system in no time.
OpenAI is one of the main leaders in the field of generative AI, with its ChatGPT being one of the most popular and widely used examples. ChatGPT is powered by OpenAI's GPT family of large language models, LLMs. In August and September 2024, there were rumors about a new model from OpenAI, codenamed Strawberry. At first, it was unclear if it was the next version of GPT-4o or something different. On September 12, OpenAI officially introduced the O1 model. Hi, I am Mayank. In this video, we will discuss about OpenAI model O1 and its types. After this, we will perform some basic prompts using OpenAI Preview and OpenAI Mini. And at the end, we will see comparison between the OpenAI O1 models
and GPT-4o. So without any further ado, let's get started. What is OpenAI O1? The OpenAI O1 family is a group of LLMs that have been improved to handle more complex reasoning. These models are designed to offer a different experience from GPT-4o, focusing on thinking through problems more thoroughly before responding. Unlike older models, O1 is built to solve challenging problems that require multiple steps and deep reasoning. OpenAI O1 models also use a technique called chain of thought prompting, which allows the model to think through problem step by step. OpenAI O1 consists of two models, O1 Preview and O1 Mini. The O1 Preview model is meant for more complex tasks, while the O1 Mini is a smaller, more affordable version. So what can OpenAI O1 do? OpenAI O1 can handle many tasks, just like other GPT models from OpenAI, such as answering questions, summarizing content, and creating new material. However, O1 is especially good at more complex tasks, including the first one is enhanced reasoning. The O1 models are designed for advanced problem solving, particularly in subjects like science, technology, engineering, and math. The second one is brainstorming and ideation. With its improved reasoning, O1 is great at coming up with creative ideas and solutions in various fields. The number third is scientific research. O1 is perfect for tasks like annotating cell sequencing data or solving complex math needed in areas like quantum optics. The number fourth is coding. The O1 models can write and fix code, performing well on coding tests like human eval and code forces, and helping developers build multi-step workflows. The fifth one, mathematics. O1 is much better at math than previous model, scoring 83% in the International Mathematics Olympiad test compared to GPT-4o's 13%. It also did well in other math competitions like AIME, making it useful for generating complex formulas for physics. And the last one is self-fact checking. O1 can check the accuracy of its own responses, helping to improve the reliability of its answer. You can use OpenAI O1 models in several ways. ChatGPT Plus and team users have access to O1 Preview and O1 Mini models and can manually choose them in the model picker. Although free users don't have access to the O1 models yet, OpenAI planning to offer O1 Mini to them in the future. Developers can also use these models, OpenAI's API, and they are available on third-party platforms like Microsoft Azure AI Studio and GitHub models. So yes guys, I have opened this ChatGPT 4o model here and ChatGPT O1 Preview, as you can see. So I have this plus model, okay, the paid version of ChatGPT. So I can access this O1 Preview and O1 Mini model. Okay, we will go with O1 Preview model and we will put same prompts in both the model of the ChatGPT 4o and the O1 Preview and see what are the differences are coming. Okay, so we will do some math questions and we will do some coding, we will do some advanced reasoning and quantum physics as well. Okay, so let's start with, so I have some prompt already written with me. So first one is number theory. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy it from here and paste it in this and both. Okay, so let me run in 4o and O1 Preview. So here you can see it's thinking. Okay, so this is what I was saying, chain of thoughts. Okay, so these are the chain of thoughts. First is breaking down the primes, this is, and then is identifying the GCD. And now see the difference between the output. See, output is 561 is not a prime number and the GCD, greatest common receiver, of 48 and 180 is 12. Okay, here see ChatGPT O1 Preview is giving the output in step by step. First see, determine if 561 is a prime number or not. The number 561 is not a prime number. It's a composite number because it has this. Okay, then second step, then the greatest common divisor. Then they found 12 and answer is no, 561 is not composite number because of this, and the greatest common divisor of 48 and 180 is 12. See, just see the difference between the two models. This is why ChatGPT O1 models are crazy for math, coding, and advanced reasoning, quantum physics, for these things. Okay, so let's go with our second step. So here, if you will see, you can see the attach file option in ChatGPT 4.0. Okay, you can come upload from your computer, but here we will see in O1 there is no attach file option. This is one drawback. Okay, so here upload from computer. So this is one small. Okay, and let me open this, and this is the question I have. Okay, yeah, so I will copy this, I will run this and this. Okay, see, it's start giving the answer, and O1 is still thinking, solving the equation, then analyzing the relationship. Okay, so ChatGPT O1 will take time, but it will give you more accurate, more step by step as you want. Okay, so here you can see solve for actions question, this, and here the steps you can see. Okay, this is more structured way, you can say, in a good structured way. Okay, ChatGPT O1 preview gave you in good structured way as O1 mini as well. Okay, so yeah, so here they wrote just 1 and 2, this, and here if you'll see question 1, solve for x in this, and step 1 is this, step 2 is this, and step 3 is this, then the answer of x is equal to 3. But here simply they wrote we know this, and x is equal to 3. For the second question, see, expanding the left hand side, this, but here step 1, square both sides of the given equation. Start by squaring both sides. Okay, it's written but not in good way. Okay, so this is why O1 is better for math. Okay, so now let's check it for the coding part. Okay, so I have one question. Okay, let me see what output it will give to. First I will write I need. Okay, leave it. I will copy it, and I will copy it as well here, run it and run it. See, it start giving answer. Okay, and still this will adjust the parameters, ensuring the code generation, because ChatGPT O1 will think first, then it will analyze, then after that it will give you answers. Okay, here the code is done. See, here the code is done and it's still thinking. Step 1, and first here you can't see anything. See, step setup development environment, pip install numpy matplotlib, then this, and here nothing. And but I will ask it, okay, give me code in one tab. Okay, here also I will write give me code in single tab. Okay, so I can just copy and paste. So what I will do, I will open one online compiler and I will directly copy it and paste. Okay, so let's finish this. I hope it will work. So let me open W3 Schools compiler. Okay, yeah, same I will open for this W3 School. Okay, so let me copy the code, and my bad, and paste it here. Same works for this. Okay, okay, I will copy the code and I will paste it here. Okay, I hope it gives something. Yeah, cool. So yes, now you can see the difference between the output. So this is the output of 4.0 and this is the output of O1 preview. See, O1 preview output is this, and this is the output of 4.0. So this is the difference. This is why O1 takes time, but it will give you more accurate result in a good way. Okay, so now let's check something else. So moving on, let's see some advanced reasoning question. Okay, so this is the logical puzzle one, the first one. Okay, so I will copy it and I will paste it here. Okay, this is for O1, this is for preview. Because why I'm not comparing O1 with Mini? Because they both are same, but slightly differences there. Okay, so here we can see more difference between 4.0 old model versus new model, you can say. Okay, so now see, the answer is end in this much only, but it will explain you in a better way. See, thoughts for 7 seconds, explanation that